Well, hello there, ladies and gentlemen. It is Sunday, the 10th of May, 2026. Happy Mother's Day. And with that, we're here to begin our long-form Texas severe weather coverage because we're Texans giving you Texas weather information. We're expecting a fairly busy day in the thunderstorm department across really the southeastern two-thirds of Texas. This is not going to be a big tornado day. The risk for a couple tornadoes will be across the big country into the eastern Permian Basin, Concho Valley, but we're going to have numerous severe thunderstorms this afternoon, this evening, even into the overnight and early Monday morning as a line of severe thunderstorms moves southeast in conjunction with a cool front across the southeastern two-thirds of Texas. And with that, we'll be looking at the potential for damaging straight-line winds, very large hail, maybe a tornado or two, along with frequent cloud-to-ground lightning and heavy rain. So here's the severe weather outlook for really now through 4 a.m. Monday. And again, storms are firing up now in the eastern Permian Basin in the big country. That's where the show begins. And from that, we're going to have what becomes a very large cluster of severe storms that'll move southeast tonight across portions of central Texas, the Hill Country, the Concho Valley, the Edwards Plateau. Central Texas, North Texas, the Brazos Valley, East Texas, Southeast Texas, the Coastal Plains, the Coastal Bend, the Rio Grande Plains, down to South Texas, the Rio Grande Valley, lower, middle, and upper Texas Gulf Coast. This is going to be now firing up around Midland and Abilene, those areas, and then we'll be ending around 4 a.m. as storms move into Brownsville. Between now and then, if you're southeast of a line from roughly Midland, Abilene, DFW to Texarkana, guess what? It's going to storm at some point in the next 15 to 18 hours. So, the good news is, not all these storms are going to be severe. Good news is, we need the rain, and we're going to get some rain. Bad news is, some of these storms are going to be impactful, with large hail to very large hail the main threat over the next few hours, transitioning into damaging winds. Might see a tornado or two this afternoon, but the big issue tonight is going to be a lot of wind, and some of those wind gusts could exceed 75 miles per hour. A lot of lightning and heavy rain. So, we're going to be here for it. We're going to be here through it. We're going to help you through it. And, we'll just do our best to keep you informed. That's what we're here for. We are already well underway with a plethora of thunderstorms across portions of North Texas, the big country, East Texas. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings out the wazoo. And this is going to be the name of the game today. By the time we're done today, we're probably going to have over 100 severe thunderstorm warnings in the state of Texas. It's just going to be a lot today. And we might have a few tornado warnings, but again, the tornado threat today is not super duper high. So, what we're going to do, let's go ahead and talk about the storms we have now, and then at 2:25, y'all remember now, we'll go over the timing, the forecast for tonight, and give everyone that information. But let's start off here with what we have. We're going to go west to east because it makes my dyslexic self happy. We've got a severe thunderstorm currently southeast of La Mesa, north of Ackerley. That storm's going to be moving off to, Weather Service indicates east at about 5 to 10 miles an hour. That could have at least quarter-size hail. That's going to be over rural portions of southeastern Dawson County, moving towards southwestern Borden County, southwest of Gale. And again, that's well north of Big Spring. Now, back on I-20, we've got a cluster of storms. These storms down on I-20 around Colorado City, Lorain, Westbrook, Bufford, Rodit, Itan, have the potential to produce probably up to ping pong ball size hail, a lot of rain, and we could have winds over 60 miles an hour. And here, let's do this so y'all actually can get a good sense of the motion here. And you can see these storms around Colorado City, they're not moving too much right now either. A lot of these initial storms we have are just starting to bubble up, drop some hail, and with that, they're just essentially skedoodling along here. I can even turn the satellite on. which I'll do. Give me just a second. We'll get you some cool... And there we go. We'll actually be able to look at this with satellite imagery in real time. You can see these are just bubbling up around Colorado City here on Interstate 20. This is going to be, again, between mile markers 196 and 228 out here in the eastern Permian Basin. So a lot of rain, some hail around Colorado City right now. Generally quarter, maybe up to ping pong ball size. Farther to the east, near Albany, we've got a severe thunderstorm that is going to be capable of producing at least quarter-size hail. Looks like it has the potential now to produce golf ball-size hail. And this storm just north of Albany, again, has become quite intense and has turned southeast. One of these storms that fires up and starts turning southeast. So with that, we are going to have the potential for this storm to drop hail up to the size of golf balls, localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. And with that, this storm near Albany, again, moving southeast at about 15 miles an hour. Now the potential for golf ball size hail north of town there on Highway 283. That storm, again, is slowly moving southeast. So those in Albany, you may end up getting hail. The worst of the hail may stay just northeast of town, but then this is going to be crossing over Highway 180 northeast of Albany, west of Breckenridge. And again, that's a severe storm capable of producing golf ball size hail. DFW, we're starting to see some shower and thunderstorm activity develop over Denton County, Collin County, Cook, Grayson, Montague, Clay. All this activity right now around DFW is just ordinary showers and storms, just like 2 nights ago. This stuff is just dropping some heavy rain, cloud to ground, lightning. Not really too worried about the severe weather potential with this right now, from Windstar down to Gainesville, Denton, McKinney, up to Sherman, to Bonham. These are just heavy rain and some lightning. Now, what about this nasty-looking storm approaching Gilmer? We do have a severe storm around eastbound Highway 154. This storm has the potential of producing golf ball-size hail. This storm is going to be approaching Gilmer in the next 10 minutes. So heads up to those in Gilmer. The potential for a hailstorm up to golf ball-size hail in the next 10 to 15 minutes as this storm west of Gilmer rides east down Highway 154, moving east at about 25 miles per hour. This is a day where all 12 of my monitors are going to be put to good use. We're going to be popping up a lot of different radar sites. So again, those of you in Gilmer, heads up, potential for golf ball size hail and damaging winds in the next 15 minutes. This could also impact places like Pritchett and then Betty around Gilmer out here in Upshur County out here in East Texas. This storm should stay north of Longview. We'll be keeping an eye out for additional thunderstorm development out here as well. But that takes us now to a good point. Let's take a statewide view. And again, you're going to see we've got storms galore popping up along and kind of right behind a cool front, moving across parts of the eastern Permian Basin, Big Country, North Texas, Northeast Texas. Those storms, plenty of them, are going to have hail for the first few hours of their lives. And then we're going to start transitioning into more of a widespread damaging wind threat as a line of severe storms moves southeast, which takes us to 2:25 p.m. Let's go ahead and pop on over to that super-de-duper high-resolution rapid refresh model. Going to press a few buttons here, and we'll get this show on the road. We're probably going to be here for another 8 hours at least, so we'll be here giving you updates. Let's go ahead and talk about the high-res rapid refresh model. The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Borden, Howard, Mitchell, and Scurry County in Texas.
Let this load real quick. And again, this is a simple model, so it's not probably going to be 100% right. The timing may be a bit off, but at least we can give a good sense of the timing for most folks. So again, here's 5 o'clock. Pretty nasty storms from near Ozana up to San Angelo, Robert Lee, possibly to Stephenville. Could have some storms around DFW. Into parts of northeast Texas if this model's right. Again, those storms we had roll through DFW this morning and early this afternoon, I think lowered the risk of severe storms for most of DFW this afternoon and evening, but we're definitely going to be dealing with the potential of heavier storms southwest of DFW. DFW itself, it's still going to storm this evening, and there may still be some hail, but the higher severe weather threat will be southwest of town. Here's 6 p.m. Line of organizing thunderstorms from north of Del Rio, east of Ozana, to San Angelo, Brownwood. That's going to be Goldwaith over towards maybe Tyler. More isolated storms east of I-35 still. And these storms, as they start lining out like this, are going to start trying to produce winds locally in excess of 75 miles an hour, in addition to still some hail. Here is 8 p.m. Storms moving into the hill country from near Del Rio and the Edwards Plateau to Junction up to Llano. We have some storms moving into DFW again. We could have isolated to scattered storms underway at this point in the Brazos Valley in East Texas with hail and strong winds. 10 p.m. Line of severe storms with damaging straight-line winds, the potential for locally higher wind gusts over 75 miles an hour. Some of these winds could be really bad this evening. Extending at this point from Corsicana to Waco to Georgetown, Austin, New Braunfels, San Antonio to Uvalde to Eagle Pass, and other storms out east. East Texas, the Brazos Valley. Any storms out by themselves today will have the potential to produce some pretty big hail. We could be talking golf ball to baseball size hail with the most intense storms. Tornado threat today is very low,
The National
but not
Weather
zero,
Service
especially
has
in
issued
the
a
Concho
new
Valley
severe
Big Country.
thunderstorm warning
Here
for
is midnight.
and Upshur
Widespread
County
showers
in
and
Texas.
storms, some of these still severe, producing damaging winds, heavy rain, and pocket change size hail from Interstate 35 southwest of San Antonio towards Laredo to I-37 between San Antonio and Corpus Christi, out towards Carmine, Bryan, College Station to Jasper. Still rain ongoing. Behind that, here is 2 a.m. Showers and storms, East Texas, Southeast Texas, the coastal plains, Coastal Bend, South Texas, the Rio Grande Plains. Pretty nasty-looking hail from Zapata up to Corpus Christi, maybe to Victoria, with some very strong winds possible. Same thing for the Houston area. Storms in East Texas don't look as intense by 2 a.m. And then here's 4 a.m. Nasty line of storms moving off the Coastal Bend and the coastal plains out into the Gulf. Same thing around Lake Jackson to Galveston to Beaumont. And then we still have storms moving into the Rio Grande Valley, Brownsville. And then by 5 a.m., it's gone. Adios. Au revoir. I'll be Zen. Bye-bye. But again, we've got plenty of storms already underway. Some of these are producing hail up to the size of golf balls. Localized wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. And we have plenty of storms that are just dropping rain and lightning. We've got storms in the Panhandle, storms in northwest Texas and Texoma, storms around DFW dropping locally heavy rain, frequent cloud-to-ground lightning, and maybe pea-sized hail. We have a severe storm near Colorado City. That's got some hail. We've got a severe storm east of La Mesa. That has hail. Those two storms are barely moving right now. They're moving at like 5 miles an hour. We've got storms out here in East Texas, a storm riding east down Highway 154 towards Gilmer. That storm has the potential of ping-pong ball-size hail and 50 to 60 mile-an-hour winds. We have a severe storm just north of the city of Albany. That storm could have some golf ball-size hail. That's a nasty-looking storm right there. The potential for golf ball-size hail, wind gusts at 60 miles an hour. Back here on I-20, again, these storms could have quarter-size hail around Colorado City. Same thing east of La Mesa. So let's do this about every 10 minutes. Well, let's do every 15. Yeah, we'll do about every 15 or so. We'll do the forecast for the next several hours into tonight, and then otherwise we're going to spend time talking about what's going on right now. So those of you watching, first off, Good afternoon. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David Reimer. We're going to be with you all day, monitoring the potential and, well, ongoing likelihood of some pretty rowdy thunderstorms across several regions of Texas. If you're watching and by chance are able to catch the forecast timing of what I give, feel free to help answer questions from folks who are wondering about what time the worst of the storms could be going on in their area, since a lot of folks do come and go. And we're going to be here trying to give severe weather information through the day. If you're watching us on anything but YouTube, hi there. I've just gone ahead and turned the streams on everything. We don't usually do that unless we have tornado warnings, but, well, we'll just be here through the day anyway. But if you always want to catch us, we are on YouTube pretty much all the time. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers on YouTube. You can watch us in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app and on the Texas Storm Chasers website, which, by the way, is TexasStormChasers.com. Just making sure our website is good to go. Where'd my phone go? Probably my left pocket. Phone. So again, we're going to be here for hours on end. So, we're going to be pretty informal here as conditions allow, which means, you know what, maybe I'll just start talking in my David Ross voice, because the David Ross voice is pretty popular. And other times I'll just talk in my normal voice. Usually the David Ross voice is reserved for less active periods, usually in the later part of the evening when I'm already tired of talking. All right, so a big thank you to our amazing moderators who are able to pop on in today. Got a report of ping pong ball size hail on Interstate 20 west of Westbrook. That's about 15 miles west of Colorado City. Let me go ahead and load a loop for y'all on this. Or just freeze the program out completely. Okay. Well, guess that's going to be a frozen program. Give me just a second and we'll fix that. Yeah, we do have some merch available now. Y'all can check TexasStormChasers.store on the web or on YouTube. There should be a little merch section here on the YouTube channels. So here's the radar, and you can see we've got a pretty good cluster of storms from southeast of La Mesa, northeast of Ackerley, southwest of Gale, to near Colorado City here on Interstate 20. We've got a pretty nasty-looking storm out here west of Stevens County, out here in Shackelford County, just northeast of Albany. That storm could have golf ball-size hail. That's a pretty rowdy-looking thunderstorm. That storm is moving southeast. The storms out here on I-20 near Colorado City are pretty much not moving. At this point, they're just barely moving. Eventually, they'll start moving southeast. We've got stormies galore with cloud-to-ground lightning, heavy rain, and maybe some very small hail. From near Rawls, east of Lubbock, to Spur, west of Aspermont, north of Aspermont to Guthrie. We've got some stuff around Archer City, surprisingly not dropping softballs, since that's been y'all's routine for the last month. We've got thunderstorms out here in North Texas. DFW, guess what? We've got storms popping up all over the place with locally heavy rain and quite a bit of lightning. Yeah, the thing with the Albany storm, I'll talk about the Albany storm in just a second. It does have a hook, but there's a reason I'm not too worried about the tornado threat with that. Then we've got this storm out here near Gilmer. This storm near Gilmer will be producing up to ping pong ball size hail and wind gusts over 60 miles an hour, most likely, in the next 10 minutes as it rolls east on Highway 154.
Texas local storm report from 10 miles northeast
Gilmer.
of Hawkins in Upshur County.
Thank you.
Texas.
Heather.
Hail magnitude estimated 1.00
So Gilmer, again, you'll be getting some
inch.
hail here in the next several
Reported
minutes
by amateur radio.
with a potential
Additional
of maybe
information,
up to ping pong ball
border-size
size
hail
hail.
fell at the intersection of FM 1002 and FM 49 near
Heavy
the Upshur/Wood
rain.
County line.
Let me get this loaded.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Texas local
show
storm
y'all a
report
picture.
from 10 miles northeast of Hawkins in Upshur County, Texas. Thunderstorm wind damage. Reported by amateur radio. Additional information, multiple trees
gonna
were
be
downed
from
near the
Storm
intersection
Chaser
of FM
Clint
1002 and
Hendricks.
FM 49 near the
It's from Storm Chaser
Upshur/Wood
Clint
County line.
Hendricks. This is going to be out
Gordon,
here
Dawson,
in
Howard,
the
Martin,
eastern
and
Permian
Scurry
Basin.
County
That's
in
those
Texas.
storms right now that are sitting near Colorado City. Pretty good hail core now on I-20 just west of Colorado City near Westbrook. And again, that's what this storm looks like right now. You could see a lot of hail, rain on the right side of this photo. And then this is your updraft area right here. That's where all the moisture is being sucked up, 50,000 feet. So let's go back to the radar. We'll show you what it looks like here. And again, that's this storm here near Colorado City. We're going to talk about the timeline for today, tonight, and tomorrow morning at 2:40 p.m., so in about 2.5 minutes. So stick around for that. So let's talk about this storm. One of y'all had a good question about this storm near Albany and said it looked like it was starting to go into rotation. The storm is rotating, yes, but I'm not concerned about a tornado issue at this point. Let me show you why. This storm is north of what well, here, let me actually press a button so it actually loads correctly here. That storm is north of an outflow boundary. This little green line you're looking at here on the radar, that's actually a rain-cooled air mass at the surface, just a bit cooler than it is further south. And what that does is it has some rain-cooled air that kind of results in this storm up near Albany being what we call a bit elevated. So there's a slightly more stable layer of air near the surface. Temperatures fall into the 70s versus the 80s and 90s. And that means the storm itself typically is not going to be a candidate to become tornadic in the sense of having something like that. Now, clearly there is no issue with that storm dropping big hail just north and east of Albany. Those of you on the east sides of Albany could be getting golf ball size hail right now. And that storm's going to be moving east-southeast slowly. Now we have a new severe storm firing up in Stevens County. Notice how this little green line here is moving south. That's the rain-cooled air. And then you have this storm fire up just south of Breckenridge. And that storm is going to be probably severe here quite shortly with the potential of large hail and damaging wind gusts. We've got a report of wind damage now near about 10 miles west of Gilmer. We've got trees down at the intersection of 1002 and FM 49. No, there are no tornado issues in DFW. So, I said at 2:40 we're going to talk about the overall timing for today and tonight. Let's do that. Let's start with the severe weather outlook for the state of Texas. And again, this is the severe weather outlook showing the potential for storms to move southeast tonight with damaging winds and large hail. Now, you might look at this and think, oh my goodness, there's such a huge area that's going to be dealing with a tornado threat tonight. Wrong. Let me show you the tornado outlook. This is the tornado outlook for today and tonight. Notice the tornado risk is very low to low and concentrated near that southward moving outflow boundary in the big country out west towards Colorado City down into the Concho Valley near San Angelo. That's where we're going to be watching for the potential, maybe a tornado or two. But otherwise, tornado risk today is very low. Damaging wind threat? No. Damaging winds are going to be a big problem here once we get storms growing upscale into large clusters in a few hours that move southeast. Until then, these kind of individual storms we're dealing with in the big country and the Permian Basin, and even some in the East Texas, are hailers. They're producing big-time hail. It's big-time hail time versus damaging winds on a widespread basis. These storms still have damaging winds, but once we get the big old clusters of storms tonight, that's when we're going to have an issue with, could be locally higher wind gusts than 75 miles an hour, hurricane force. So let's put on the high-res rapid refresh model. And again, this is going to be the point where y'all watching, I hope you can help us, because we're going to try to do this every 15 minutes. But if we get too busy with real-time stuff, we're not. It's as simple as that. But this is going to be the high-res rapid refresh model taking us through tonight into tomorrow morning for a guesstimate on the timeline. Now, some storms may end up, it may be a bit faster than what this shows, but you can see going into tonight and tomorrow morning, we're going to have a big old cluster of storms moving southeast, a squall line. And that line is going to move across the southeastern two-thirds of Texas. Now, DFW, it's iffy. You're going to have storms in DFW all afternoon and evening, but because you had that cluster this morning bring some rain-cooled air, I'm not sure the severe weather threat in DFW is going to be super-duper high. But again, you can see this cluster is going to make it all the way to the coast, all the way to Brownsville. It's going to move through the southeastern two-thirds of Texas. Now, that does not mean every storm here is going to be producing damaging winds or hail, etc. They're all going to have rain. They're all going to have lightning. Some of these storms, are, by the time we get into a big old cluster or line tonight, we'll have pocket change size hail. We have big hail right now where the cells are out by themselves. Once they go into this line, the damaging wind threat is going to be the problem. Some wind gusts could exceed hurricane force. 75, 85, 90 miles an hour. Most folks, by far, are not going to be dealing with that, though. But we are going to be busy, and that's why we're here. It's not a big tornado day, again. So let me pause this, and I'll talk about some basic timelines here. San Angelo, again, you could have storms in your area by 5 to 6 p.m., so a couple hours from now. Those of you in Stephenville, same thing, 4, 5, 6 p.m. Waco, maybe by 7. Fredericksburg, 8 p.m., same thing for Kerrville. Austin, line of storms rolling in by 9 p.m., and we know this model
has issued a new flash flood warning for
Howard, Mitchell, and Scurry County in Texas.
Does have isolated storms with big hail firing up in parts of the Brazos Valley in East Texas around 8 to 9 p.m. as well. So there may be some storms out there. But again, Austin to just west of San Antonio near Bernie by 9 p.m. 10 p.m., line of storms is moving into College Station and Bryan. Bastrop, moving into the east sides of San Antonio. Seguin, down towards areas of Eagle Pass. And we still have rain behind this line, by the way. It's going to rain for a few hours behind the squall line. But the leading edge of those storms is where your big damaging wind threat will be. Those of you down here, South Texas, Coastal Plains, your threat's mostly going to be 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. Houston, you're going to have storms between 2 and 4. So, we've looked at the future radar, and again, those of you who just watched that, when folks join in a minute and ask, when's it going to storm in the 8th blade of grass in my neighbor's backyard, you can hopefully help answer them, because, well, that's why we're here. I wish I could sit in the chat and monitor and answer every question, but I can't. I have to triage. I have to focus on the worst of the worst. So where y'all can help is if you're watching, whether you're being impacted by the storms, I hope not, or you're watching from, middle of Memphis, Tennessee. You can help be a part of the warning process here and help us spread information. You can help us, make this a collaborative effort. Because guess what? I'm not here to hear my own voice. Trust me, I could go all day without that. I'm here to try to help y'all. So let's go back to the radar. We're going to go from east to west this time because it makes me happy. So, Gilmer. Gilmer right now, you've got a storm rolling through town. That storm's going to be moving off to the east with the potential of maybe some quarter, maybe ping pong ball size hail and damaging wind gusts. That storm's in Gilmer right now. Moving off to the east at about 30 miles an hour. So those of you in Gilmer, heads up. It's going to be moving towards Glenwood, Spring Hill, Diana, or City after it moves through Gilmer here in the next couple
Texas
of
local
minutes.
storm
So
report from 1
Gilmer,
miles
once it's through, you're going to have some
Snyder
rain,
in
but
Scurry
otherwise,
County,
that's it
Texas.
for now. You're probably going to have more
Hail
storms
magnitude
later.
measured 1.50
It's raining right now
inches.
in northeast Texas. You know,
Reported by
DeKalb down to
public.
Mount Pleasant.
Additional
You have some
information.
lightning.
Report
That's
of
it.
ping
There's
pong
nothing
ball
severe
size hail on the
there.
northeast side of Snyder.
DFW, we've got
Time
plenty
was
of scattered
estimated by
showers and
radar.
thunderstorms underway across the DFW Metroplex, especially from Highway 380 north. Really, it's about to be 635 and 820 north. So those activity moving off to the east-northeast. With that, you could have frequent cloud-to-ground lightning and heavy rain. There's nothing severe near DFW right now. Same thing goes for Wichita Falls down to Archer City. You've got some storms right now with lightning, heavy rain, small hail. Nothing severe with that right now. Those of you in areas just east of Albany, you've got a severe storm capable of producing golf ball size hail and damaging straight line winds over 60 miles an hour. And then we've got a new severe storm rapidly developing now on Highway 183, south of Breckenridge, north of Morden Valley. That storm's probably going to start moving southeast soon, but right now it's just sitting there. Notice that little green line moving south on the radar near Abilene to Putnam. That's an outflow boundary. That's some rain-cooled air that's acting as kind of a wave. That wave has rising motion on the leading edge of it, and that's helping to fire off these storms in the atmosphere. So we're going to be watching that as it moves south. It's probably going to fire off some more storms. But these storms up on 180 right now, they're right behind that outflow boundary, which means not too worried about a tornado threat with those, but they definitely have the potential for very large hail and high winds. Out here in the western big country, Permian Basin, we've got nearly a stationary cluster now of severe storms over Colorado City, and this is where we now have a flash flood warning from Snyder to Colorado City, where we have a stationary area of very heavy thunderstorms with large hail, damaging winds, and very heavy rain totals. In fact, I'm going to see if I can pull up some of these rain totals real quick on my end. And we're going to be keeping a close eye on things. So again, we've got plenty of storms. And if I'm not talking about a storm near you, that's a good omen. We're going to focus on the most intense thunderstorms this afternoon. So if we're not talking about a storm near you, that's good. But again, we're going to have a lot of storms today. And the strongest storms are going to produce large hail, strong winds. Then by the time we get to dinner time and tonight, we're going to have a big band of very strong winds with a line of storms moving off to the southeast. So y'all let us know where you're watching from today. I'm going to get a live stream camera view for y'all real quick. Give me just a momento. We thank everybody who's watching us today. You know, we're going to be here probably, honestly, the rest of the day, I think, unfortunately. We're going to be pretty busy. And again, the tornado risk today is not super duper high at all. But we definitely have a lot of hail and a lot of damaging wind potential. 1946 Pammy Bear, thank you very much for that super chat. Appreciate it. And that's why we're here. My job's to try to keep everyone as informed as possible. And, on busy days, guess what? It's going to be a little more difficult, but we're going to do our best. Again, I'm getting a camera view set up for y'all real quick. Hopefully. But otherwise, it's just going to be a pretty busy day with storm issues. You can see right now, most storms are going to be concentrated on Interstate 20. From the Big Country and Eastern Permian Basin all the way out into East Texas.
Texas local storm report from 7 miles south of Westbrook in Mitchell County, Texas. Hail magnitude measured 1.50 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Ping Pong Ball, 1.50 inches.
So again, we're going to show you now a good live view. This is going to be from meteorologist Jason Cooley. And he's going to be up in the storm near Albany. I'll show you that here in just a second. It's a spooky. Oh, that's someone on camera. That was really weird. All right, here we go. So again, this is going to be storm chaser meteorologist Jason Cooley. He's out on the storm near Albany. That's going to be on western North Texas, west of Breckenridge. He's throwing the needle between two storms with hail. And you can see that's a pretty well-organized severe thunderstorm. You can see that inflow band over my head. That's going into your parent supercell right now. That's going to be moving up the updraft, which you can see going up. And then behind that, you can see a lot of precipitation and hail. With that. So, that's the view from meteorologist
The National Weather
Jason
Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning
Cooley.
for
Stevens County in
All
Texas.
right, let's go back to the radar. And we'll leave the Cooley cam up. I'll put it over here real quick. Y'all are going to kind of see two blank boxes for a second. We'll get that fixed right now. Again, we'll put that box right behind me. We'll be keeping an eye on his view there. We'll put another view up shortly. But again, let's get back to what we actually have going on right now. That's going to be severe thunderstorms rain, strong winds, etc. So, out here in East Texas, Gilmer, we've got storms around Gilmer right now. That could have quarter-sized hail. That's just weakened overall, but it feels like it did a pretty big number in the wind damage department. Out west of Gilmer, we're hearing about trees down on hails on FM 49, just west of Tom Road. We've got reports of trees down on FM 1002 and FM 49. We've got a report of quarter-sized hail west of town as well. Sorry about that, folks. Yeah, it must be music from their camera feed. I'll make sure that doesn't happen again. So again, we've got storms near Gilmer right now with some hail, strong winds. That storm's weakening. The good music, by the way, you can watch on the 24/7 YouTube channel, or the stream, by the way, on Texas Storm Chasers, or the my channel, the Baldy in Chief David-Reimer Texas Weather channel. All right, let's go back west. DFW again. It's storming, it's pouring. You've got rain from Windstar up in Thackerville, Oklahoma, down 35 through Gainesville, Sainer, Denton, Louisville to north sides of Fort Worth. We've got rain on 75 from Denison to Sherman, all the way down to McKinney. None of that activity is severe. It's just got lightning and rain. Out here in the big country, we have a couple of severe storms now. Severe storm number 1 is east of Albany, west of Breckenridge, slowly moving southeast. Severe storm number 2 is going to be south of Breckenridge on Highway 183. That's going to be moving really nowhere. It's just sitting. And that's the view behind me from meteorologist Jason Cooley. He's in Breckenridge, threading the needle between both of these storms. I believe he's in that general area. I mean, I could just, not be a lazy boy and look it up, which is what I'm going to do because I'm sure I'm wrong, but anyway. Then back west, we have storms near Colorado City, just sitting in Colorado City, and unfortunately, we're getting quite a bit of rain on Colorado City, along with quarter-size hail. So we've had hail up to ping pong ball size, actually, in Colorado City, down Highway 163 to Spade. That is going to be producing quite a bit of hail as well. Yeah, I wouldn't be going west to Sweetwater right now on I-20. So let's go ahead. By the way, we do have a storm near Snyder with quarter size to ping pong ball size hail. That storm near Snyder is going to be moving up towards 380 with the radar. And then up here in West Texas in the Panhandle, we've got storms from Plainview up to Amarillo. On that activity is going to be just all sorts of rain, maybe a bit of hail. All right, this is going to be from Storm Chaser Chad Casey. And this is Storm Chaser Chad Casey on the storm near Albany. You can see storm itself, again, very beautiful storm structure. You can see all the hail and rain in the background. Bit of a lowering out here, but again, this storm's just north of an outflow boundary, so really it shouldn't be any sorts of tornadic, but, never say never. But again, the big risk with that is going to be hail and heavy rain. So let's go ahead. It's 3 o'clock. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David-Reimer. We are covering what's going to be a pretty busy day of storms. We're going to have a lot of storms with hail and then eventually wind here in Texas. Tornado threat is overall on the very low side. Again, here's the severe weather outlook, and we're going to get a new one of these in just a minute from the Storm Prediction Center. I don't expect many changes, but again, storms firing up now on I-20 from east of Midland, Abilene, Graham. Those are going to move southeast into the hill country, central Texas, Waco, Austin, etc., San Antonio, Bryan College Station, Lufkin, and then all the way down to the Texas Gulf Coast, Brownsville to Houston. And with that, the main threat for now is large hail, but it's going to transition to very strong, damaging winds. Tornado-wise, again, the tornado threat today is very low to low, and mainly concentrated with the storms we have right now around the big country into the eastern Permian Basin. So, again, it's not going to be a big tornado day, but the storms themselves are going to pack one heck of a punch. And again, we could be dealing with some hurricane-force wind gusts tonight as activity moves to the southeast towards the hill country, central Texas, South Texas, and the Brazos Valley. So let's give y'all a timeline here. It's going to be the high-res rapid refresh model. And while I load this, I do want to say thank you to everyone who's been sending in super chats and stars. Really appreciate it. You know, we definitely don't do this for that, but, you know, it does help pay the electricity bill. I'll say that. If you want to help, hit the like button on the video. And if we're giving useful information, know anyone who's in the areas being impacted, feel free to shoot them our live stream. You know, we'll give good Texas weather information. Again, we focus on Texas. You know, on days when the national channels are focused on Illinois or Tennessee or Kansas, we're here for Texas because we're Texans covering Texas weather, and that's not going to change. So remember, we're here. It doesn't just have to be the day where, you know, Texas has the highest risk. And I'm down here in the mighty fine community of Fredericksburg, Texas. All right, so here's the high-res rapid refresh model at 5 p.m. And again, this model has a line of storms from Ozana to near San Angelo to Robert Lee, Brownwood, sorry, Tracy, to Stephenville. And that line could have wind gusts over 70 miles an hour or higher in spots, in addition to some of these storms still producing very large hail. Here's 6 p.m., 7 p.m., 7 p.m. line of storms approaching Del Rio, Junction, San Saba, Gatesville, Waco. We have isolated storms, maybe with some hail in southeast Texas, northeast Texas, and we have rain and storms about to move back east into DFW. 8 p.m., nasty line of storms. That's going to be from Lampasas, Marble Falls, Fredericksburg, Rock Springs, Del Rio. Storms moving east back into DFW. Probably some storms in Waco. We could have some hailstorms out in southeast Texas, the Brazos Valley, and East Texas. Here's 10 p.m. We'll do 9 p.m. Line of storms, DFW, Waco, Round Rock, Austin, Killeen, Fort Hood, Barney, Comfort, Bandera, Uvalde, Eagle Pass. And we may have storms out ahead of that in the Brazos Valley with hail and lightning. And again, here's 10, Centerville, Bryan, Brenham, San Marcos, San Antonio, down to Uvalde, Eagle Pass. Line of storms moving east-southeast. We still have storms in North Texas. So we are going to be keeping a very, very close eye on things here. And then, by the way, here's midnight. We have activity moving southeast still, line of storms, South Texas into the coastal plains, the coastal bend, southeast Texas. That would have storms in Houston, if they survive, between 2 and 4 a.m. Corpus Christi, 1 to 3 a.m. McAllen to Brownsville, 2 to 4 a.m. So I'll let it loop. And again, you can see we've got storms galore. All right. And again, we're going to be here all day. So again, for those who are, watching this right now, we just went through the timeline. We're going to have a lot of people here through the day asking about their location. Feel free to help answer them if you know the information we gave, because there's a lot of folks coming and going through this. But we're going to be here throughout the day. And by the way, thank you very much again for everyone who is helping us out here today by hitting the like button on the video. If you want to get notified for more Texas weather content, just hit the subscribe button. We're going to be here doing our best to keep you up to date with the latest Texas weather information, because we're Texans helping you with Texas weather. All right. So let's get back to it. And with that, let's take a look at what we have across Texas right now. And again, we're going to have a lot of storms today. So, you just get back? Oh, have fun. Yeah, you've got a while. Ryan, thank you very much for that super chat. Yeah, I'm glad we can help you with storm anxiety. Again, today we do not have a high tornado risk. We're going to have a lot of storms. They're going to be loud. Some of them are going to have a lot of wind, hail, lightning. But again, we'll get you through it A-OK. Now, I will say this. We're going to zoom in here real quick. I want to do a little focus. We're going to highlight an outflow boundary. This is a boundary of rain-cooled air. And what I want you to look at here real quick is how close this storm north of Eastland near Morton Valley is located to this boundary. When we have storms kind of near these boundaries, we have to watch carefully if they're able to latch on and kind of grab the boundary, because if that happens, those boundaries can bring enhanced low-level wind shear. And maybe on a day like this where we have like no low-level wind shear, but on days like this, that could be the little inkling, the little push a storm needs to create what we call a mesoscale accident. It's able to produce a tornado. Now, we're not seeing anything that would suggest that this very... it almost looks like it's right on this boundary. So we're going to have to watch it.
The National Weather Service has issued
Potential
a new severe thunderstorm warning.
Isn't zero.
For
we may get a quick
Gordon,
spin-up
Howard,
tornado here
Mitchell,
north of
and
Eastland.
Scurry County in Texas.
Definitely need to watch that just north of Morton Valley. And today's going to be a day where we're going to have a lot of warnings talk over me. Typically, I try to pause in between warnings, but I'll be honest, I'm not able to look up at the audio meter as frequently as I usually can. So I'll just let the stream audio kind of play over. And again, we'll take a quick look here. This is from Storm Chaser Adam Lucio. This is going to... Let's try that again. I need to fix the key. This is from Storm Chaser Adam Lucio. This is what the storm I just talked about near Morton Valley, that storm on the boundary, looks like. You can see a very turbulent base here. We have no tornado, no indications of it trying to put one down this very instant. But we're going to be watching things very carefully here, just in case. But again, today the tornado threat is low. We're not doing a whole lot of spinny doom stuff. But yeah, a lot of these storms are going to be having hail, having strong winds.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Kent and Stonewall County in Texas.
And again, a big thank you to all the storm chasers out and about helping us with those visuals today. And a big thank you to y'all for helping us, said storm chasers. Those super chats and stars really do help with that. And again, if you're watching us on YouTube, we do this ad-free. You know, we don't have mid-roll ads playing. So, again, we're here for y'all. But let's go ahead. I'm going to press some buttons here again, and we're going to go from west to east talking about the storms we have. And, you know, it's just a big old mess right now in terms of the storms we have. We've got storms out the wazoo. And I'm going to turn some satellite data on just to make it look a little more cute. All right. Put that back over here. And we note very quickly, I'm going to show y'all this. This is here. Before I do anything, let's do one thing. Let me fix the button. So I can show you the Twitter stuff again without it breaking. So give me just a second. All right, there we go. Here's the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. They indicate the threat of increasing damaging wind across the Concho Valley, the Big Country, into portions of southwestern North Texas and the Hill Country over the next few hours. They indicate the most intense storms may produce hail up to the size of baseballs or larger, and we're also going to start to see a damaging wind threat evolve here of 65 to 80 miles an hour with the most intense storms. Again, the tornado risk is very low, with a majority of this activity going through the afternoon. And again, here's the radar. We've got stuff around Colorado City. That's beginning to move southeast finally. So it's still raining in Colorado City, but the big, bad, very mad hail threat is decreasing. Just got a report of 2-inch diameter size hail southeast of Colorado City. We've got reports of street flooding in Colorado City, so heads up to y'all on I-20 around Colorado City. But the worst of that storm's already to the southeast. We still have storms around I-20, though. We've got a storm going up on the east sides of Big Spring. We've got a severe storm moving towards Claremont and Jayden up here on 380 west of Rotan. That's going to be the storm with the potential of up to ping pong ball size hail. So again, we are live streaming coverage this afternoon and will be through the night on Facebook, YouTube, mind blank fart. Back to where we were. Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, X, TikTok, our mobile app, our website. And again, we're doing that so we can get the word out to as many folks as possible about this. Aquaworks Rain Gutters, thank you very much for the super chat. Appreciate the support. And MexGFFG, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate the support as well. And thank you to everyone on Facebook sending stars. DK Misfit, thank y'all as well for the super chat. Yes, today is not a big tornado day at all. This is going to be a lot of hail with these initial storms, and then we're going to be translating into a lot of wind. So it's not a big tornado day. We're on Facebook. You can find us at Texas Storm Chasers, but I do not encourage you to trust Facebook to tell you when we're live, and we're usually only on Facebook lives during tornado warnings. Today, I just turned everything on because I don't care. But usually, if you want to find us, we're most definitely going to be on the magical YouTube. And again, if you're watching on YouTube in the chat comments, you'll also notice we have a program set up now for new weather warnings and updates to weather warnings. The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Eastland and Stevens County in Texas.
So it'll tell you that in the chat, actually, usually well before you're going to hear it on the stream. That's using a direct data feed from the National Weather Service. So that updates almost instantaneously. Heather Helm, thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it. So here is North Texas. DFW, it's raining, and that's it right now. You've got lightning, thunder, and rain in DFW. All right, let's press some buttons here to get it to show warnings, radar. So again, here's what we have radar-wise. DFW, it's wet. It's a wet Mother's Day. There's nothing severe right now near DFW. The risk isn't zero, but we're going to be keeping an eye on it. Catola78, thank you very much. Those of you out in Gilmer, that storm has died faster than my hairline. I will admit, my hairline is a little actual existent right now. The whole Baldy and Chief thing's kind of... I'll admit, I haven't done a big old head shave yet this week. I need to, but until then, is what it is. It's actually, I got a nasty sunburn last weekend, so I've been letting that heal a bit. Sunburn and shaving just doesn't sound particularly pleasant. So, DFW, again, you got lightning, you got thunder, you got rain, that's it. There's nothing else in DFW right now to worry about. Same thing right now for East Texas. You've got some thunderstorms, but those have weakened. You've got some lightning, some rain, etc. If you hear thunder, well, let's rephrase that. When thunder roars, it's time to get your key store indoors. Yes, sir, Bob. Okay, there we go. There's your Baldy and Chiefism of the hour. Back out here, we have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing ping-pong ball size hail. And it may be bigger than that, based on that. Woo! I want to look at that thing. That thing got more attitude than I do when I'm over-caffeinated, and clearly I need more caffeine. Again, this is the storm we've been watching. This is the storm I can show you from meteorologist Jason Cooley. He's traveling right now. His data's a little iffy, but you can see that he most definitely has that storm in view. You can see big, dark, scary clouds, a whole lot of angry data feed, etc. We'll keep an eye on that. I'll just put in the box now. Anyway, here's a look at the view from meteorologist Jason Cooley of that storm southeast of Breckenridge near Brazos Valley. And you can see that thing's mad. And we're keeping an eye on it. Meteorologist Jason notes there is rotation with this. And I could show you on the map where he is. He's going to be on this storm north of Eastland. And you can see we just got a bunch of storms firing up right now in this area. And this thing north of Eastland has big hail moving southeast towards Ranger. So, let's see if we can't find a nice little tech stock camera on Ranger Hill. Trying to find one for y'all real quick. You can see it's pouring rain right now. This is on I-20 southwest of Strawn, the top right camera. Just keeping an eye out here on things. So we'll keep this camera up. That's a pretty good view. And we have meteorologist Jason Cooley on the bottom right. And again, he is on these storms north of Eastland and north of Ranger. And there is a bit of rotation noted with this. We'll keep an eye on it. But again, that's a pretty good hailstorm. Now, out here in Colorado City, this activity continues to meander. And we're going to do our next Futurecast here at 3:25, so in 3 minutes. So here's the activity around Colorado City. We have a flash flood warning in effect around Colorado City, Lake Colorado State Park, up to Snyder. We're going to be keeping a close eye on that activity. We have a storm moving northeast up towards portions of Jayden and Claremont. And then we just have a lot of storm activity, truthfully, across the state. We're going to have plenty more going into the afternoon and evening. Yeah, Ranger Hill, keep an eye on that storm that is out towards Morton Valley. That's heading your way, Ranger. You're kind of going to get it looks like, with maybe some hail, strong winds, maybe some localized flooding. All right. So, coming up now to 3:25, let's go ahead and take a look at what we expect going into the evening hours. We're going to start off with the severe weather outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. I'm going to
The
check
National
something
Weather
on my
Service
end real
has
quick
issued
to
a
make sure
new
we've got
severe
the
thunderstorm
latest.
warning for
Eastland and Erath County in Texas.
And this is the severe weather outlook heading through the afternoon evening hours. You can see we've got the potential, if not the likelihood, of several severe thunderstorms going through the afternoon and evening into tonight. This includes places like North Texas, Central Texas, the Hill Country, the Concho Valley, the Big Country, the Edwards Plateau, the Coastal Plains, Southeast Texas, East Texas. We have an enhancement to that risk in the Hill Country, Central Texas, and the Concho Valley, and areas south and west of DFW for the concern of very large hail and damaging straight-line winds over 75 miles an hour. And then that risk extends south tonight into South Texas, the Texas Gulf Coast, Southeast Texas, etc. But guess what? For those of you worried about tornadoes, here's the tornado risk for today. And again, most of the areas we just talked about being at the highest risk for hail and wind don't really have any tornado risk. Now, that being said, some of the wind damage tonight could resemble that of spin-up tornadoes. So we're going to have to be mindful of that. And if you have wireless emergency alerts enabled on your cell phone, and you should for weather, and you get a warning for destructive severe thunderstorm for, 80-mile-an-hour winds or higher, guess what? Treat it like you would a tornado warning. We could have some very nasty wind going into tonight. So let's go ahead and pop on that super-de-duper awesome blossom high-resolution rapid refresh model. You have an MD. That's funny. Can't hear a word I'm saying. I've been screaming. All right. So let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model going into tonight. And this will give a good timing element of what we have going on. Again, if you're in the YouTube chat, you get those new warning notifications in the comment section. That's real quick, that radar or those warning feeds.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Coke and Nolan County in Texas.
And here is the high-res rapid refresh model for tonight. You can see we have all sorts of nonsense rolling in. And we'll talk about city times in just a second. Oh, that's a nasty-looking storm near Desdemona. Nasty, nasty. I'm going to drink some caffeine water. But again, DFW, we're going to have more storms this evening. The higher severe weather threat, I think, is going to stay south and southwest of DFW. But let's go ahead and just loop this. 6 p.m. 6 p.m., we have storms from near Lake Whitney to Brownwood to San Angelo and Brady down to Ozana. And again, this is going to depend on how fast these storms move. Southeast. We could have some storms also in northeast Texas and east Texas. 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. 8 p.m., line of storms. Denton, Fort Worth, Stephenville. We could have some stuff in Waco, Temple, Fort Hood already, but the main line will still be back around Llano to Marble Falls to Lampasas to Fredericksburg, Kerrville to Rock Springs to Del Rio. And a reason we're concerned, by the way, I'm going to show y'all something I don't usually show. I'm going to show y'all a wind product here. I don't know if this shows wind gusts. There it is. And guess what? I'm going to show you this. Now, this is a product called Wind Gust. This model says some of these storms are going to be throwing out winds higher than 85 miles an hour in localized spots. Most folks are not going to have winds that high. But again, 85 mile an hour winds will mess up your day. So that's why we need to be mindful of that and be mindful that some of these storms could be quite severe with very high winds later. And then here's 8 p.m., leading edge of that line. And again, Llano, it has winds over 75 miles an hour. Fredericksburg, winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour in the strongest storms. Now, this isn't going to be exact, but guess what? Here's 9 p.m., winds 60 to 70, 80 miles an hour in spots here, from Fort Hood and Killeen to Austin, down to New Waverly, Dripping Springs, Junction City, that's not the name, Johnson City, Comfort, and guess what? 10 p.m., I-35, Waco, San Antonio, you're getting rocked. And here's what it looks like on the How Hard It's Raining mode. Big old line. Now, midnight, line is moving through College Station, Tyler, Brenham, just west of Victoria, to Freer and Laredo. And then here's 2 a.m. storms in the South Texas, Southeast Texas. So that is the timeline. And again, for those watching now, when folks join in 20 seconds and ask, is it going to rain on the 8th blade of grass in my backyard at 9:04 p.m.? You can hopefully help answer them, because we're all here for that, right? Helping each other out. So let's get back to what's going on right now. We've got a nasty severe storm now south of Colorado City, moving southeast with up to tennis ball size hail. And wind gusts over 60 to 70 miles an hour. We just had reported tennis ball size hail on Highway 208 southeast of Colorado City. Reports of a lot of tennis ball size hail. So there's your big bad very mad. This storm southeast of Colorado City probably producing at least tennis ball size hail. That's moving southeast. towards Robert Lee, Fort Chadburn, and eventually Bront, Edith, Silver, Maryneal. This storm's going to be moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour with right now up to tennis ball size hail. Londo, thank you. DFW, flight departing at 8:26 p.m. Yeah, I'd be a bit concerned. You're probably going to have some delays. Now, let me loop this so y'all can at least see what is going on here. You can see that. And it's still raining. Big Spring, Snyder, Jane. And we have storms in plenty of places. If I'm not talking about storms near you, that's because your storms aren't dropping mega hail or crazy winds. Here's storms around Breckenridge, down to Ranger, down to Desdemona. And again, we're going to have plenty of nonsense going on from all this. Meteorologist Jason Cooley is dropping southeast to the storm southeast of Ranger. Camera you're watching is just west of Strawn there on Highway 16 near Ranger. And that's going to be moving... All these storms eventually are going to be moving southeast, but right now, clearly, this whole mess is kind of just meandering around. Ranger, you're about to have an ouch in the hail department. Tiffin, same thing. A lot of hail about to fall in Tiffin to Ranger. Would not want to be on Interstate 20 around the Ranger rest stops or up on Ranger Hill, going east of Cisco, southwest of Highway 281. Really, I mean, I guess if you want to be brave and go out to Highway 108, that's fine. But eventually, this is all going to be what starts moving southeast. And eventually, that could be what moves into Stephenville down the road. Oh, time to have my 3 p.m. stretch yawn. But again, we're going to have a lot of storms going this evening. The next few hours will have the highest hail sizes, while storms are kind of discrete. And then eventually, this activity is going to form a huge lineup move southeast tonight. Brian, I am sorry you got diverted to Houston from DFW. I'm going to be honest, dude. You might be in for a long day. Once we get this big line of storms, it's going to cut off a lot of the arrival routes into DFW. So, maybe the air in Houston a while. I'm sorry, but if you were here when we showed the high-res rapid refresh model, there's going to be a line of storms solid from Mexico to probably almost Oklahoma, moving southeast. So, here's DFW, and again, we do have some storms. We've got lightning, we've got rain, and that's it. You know, there's no hail with these storms at DFW right now. The storm maybe near Louisville might have pea-size hail. That's it. And this activity is moving off to the east at about 20 to 30 miles per hour. All right, East Texas. We had that severe storm near Gilmer earlier. That evaporated, so that's fine. This activity, Carthage to Jacksonville, none of these are severe right now. They have lightning, heavy rain, and that's about it. Reports of baseball-size hail now on Highway 208. 17 miles southeast of Colorado City, 20 miles northwest of Robert Lee. Let's go back to that storm now. And again, Robert Lee, that storm just northwest of you. We're getting baseballs being flung out by the storm on Highway 208. And that is going to be moving southeast in your general vicinity. So we're going to have to keep a close eye on that. But those of you in Robert Lee, I'd start getting ready for some hail. Maybe with some luck, this will stay north of town a bit. But is definitely not going to be a pleasant experience going on 153 between Sweetwater and Robert Lee to Bront, including Blackwell, over the next while. All right. So let's take a look at some other storms. And again, if we're not talking about stuff near you, that's good. Now, out here, Big Lake, you've got some storms going up right now.
Texas
This
local
activity near
storm
Big
report
Lake
from
could try
18
to
miles
intensify
south of
on the
Lorain
quick
in Mitchell
side.
County,
If it ends up
Texas.
developing, we'll keep a very
estimated
close eye on that. But
2.75
again,
inches.
we even have some activity down in
Reported by Train
Sanderson.
Spotter.
And by 6
Additional
p.m., we're probably going to have a
information,
solid line
multiple
from
moving
northwest of
reports
Del
of
Rio
tennis
to
to
San
baseball size
Angelo
hail along
to
TX Highway
So
208 10 miles
prepare
NW of
yourselves.
Silver.
It's about to get rowdier than rowdy. And those of you in Blackwell to Maryneal to Chadburn, you are now under a destructive thunderstorm warning for this storm dropping baseballs. And again, if you're in these areas, you just got your wireless emergency alert if you've got them enabled. And if you don't, you should probably enable them for weather alerts. And this storm, again, is moving east-southeast about 22 miles an hour towards Blackwell, Highway 153 and 70 and 277, with the worst staying north of 158 for now. Eventually, that's going to be an issue, though. Now, let's go back out east. We have a couple of severe storms. From Ranger to Desdemona, those are going to be moving off. I mean, technically, right now, the one south of Straw near Desdemona is almost stationary, drifting northeast. Those of you in Ranger, that storm's moving southeast to come drop hail on you. So, that's just not going to be pleasant. North Texas. Showers and storms continue. We're just keeping a close eye on things here. Looks like DFW's already up to 3-hour flight delays. That's unfortunate. And that is far done. Well, that probably won't be the last of it. Clearly, my words and I don't get along, so it must be time to stand up and stretch. So, camera, you and I, or you can follow me. I'm going to actually try something here. I'm going to switch to a Bluetooth wireless microphone. So give me just... This is truthfully going to be so I can just stand up and y'all can still hear me. So, let's just switch this. And let's see, can y'all hear me? Y'all should probably be able to hear me just fine. At the audio quality, maybe a little better than what you were hearing otherwise. We'll see. But again, it is 3:41 p.m. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Bully-in-Chief David-Reimer. We're covering some pretty rowdy weather ongoing across portions of North Texas this afternoon into the Big Country, Eastern Permian Basin, and all that is going to result in the potential for a busy evening. So I'm going to stand up. The camera's going to follow me. And unlike last time, y'all should still be able to hear me just fine, which is nice. So I can actually stand up and stretch. So we'll see. Maybe I'll just start using these lapel mics more often. But, oh. Anywho, we definitely do have a pretty nasty looking cluster of storms right now moving across portions of the big country. They'll be moving towards the Concho Valley along with portions of southwestern North Texas. So those of you in Stephenville, heads up, you'll be dealing with it here sooner rather than later. Ranger, you've got hail rolling in. Desdemona, you've got some hail. Those of you out east of Morden Valley, you've got hail. It's going to be moving east of Morden Valley shortly. Breckenridge, the storm that was up near y'all, has been eaten kind of by these storms on I-20. So that is good for y'all. Out here near Colorado City, we have more storms rolling in with some small hail. We've got storms with baseball-size hail making their way down towards Blackwell, Fort Chadbourne, north of Bront. So far, it's staying north of Robert Lee, but Robert Lee, heads up, depending on how far southwest this activity makes it, it is going to have the potential of producing some hail in Robert Lee as well. Looks like we have a severe thunderstorm warning update for this activity near Ranger out towards north of De Leon, south of Strom to northwest of Stephenville. This is going to be now warned for 2-inch diameter size hail. That's about the size of an Easter egg. And localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. So again, this is a nasty looking storm out here on Highway 16, south of I-20, north of Highway 6. And we're going to be keeping a close eye on things as activity continues. So we most definitely will be doing that. I have 12 monitors around me. That's why I'm looking around. Kind of wondering why I didn't have a big old monitor up here. Should have. But I suppose if I want to be super duper effective, I could just do this. Hi, camera. It's close enough. So, we'll let the camera continue looking at me here. I can look down a little less on y'all at this point. But we are going to be dealing with, again, the potential for rowdy thunderstorms. So, let's go over the timeline once again using that super high-resolution rapid refresh model as soon as I find my mouse. And we're going to press this. We're going to press that. We're going to hit that. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Uh-oh. That's an uh-oh spaghetti-o moment for you if I've ever seen one. All right, so let's go back to this. We'll hit that and say, yay. All right. So, we're going to load this up. Press that button. And again, you can see we are expecting storms that are going to move southeast over the next, well, several hours across the southeastern half of Texas. So those of you in Austin to San Antonio, let's do this. We're going to say Austin, you're going to have storms probably by 9 p.m. San Antonio, 9 to 10. Houston, you could have storms rolling in as soon as 2 a.m., it looks like. Well, the main line, you might have some isolated storms in the area sooner than that. Corpus Christi, same thing, about 2 a.m. for the main line of storms. Brownsville, let's say 1 to 3. Kerrville to Fredericksburg to Llano, the potential by 7 p.m. at this point. DFW, that rain from this morning really may have stabilized things. So y'all in DFW may not actually have all that much to deal with in terms of severe storms, but you definitely are going to have the potential for some very heavy rain. And lightning. All right, let's go ahead and get back to something I want to look at. We're going to sit back down here. There you go, camera. Let's go ahead and look at what's now a pretty nasty looking storm. And that's going to be the one approaching Edith west of Robert Lee. So let's go ahead and look at that in the real time. And this storm's showing some pretty nasty indications of mischief right now. Approaching Highway 158. Again, what I'm looking at here is this signal approaching areas just west of Edith. And what I don't like is that the radar is showing wind gusts well over 80 miles an hour with this little hook echo on 158. Now, it's possible this thing may try to spin up a quick tornado out here near Highway 158, but I'm definitely concerned about the damaging wind potential with it as it moves southeast. And this is the same storm that dropped baseball-sized hail northwest of Robert Lee and northwest of Silver on Highway 208. So this storm is going to be moving southeast now at about 20 miles an hour. And you can see that little appendage right there with quite a bit of very strong winds, hail, and heavy rain. And all this, yeah, it's moving right down towards San Angelo. And it is going to storm in San Angelo. So heads up, Robert Lee, that storm's riding down Highway 208 right towards y'all. It's taking a hard south turn. Farther southwest, we have storms rapidly developing now, southwest of Big Lake. That storm has the potential of producing hail now. And quite a bit of damaging winds. Now, here's a view from storm chaser Alex Bartholomew of that storm near Robert Lee, and you can see it's a pretty photogenic storm there. You can see a lot of rain. No real indications of a low-level rotational structure with this, just a lot of wind, rain, and hail. It's a pretty view, nice wide-angle view as well. So thanks to storm chaser Alex Bartholomew for that. Keeping a close eye on this storm activity as well. So Big Lake, you may have some issues soon with hail. And then we're watching this storm near Robert Lee. This might be the first candidate of the day. To produce maybe a tornado warning. We'll see west of Robert Lee. But that storm is moving southeast with quite a bit of heavy rain, hail, damaging winds, and it is showing a little bit of rotation. Otherwise, farther north, Colorado City, flash flood warning continues, and we definitely have quite a bit of heavy rain still in the vicinity of Colorado City. Maybe some hail now back on I-20 near Westbrook again. We'll be keeping a very close eye on that. Out here in North Texas, the big country, severe storms from Ranger Hill, Strawn, all the way south towards Desdemona. That those storms starting to move more southeasterly, but they're still only doing it at about 5 miles an hour. We're going to have a flash flood issue out here on I-20 around Ranger to Strawn on Highway 16. Those of you north of De Leon. Abilene, not anything going on in Abilene right now, minus a few showers, thankfully. DFW, starting to see a little bit of a increase in intensity with storms out here. Seeing this storm over the southeast sides of Louisville, moving towards Addison and the Colony. Could have some small hail with that right now, maybe up to the size of dimes. And that's going to be moving off to the east-northeast at about 20 to 30 miles an hour.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Reagan and Upton County in Texas.
All right. So again, it's going to be a stormy evening as a lot of storms move southeast across the state, but we're going to be here for it. We're probably going to be here most of the day, if not the rest of the day. That's why at times you may not hear me talk, just looking around. Don't take it personally, but, we're here for the long haul, so I'm just staying situationally aware. All right, we're going to have a new severe storm and tornado warning. Stand by. We're going to have to deal with this now. It's going to be a tornado warning that does include the city of Robert Lee.
Your attention, please. The National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning for
Coke County in Texas.
We've got a tornado warning now. This is going to be out in portions of Coke County. This is going to be for a possible developing tornado near Highway 158 and Ranch Road 2059 or near E.V. Spence Reservoir near Paint Creek Recreation Area, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. This tornado warning, by definition, does include the community of Robert Lee, Bront, Shawville, Tennyson. This storm is also capable of producing up to tennis ball to baseball size hail as it moves southeast, and this also includes Edith. Now, I think the tornadic portion of this is going to stay west of Robert Lee unless it takes a hard east turn, but we are definitely going to be keeping a very close eye on this. So again, this is a tornado warning now out in Coke County, out here in the Concho Valley. This is north of San Angelo. This does include the community of Robert Lee. This includes places like Edith, Bront, Shawville, Tennyson, with the highest tornado threat currently west of Highway 208 on Highway 158. Specifically, tornado threat right now is about 8 miles west of Robert Lee. Circulation is just south of Highway 158, west of Paint Creek Road by about 2 miles, very near the intersection of 158 and FM 2059. And again, this tornado warning does go until 4:45 p.m. I'm not sure we'll need a warning that long for a tornado, but we'll see. And the Weather Service at San Angelo has this moving off towards the southeast at about 25 miles an hour. So again, like I said, we are still monitoring these nasty-looking storms. For most, we're not going to have tornado issues today, but the tornado risk is a little higher right now in the Big Country and Concho Valley because of an outflow boundary that was able to move south from those morning storms in North Texas. Now, the severe weather outlook, we're going to have a lot of damaging winds and hail moving southeast across the southeastern two-thirds of Texas tonight. In fact, I'm going to have storms moving through where I am, which is going to provide an interesting coverage element because, well, one, got to make sure we have some redundancies in place, and I do. I'm on a hardline fiber connection right now, but I've also got a cellular backup and Starlink. Power-wise, if we lose power, well, I can at least get, a couple computers on and continue live coverage with that, hopefully. But you're going to get to see me running around like a
The National Weather
rooster
Service
with its
has
head
issued
cut
a
off
new
for
severe
a few
thunderstorm
minutes
warning
during that, if that
for
happens. But
Howard
that's all
and
right. You
Mitchell
know what?
County
We
in
are here. We
Texas.
are good to go. Technology and I am, yeah, so. All right, San Angelo, yes, you're going to have a problem with severe storms by 5 to 6 p.m. Abilene, you're good for now. Those of you from north of Highway 180, Haskell, Aspermont, you're fine for now. You've got storms in your area. Those may have a bit of a hail risk. And we're going to be keeping a close eye
on all of it as we continue to deal with thunderstorm activity over the next several hours. All right, there we go with that. So, Stephenville, you're going to be dealing with storms here in the next while. And I see we now have Storm Chaser Bob Park with us. I need to see where Mr. Bob is located. I believe he is in Dublin. So again, big thank you to the storm chasers we have today helping to provide us visuals. Thank you to everyone who is joining us today. All right, we got a report of a tornado now with the storm west of Robert Lee. Might be an uncondensed tornado, so we could have a weak tornado in progress right now west of Robert Lee, near Highway 158. Very near Edith. That's going to be very near Highway 158 and Fields Lane. And that storm is going to be moving southeast. So again, we do have a report of a tornado with this storm now from Storm Chaser Alex Bartholomew west of Robert Lee. And again, unless this thing takes a hard east turn, this is going to stay west of Robert Lee. The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Scurry County in Texas.
Most comparable or the last comparable risk I guess I can give is that storm a few years ago where we had that real nasty tornado west and south of Robert Lee. Right now, it's kind of in the same areas. This looks like a situation where Robert Lee may get the hail, and then we may end up with the tornado staying west of town. But Robert Lee, y'all out in the reservoir, still under a tornado warning, so stay in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet, if you got one handy. If not, it's okay, but I'd expect Robert Lee to mostly get the hail issue. Thank you, Jason. And yeah, Storm Chaser Alex Bartholomew reported a area of strong rotation aloft with dust under that bowl being strongly rotated around on the ground. So that's what we call an uncondensed tornado, where you don't see a solid, condensed cloud from the surface up. But in this case, that's where we had a quick spin-up circulation. And based on the radar, you can definitely see that here. I'll freeze it. And again, you can see how that little hook has been able to wrap around right there. Which way the wind's blowing mode, there you go. You've got your very strong area of rotation. We've got winds moving towards the radar in San Angelo at about 90 miles an hour. Winds moving away at about 30. So again, that's how you end up with one of these spin-up tornadoes here west of town. So this is moving southeast. If you're at the reservoir, you're going to want to be in a safe place. I think the reservoir is probably not going to have to deal with a tornadic issue, but there is definitely very strong winds out by the reservoir northwest of Robert Lee, and that's going to be moving southeast towards Robert Lee along with very large hail. And for what it's worth, this whole storm is going to move south into Tom Green County here in the next hour. So those of you in San Angelo, this storm's going to come down and say hello, and it's probably still going to pack quite a punch in the hail and wind department. Big Lake, you've got a storm firing up. Y'all could begin hail out in Big Lake here soon. Heavy rain and hail with that. Oh, I see where Bob is. Bob was in Brownwood. Ooh, poor Bob. His alternator went out. Stinks. All right, so we'll have a visual soon from Storm Chaser Bob Park as well. He was in Brownwood, so I am going to assume, is going to skedaddle up 67 towards Stephenville. Maybe not. He might go west. We'll see. But either way, we'll get some good visuals from Bob. And we also have visuals from Storm Chaser Jason Cooley. At times, we got to see some of that earlier. So let me get some cameras set up for y'all. We can get one out in Big Lake, probably. We're going to get some set up in San Angelo as well. For Big Lake, it's mostly going to see if we end up seeing some big hail. But again, tornado warning continues for Coke County until 4:45 p.m. It's going to be for a circulation that's still west of Robert Lee. But I want to point out, we have some very damaging winds moving southeast into Robert Lee. In fact, I'm going to start focusing more on that than the tornado risk. I think the tornado threat was probably quite short-lived and a spin-up. Those of you in Robert Lee, you've got some nastiness rolling southeast into town right now. In fact, I'll show you here on the magical iPad. Again, here is a little earlier. Let me get the feed going again. I'll be able to show you in a little more detail. And again, you can see we have some very strong winds moving southeast into Robert Lee. We have winds of over 80 miles an hour indicated on Highway 208 near the reservoir, about to move southeast into Robert Lee and across the reservoir. So those of you in Robert Lee, you have some very damaging winds. Could be hurricane force winds about to roll southeast into town. So we need you to be in a safe place, away from windows. And heads up, this could also have wind-driven hail. Those of you in DFW, the only thing going on right now is some showers with heavy rain and lightning. Maybe some very small pea-sized hail at times, but nothing going on in DFW right now. So heads up, this storm near Robert Lee is going to move down towards Tom Green County. If not Tom Green County, it's going to make its way towards Reynolds County. Now, let's go back to Stephenville. Stephenville's about to have an unpleasant time. Sorry, Stephenville, but it's kind of just the way life goes. This storm north of De Leon is going to move southeast towards Stephenville. So, Stephenville, you could have some storms rolling in here in the next 20 to 40 minutes. You've already got lightning in Stephenville. I mean, y'all are getting pelted in Stephenville with lightning right now. You've got a developing storm just southwest of town. That's probably going to try to make it into town. And again, these storms have been producing hail larger than the size of golf balls. And we could see some localized damaging wind gusts over 60 to 70 miles an hour as well as some very heavy rain and lightning. There's no issues with tornadoes out here right now. Keeping an eye on this storm northwest of Dublin. So heads up, Stephenville, you are going to be dealing with storms probably in the next 20 minutes at least. Dublin, same thing, and these storms could pack quite a punch. And eventually, we expect storms are going to start to fill in out here and form a solid line. That hasn't happened yet, but it probably will happen in the next hour or two. Those of you in Robert Lee, heads up, you've got some very damaging winds about to move southeast into town, including the reservoir. DFW, nothing going on DFW right now. We'll probably see some storms roll in from the west later with the highest risk for damaging winds and maybe some hail southwest of DFW. All right. So let's make sure we don't lose situational awareness. Big Lake, you've got hail heading your way. We're keeping a close eye on meteorologist Jason Cooley's stream. Jason is located near Desdemona on this storm activity just northwest of Stephenville. He's going to cut south towards the storm, probably that is going to be closer to Highway 6 near Dublin. Yes, Fredericksburg and Doss. Yep, good for y'all for getting ready. Make sure you're following the Gillespie County Emergency Management, Fredericksburg Gillespie County Emergency Management page there for social media weather updates, and I'd recommend doing that for wherever you live, too. Follow your local city and county. But good for y'all in Dawson, Fredericksburg getting ready. Robert Lee, again, you're just about to get pummeled by very strong winds. The radar is right, so heads up with that. Again, this is what it looks like on this radar product here. Robert Lee, you could have winds over 90 miles an hour approaching. Here's what it looks like on a different view. This is Robert Lee again, winds near 90 to 100 miles an hour, showing up a few thousand feet above the surface. So Robert Lee, very strong winds heading in your direction with this storm. And again, this is more of a damaging wind threat versus tornado threat now, but the nasty wind could easily be comparable to that of a weak tornado. So let's get back to the magical view. All right. Check some data here. And we're going to go over the timeline again in just a minute. But it's fair to say if you live in the southeastern half of Texas, it's going to storm tonight, and some of those storms are going to have very damaging winds and hail. Appreciate everyone watching. Dublin.
The National Weather Service
I'm not worried
has
about a
issued
tornado in
new
Dublin
severe
right
thunderstorm
now.
warning for
Erath County in Texas.
You have hail, you have wind, and you have a whole lot of lightning. All right, it's going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning for portions of, I'll just read the warning. For Erath County until 5:15, severe storm near Huckabee or 11 miles northwest of Stephenville, moving southeast at 25. Potential for golf ball size hail, damaging winds over
Texas
60 miles an
local
hour.
storm
And that's
report
the view
from
next
Robert
to
Lee in
me
Coke
from
County,
meteorologist Jason
Texas.
Cooley. He is approaching Dublin, and you
Thunderstorm
can
wind gust
see it
magnitude
is a
estimated
dark and
60
stormy
miles per
day
hour.
with plenty of hail
Reported by Fire
and
Department
rain.
/rescue.
So heads up, Stephenville, Dublin, y'all are going to be getting in on the storms in the next 15 minutes. Potential for quite a bit of hail, very strong winds, heavy rain, and lightning. And this is the beginning of all this that's going to start moving southeast this evening. We're going to get a big old line out here in the next couple hours that'll move southeast across the hill country, central Texas, southern North Texas, Edwards Plateau, etc. I just noticed the weather stream is frozen. Well, shiver my timbers and say, let's fix that. Looks like the weather stream on the weather computer side crashed. Well, we'll get that fixed lickety-split. All right, let's get that fixed. And this is why I have 12 monitors next to me. To look over and see random things like that. So, that's all right. We'll just get that reset real quick. We'll press some buttons. We'll say zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. Yay, 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 my name is Dave. All right. Got that all fixed. And we do have a 24/7 live stream, by the way, on YouTube you can find. We'll see if Jason gets any big hail out of this. Jason's keeping a very close eye on the updraft region of the storm near Dublin. Let's just go to Jason's shot real quick. And here's Jason's shot. This is meteorologist Jason Cooley. I'll pop my beautiful head on here. And you can see that Jason above me, you can see the updraft region. You can see a lot of hail and rain. We're looking to see if we have any hail bouncing off the ground there from meteorologist Jason. You wouldn't be able to see it too easily because, well, they're driving down the highway. But we are keeping a very close eye on things. You can see all that hail looking just northwest of Dublin. That's rolling southeast towards Dublin. And that's going to have the potential of quite a bit of hail, damaging winds, heavy rain, and all that stuff that just makes for an unpleasant day. Back to the radar. We'll keep his box up as well. Again, tornado warning does continue for Coke County around Robert Lee. We had a circulation with a brief tornado earlier near 158. That's gone. This is definitely gone outflow dominant now, and you can see a whole lot of wind being pushed out from this storm near Robert Lee. Robert Lee, you could begin winds over 70 to 80 miles an hour right now. That's going to ride down Highway 208 and move southeast towards 277 in Bront. This is going to be moving towards northeastern portions of Tom Green and Ballinger counties. Reynolds County. And that's where we're going to have a new severe thunderstorm warning being issued for. Look at my impeccable timing. It's like I know what
the
I'm
National
doing
Weather
sometimes.
Service
Well,
has issued a new
have
severe
fooled me.
thunderstorm warning for
Coke, Nolan, Runnels, and Taylor County in Texas.
Ooh, that's a spooky shot. All right, so severe thunderstorm warning just came out. This is for areas south of Abilene, Lawn, Winters, Ballinger, Miles, Bront. Everybody around there, you have severe thunderstorm warning up to tennis ball size hail, damaging winds over 70, and this is part of that line that is starting to form, and that's going to move east-southeast. Dublin, farther east. We'll take a look at you in a minute. You're about to have an ouchies. Looks like we had a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust reported in Robert Lee by the fire department. DFW, you're more likely than not to have a lot of thunder and lightning today. You could have some hail and wind tonight with storms, but you're probably
the National
okay. You
Weather
might have some
Service
flood.
has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Dickens, Kent, King, and Stonewall County in Texas.
Check out the view from near Dublin. You can see all the wind pushing out the storm near Dublin, that very scary cloud base, a lot of hail and wind back in that. And that, again, is going to be a severe storm near Dublin. And that's going to be, again, moving southeast towards Dublin. So heads up to y'all in the amazing town of Dublin. Save some Dr. Pepper for me, will ya? Granbury, you're fine for now. Again, DFW, it is raining, it is storming, and real quick, I'm going to run and grab a beverage. So give me just a second. You're not going to see and hear me for a minute. Meteorologist Jason Cooley near Dublin, and we'll be back with live severe weather coverage in just a moment.
Texas local storm report from 4 miles west-northwest of Robert Lee in Coke County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.50 inches. Reported by amateur radio.
All right, folks, I'm back. Sorry. So we are going to be keeping a very close eye on things. Meteorologist Jason Cooley has a nice view. That's going to be coming
Garza
out of
Kent County
the
in Texas.
Dublin area. That's with a severe storm southwest of Stephenville. Now, Stephenville, y'all are going to get clobbered as well. But the worst of the hail does look to be passing just southwest of Stephenville right now. Another one of these cases where those of you on 67 southwest of Stephenville down towards Dublin may get some really big hail. It's not going to be as big as the hail we saw 10 years ago with that crazy storm that ended up moving over Chalk Mountain up towards DFW. And then we had tornadoes on I-35W in Johnson County later that night. But this could be some golf ball size hail at least, with the potential of damaging winds. And the potential will increase for big old angry damaging winds here in the next while. You can see Jason's shot. We'll just take a look together, because why the heck not? You can see pretty impressive looking storm with that. You can see a big old area of hail, rain, wind. It's just nasty. We're going to be keeping a very close eye on that. There's my camera. All right, where's that USB cord? I bet I threw the USB cord on the window. All right, y'all hold on just a second. You're not going to see me. You'll keep hearing me. I'm plugging in another camera, so whenever I look over here, I can actually keep y'all in my viewpoint. But again, Dublin, Stephenville, hail incoming. Robert Lee, honestly, I really am not all that concerned about a tornado in Robert Lee right now. I'm more concerned about damaging winds. That being said, tornado warning remains in effect until 4:45 out here for Polk County. So, I mean, respect the polygon, but there's a lot of damaging winds. Robert Lee, it's going to be down Highway 208 all the way south towards almost Tom Green County. And again, severe thunderstorm warning goes all the way out towards Winters, Ballinger, Miles, Lawn. This whole big old cluster here is going to start moving off the southeast pretty darn quick. Big Lake, we got some hail. And we got all sorts of nonsense going on. We've got, I'll just turn on the regional radar so y'all can see. Out here in North Texas, we have storms in DFW that are not severe. No big hail, no big wind, etc. We have plenty of rain. We have plenty of lightning. Maybe some very small hail, but otherwise it's just raining in DFW. There's nothing else going on right now. East Texas, you've quieted down for now. And then it's just this nasty activity going on out here from north of San Angelo to Stephenville. We got rain in West Texas. We got rain up in Northwest Texas with lightning and thunder. We're doing okay for now. We're going to continue. Quite a while. We're going to be here the rest of the day. So, let's get this turned back on. Set this up real quick. But again, we do have a tornado warning till 4:45 for Polk County. Worst is through Robert Lee now. Robert Lee, you're getting blasted with wind, but the worst is through. Expect flash flooding on streets. That storm's now moving south towards, San Angelo to Ballinger. And then we've got a nasty storm about to roll into Dublin with very large hail, damaging winds, quite a bit of heavy rain. And we're going to have a big old line of storms moving southeast across Texas tonight. North Texas, you kind of maybe a little spared from the activity earlier because we had those storms move through this morning. But we're going to have to keep an eye on it, you know? You never know. And again, we're keeping an eye on meteorologist Jason Cooley's live stream. And with that, we're able to show you it's a scary looking storm. You know, it's definitely got some attitude. It's definitely got some oomph. And with that, we're going to be keeping a very close eye on it over the next several hours. And again, Jason is going to be located in Dublin, where he will be likely intercepting some of the hail core from this, honestly. So we are definitely going to have a good eye on that. Stephenville, you've got rain moving in right now. Worst of the hail will be on 67 southwest of Stephenville down towards the Dublin area. After that, those of you in Purves to Carlton to Olin to Hico, this is going to start moving southeast towards y'all, and we're going to have to keep a close eye on it as it does so. The potential for golf ball size hail, localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. And then out here into portions of Coke County. Again, tornado warning technically goes until 4:45 p.m. This storm does not really look tornadic. You know, this thing has a pretty good outflow signature, an outflow boundary running south out of it. There's definitely damaging winds. Could be over 60 to 70, even maybe 75 miles an hour. Seeing a pretty good wind signature right now just south of Robert Lee. That's going to be moving southeast at about 20 miles an hour. And eventually, it looks like we're probably going to see storms unzip along this outflow boundary as it moves southeast towards San Angelo. All right, let's take a look at our timeline for storms this evening. The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Reagan County in Texas.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. Clear everything off the screen.
Hudspeth County in Texas. Texas local storm report from 5 miles north of Dublin in Erath County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by public.
Again, this is just going to show you the general timeline. Things may be a little
1 inch
quicker than what is shown, but the overall estimate is, yeah, we're going to have storms rolling through Austin, San Antonio by 10 p.m. I'll go ahead and pause it here. We'll go back. Again, this is just a model estimate of what radar may look like at 6. San Angelo, it has storms. Holy lightning, mother of mercy. That was spooky. Storms by 6 in San Angelo, but again, it may be faster than that. It also has storms from Brownwood to Hamilton to Clifton by 6 p.m. Northwest of Del Rio. Cooley, meteorologist Jason Cooley's in Dublin, and they're getting pelted with lightning right now. We'll go ahead and fast forward. This is going to be 8 p.m. Line of storms from Del Rio to Rock Springs, Junction to north of Fredericksburg, up near Willow City, to Fort Hood and Killeen, over towards Temple, Belton, Rosebud. A couple isolated storms possible in southeast Texas. Also, a couple of stronger storms moving east into DFW with quite a bit of lightning, heavy rain, maybe some hail, and gusty winds. 9 p.m., storms moving into Austin, Temple, Georgetown, Waco. It's storming in DFW, maybe some isolated storms in southeast Texas. By 10 p.m., it's raining in DFW. That is a tractor. It's raining in central Texas, San Antonio, storms rolling through. Could be strong winds, damaging winds, hail. Nasty storm near Uvalde down to Eagle Pass. Here's 11 p.m. to midnight. By midnight, storms rolling through. Check this out, though. Meteorologist Jason Cooley's shot. Let me get rid of the... You can see, check out the grass. You can see the wind direction there. You can see the spooky clouds movements. And again, there's a lot of cloud movement up there. These storms are going to have a lot of wind with them, especially going into this evening as they move southeast. Pretty good hail core showing up just northwest of Dublin, southwest of Stephenville. You can see that's a nasty-looking storm for sure. You can even see the greens.
Local storm report from 1 mile southwest of Robert Lee in Coke County, Texas. Hail magnitude
clouds moving left to right.
1.00 inch.
Keep an eye on
Reported
that.
by
Again, we're
public.
not concerned about a tornado
Additional
issue at
information.
this time,
Report from
but near
Porter,
Dublin. But a
one
lot of
each.
hail, especially just southwest of Stephenville to Dublin. Could be a lot of hail, up to the size of golf balls, and damaging winds. We'll keep an eye on that. But again, here's the high-rise rapid refresh model at midnight. Storms moving into South Texas, Southeast Texas. Here's 2 a.m. Storms approaching Corpus Christi, Houston, Livingston. Down to South Texas. Yeah, that's a nasty storm around Dublin right now, with the potential of some very big hail, damaging winds, and heavy rain. All right, so that's what the thing looks like tonight. I'll loop this a couple times since I've been more ADHD than usual. So the general expectation is we're going to have a pretty nasty line of storms take shape going into this evening, late this afternoon, by dinner time in this evening. That's going to move southeast across the southeastern half of Texas, with the most intense of those storms producing damaging winds over 75 miles an hour. We could have large hail. The biggest hail threats right now with storms, while they're semi-discrete, there could be tennis ball size hail with that in spots. Maybe a tornado or two over the next hour or two while storms are discrete. Otherwise, a lot of lightning and heavy rain. Again, the storm near Dublin is Maine.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Terrell County in Texas.
So here's radar. And again, we're going to have, we already have plenty going on, but we're going to have more. San Angelo, you could have storms over the next couple of hours.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe
And if y'all
thunderstorm
want
warning for
to shoot social
Taylor
or pictures or
Knox
videos
County
our
in
way, the
Texas.
best way to do it would be if you're on X or whatever you're on, really. You can just tag us at TX Storm Chasers or Texas Storm Chasers. On Facebook, you can post in the Texas Storm Chasers community group. Coke County, you're technically under a tornado warning for another 10 minutes, but really there's not been a tornado risk in Coke County for the last 20 at least. You have a lot of damaging straight line winds from, Robert Lee down to Tennyson to Orient, north of San Angelo. Y'all have a lot of damaging winds, a lot of rain, a pretty nasty hail core over Fort Chadbourne right now. That's going to move southeast towards Ballinger. Storms, we've got plenty of storms firing up. Eastern Panhandle, Northwest Texas, those could have some heavy rain, lightning, maybe some hail. Not a tornado risk. We have storms in DFW and Northeast Texas. At the moment, all they have is lightning and heavy rain. So we're going to really be watching the Concho Valley Hill Country going into the next several hours as these storms start moving southeast in this very unstable atmosphere. Look how clear it is out here this afternoon versus, DFW, North Texas. We had those storms this morning. You've got more storms now, so it's a more rain-cooled air mass up there versus, Del Rio, Austin, Waco, San Antonio, Fredericksburg, Brady, Brownwood. So that's why these storms right now around San Angelo, we're expecting them to form into a cluster that's going to move southeast going into tonight. Well, this evening and tonight, and some of those storms are going to push out really stinking strong winds. We'll go back to the real-time radar. Again, tornado warning technically continues for Coke County until 4:45. We're not seeing any sort of a tornadic circulation right now with this. You can see the outflow boundary, or the rain-cooled air, has pushed out well ahead of the storm. We are seeing the potential for a lot of damaging winds. Could be over 70 miles an hour. Could have hail up to the size of tennis balls. Severe storms will be moving into Reynolds County, far southern portions of Taylor County over the next 30 minutes, with damaging winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour. The potential for up to tennis ball size hail. Heavy rain that could cause street flooding. Pretty nasty hail core right now. Again, just east of Fort Chadbourne. That's moving towards Winters and Hatchell there on Highway 83, and eventually Ballinger. For those of you wanting to know, we have an app. It's called Texas Storm Chasers. You can go download it where you download apps to your device. We have an update going out over Apple that should fix the primary radar. I believe it was submitted Friday night, so it should be going out tomorrow. I'll check now, though. Maybe it's already been pushed out. So those of you who have our app, make sure you look for an update. I don't see it on my end yet, so it's probably Apple devices. It'll probably be out tomorrow, and that should fix the issue with the radar and stuff, and everything will be back to normal and happy. But you can also watch our live coverage there in the app as well. All right, back out here into North Texas. We have plenty of storms going on in Eastland County. Nothing severe with that right now, outside of maybe a little bit of hail. Nasty hail are moving into Dublin right now, areas southwest of Stephenville. Pretty good surge of wind as well. And that's all going to start moving more south-southeast towards Hiko, eventually places like Purves, Alexander, Claret, Olin, Lampkin, Gustine, and eventually Hamilton. And if y'all tag us on social media for photo or video use, let us know. We can use the video on our live stream, and let us know where you're, the time and, well, where you are or where you're looking. Old Media Guide, thanks for that membership gift, and congrats to those who are now members on the YouTube channel. All right. Let me zoom out again. DFW, I know it's storming. And James, thank you for that. All right, so this is going to be a view from James Bunks Kepner. Hold on, let me go back. I know I'm bad at pronunciations. This is going to be the Robert Lee storm from the Reynolds County line. And again, this is going to be from James Bucks Kempner. Big thank you to him for allowing us to use this. And again, you can see all that dust being blown out by the storms. We'll go back to the first image here. Again, you can see that's all the dust. Again, that's the Robert Lee storm from the Reynolds County line. So thanks to James for allowing us to show y'all a view of what's going on from his neck of the woods. We'll be keeping a very close eye on all that. So y'all in Dublin probably just got nasty hail. And I'll tell you what, this thing has a nasty-looking hail core with it now on Highway 6 just east of Dublin. Let me tell you, that thing went from zippity-doo-dah to rage mode real quick. Look at that, maxing out on the radar values here. Those of you just east of Dublin, you could be getting baseball-size hail easily right now on Highway 6. It may be even bigger than baseballs at this point. So heads up, that storm's going to be moving southeast slowly. Eventually, that's going to be moving towards places, again, like FM 914, Carlton, and eventually down towards 2823 and 281. Scott, thank you very much for that $20 donation. Appreciate it. Appreciate the support. So again, those of you east of Dublin, this thing looks mean. Stephenville, you're getting rain right now, lightning. The hail core stayed just west of Stephenville, it looks like. We've got a hail core developing now just southeast of Proctor, just north of Gustine, just north of 591 near 1476, southeast of Proctor. That's going to be moving eventually towards Carlton as well, which is out here in far northwestern portions of Hamilton County. Otherwise, DFW, it is raining, it is storming, but that's about it. There's no big, bad, very mad, hail, no tornadoes, no damaging winds, just rain and lightning right now in DFW. You could have some slightly heavier storms a bit later this evening, going into the evening, but at this point, you're kind of in a rain-cooled atmosphere thanks to those storms that rolled through this morning.
County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.75 inches. Reported by broadcast media. Additional information, golf ball size hail reported in Dublin.
And here's a view. It's going to be a view from storm chaser Bob Pack. He is going to be on the storm near, I believe he's going to be very near Dublin. So Bob has given us a visual of that storm near Dublin, I believe. He might actually be there on Highway 36, east of Comanche, north of Gustine, if I had to guess. So that's a view from storm chaser Bob Pack. And again, we're going to be keeping a very close eye on that as well. We have footage from Bob. We've had a lot of storm chaser footage today. We appreciate everybody tuning in. We're going to be keeping a very close eye on all that. And a big thank you to our amazing moderators. We've got Sarah in the chat. Definitely appreciate it. All right, looks like we have a destructive thunderstorm now for Coke, Runnels, and Taylor County. So let's go back to that. Tornado warning is gone. And again, we're not going to have many tornado issues today. Today's not a big tornado day. This is going to be a severe storm capable of producing baseball-size hail, damaging wind gusts over 70 miles an hour. This is...
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Comanche, Erath, and Hamilton County in Texas.
A storm, again, a destructive storm, capable of baseball-size hail, winds to 70. This is going to be in Runnels County at 4:44 p.m., a severe storm was located near Wilmeth, or near Norton, moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. This storm is capable of producing baseball-sized hail and 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So we'll put a loop on here. Again, you can see this storm's moving southeast. San Angelo, you're about to get the outflow from this storm. You could easily also see a storm pop up on the lean edge of that outflow. That could result in some rapid storm development, but for now, nothing in San Angelo. Well, I say that. They just put the whole city under a severe thunderstorm warning, so okay. I guess that's for the damaging wind.
Has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Coke, Irion, and Tom Green County in Texas.
Damaging wind threat. So again, San Angelo, Tom Green County, northern half of Tom Green County are now under a severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be for a thunderstorm capable of producing golf ball-sized hail and winds of 60 miles an hour near Water Valley, northwest of Carlsbad. That's going to be moving southeast towards San Angelo. So you can see how quickly this whole area of thunderstorms is filling in. That line we've been talking about all day, that's going to start moving southeast. And that line is going to be the one that starts to move southeast into the hill country tonight with some pretty high damaging winds. So we're starting to see that line become more solid here. And so San Angelo, you're going to begin it in the next hour. You could get street flooding, hail, damaging winds. Here is the severe weather outlook going into the evening hours. Risk of severe storms now in the big country. The Concho Valley, western North Texas, southwestern North Texas will expand and move southeast with a line of storms this evening. Into the hill country, central Texas, Austin, Waco, Junction, San Saba. Threat will expand down into South Texas, the coast, Southeast Texas, East Texas, and again, strongest storms in the hill country. Central Texas, South Central Texas, South Texas, and the coast tonight could produce winds over 75 to 85 miles an hour, locally higher. Most folks will not have winds that strong. Could have some pretty big hail. And then storms again, going to keep on moving southeast. I'll pull up the high-res rapid refresh model again. And I'll just show you what it shows going in tonight. Again, this is a guesstimate. It is not going to be perfect. Storms may arrive sooner than this model says, but it does show we are going to have storms across the southeastern half of Texas tonight, with the strongest storms, again, south of Interstate 20, moving southeast into the hill country, central Texas, but some storms north of I-20 are still going to have some hail issues. I'll put the timestamps on, that might help. We're watching feeds from meteorologist Jason Cooley on the bottom right and storm chaser Bob Pack on the top. They're both on these storms that are now east of Dublin, northeast of Comanche. Quickly, timeline. Let's talk through it. That way y'all can get your questions answered. Waco, you could have storms by 7 to 8 p.m. Line of storms moving into places like Junction, Del Rio, Killeen, Fort Hood by, 9 o'clock through Fredericksburg, Kerrville, north of Eagle Pass to Uvalde, Georgetown, Killeen by 9 to 10. Austin, San Antonio, you're getting hit. And again, these could be severe with damaging winds, hail, flooding. And then storms keep on moving from there. Meteorologist Jason Cooley notes this storm southeast of Dublin is showing some rotation right now. We'll take a look at his feed quickly. He's traveling, so we'll just keep an eye on both of them. But y'all holler if you see something. Both Bob and Jason are located northwest of Hamilton, with these storms out here. So, DFW, I want to point out, in DFW, really, it's raining, it's storming. But there's nothing severe. It's rain, lightning, that's it. Kimberly, thank you very much for that super chat. Appreciate the support and appreciate the stars from everyone on Facebook. We are the storm chasers you see here on our streams, the live video, the pictures, all that from our storm chasers, we're paying them. So I can tell you now, I've spent probably several $100s in terms of that. So definitely appreciate the support, y'all. But again, want to make sure the folks who are doing this work safely for us are compensated, especially since gas is ridiculous. So definitely appreciate y'all's support to help make it possible. Again, we're all just here on the same mission. We're Texans giving you Texas weather information because that's what we do here. Again, doesn't matter if the main show for a day is up in the northern plains or the northeast or the mid-Atlantic or here in Texas. We're here for Texas because we're Texans. So thank you. Those of you south of DFW, everyone in DFW, you're going to get storms tonight. And some of those storms could have hail. But we're here. Brownwood, keep an eye out for some new storms firing up, but so far there's nothing near Brown County, but y'all are going to end up having some issues soon. Mr. Denny, thank you very much for that gift of a membership, and congrats to those who are now members. San Angelo, you're going to be getting stormed on this time around. You're going to have to pull some real good storm shield magic not to. You've got storms firing northwest of town on Highway 87. They're going to be moving on the southeast pretty darn stinking quick here. Rascal ZX2, hey, thanks for being a spinny doomer, and thank you for that super chat. Definitely appreciate it, and hello to y'all in Magnolia. You don't have anything going on right now, but you might have some stuff going on later. MNJ741 Golf, big shout out to you for the gift of memberships. 10 memberships. Congrats to all those who are now members. Chats, let's give everybody here a big old thank you. Let's make sure we thank all these folks who are being generous. All right, so let's go back to the regional radar. Brombun. Interesting. Well, now you see the rain total forecast. It's not too high. Today's not really too much of a widespread flood day, thankfully. Oplo, thank you very much for the super chat. And you know what? I'm happy to do it. We all are. Yeah, Dublin. The good news is in Dublin, it's going to be over soon. The storm's going to roll out of Dublin shortly. Reported golf ball size hail in Dublin a bit earlier. Those storms will be exiting southeast of Highway 67 shortly, but there are new storms to your northwest that are going to move into Dublin and Comanche, so heads up with that. If you're in the southeastern half of Texas, you're getting storms this evening and tonight. It's just a matter of, are you going to get a storm with, just lightning, heavy rain, and gusty winds, or are you going to get a storm with hurricane force winds, big hail, and enough lightning to make you think the 70s are back? Send some stuff up on my end. Top right shot, that's Storm Chaser Bob Park. Bottom shots, meteorologist Jason Cooley. Bob is northwest of Hamilton there on Highway 36. He's looking back, going away from the storm to get a better view as it moves towards him. Jason is in the magical land of no data, southwest of Hico, near Carlton. The tornado threat is very low. This is not going to be a night of tornadic issues, but we are definitely going to have a lot of wind. And understand, some of these storms may have winds over 80 miles an hour going into tonight. That's going to be an issue and could produce weak tornado-like damage. So if you get a destructive thunderstorm warning on your phone later from wireless emergency alerts, or you get a call from me using our weather call service, take it seriously. Treat it like a tornado warning. As we get a new tornado warning.
Your attention, please. The National Weather Service has issued
We're going to have a
tornado
discussion
warning
on this,
for
depending on who
Runnels
gets
County
who just
in
put
Texas.
a tornado warning out. We're going to have some meteorological. All right. Look, I'm not one to sit here and comment, but I'm going to comment. Here's a little meteorology, folks. I want you to look at this. Now, this storm near Winters is tornado warned. Those of you in central Reynolds County, we do have a tornado warning now. That includes the city of Winters. That's going to be for Winters, Hatchell, north of Bollinger. I want you to see something, though, because we're going to have a little meteorology lesson. Do you see this green line here on the radar? This is an outflow boundary of rain-cooled air. Guess what? Behind that, that's where these storms are. These storms are in a surface rain-cooled air mass, which typically is not going to be tornadic. You can get a lot of damaging winds, you can get hail, but you're typically not going to get tornadoes. Right now, it's 86 over 55 north of Ballinger. Now, let me show you the which way the wind's blowing mode. And again, these storms have a lot of wind with them. Make no mistake about it. That's what we've been talking about. Big old wind. But guess what? This is very unlikely to actually produce a major tornado threat. And that's because it's behind the outflow boundary. Now, does that mean the risk is zero? Bollinger, thank you. Does that mean the risk is zero? No. Do I think we should have a tornado warning? I'm not the one who issues them. I just share what happens, but again, it's a dangerous storm regardless, with the potential of damage at straight line winds and the potential of baseball-sized hail. So those of you in Bollinger to Winters on Hatchell there on Highway 83, a tornado warning is in effect for damage at straight line winds, the potential for baseball-sized hail. There you go. So we're not going to focus too much on that one tornado warning because I'm going to be honest, the rest of these storms have the same hazards. Big hail, damaging winds. You can see a nasty pocket of wind up here. We're about to have nasty winds in San Angelo. Guess what? Those of you in San Angelo, Donna C450, thank you very much for that super chat. Appreciate it. San Angelo, you've got damaging winds and blowing dust moving south into town right now, but the worst is still yet to come. You've got some nasty damaging hail up near Water Valley and Carlsbad there on 87. That's going to move southeast through Grape Creek into San Angelo over the next 30 minutes. So again, whether it's a tornado warning or a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, y'all need to be taking them seriously. Treat them the same, honestly, and that's going to be the lowest floor, center room. Just put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and don't be near any windows. We're going to have several destructive severe thunderstorm warnings going into this evening, I believe, for very damaging wind potential in parts of the Hill Country and Central Texas. We have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, or a destructive thunderstorm warning right now, plus a tornado warning, from Winters to Bollinger to Miles for damaging winds. Audria, shoot me an email, contact@texasstormchasers.com. And in case y'all are wondering why we don't encourage folks to, go out and look for storms and stuff like that on days like this, guess what? Here's Storm Chaser Alex Bartholomew in Miles, Texas. All those winds being pushed out by the storm. Guess what? Ahead of the storm before it rains, it's all dust. This is near Miles. Just nasty sauce. Again, it's just nasty. So we'll go back to the radar. And thank you to Storm Chaser Alex Bartholomew for that view. So let's get back to it. Again, San Angelo, you've got blowing dust, heavy rain moving into town shortly. You're going to have heavy rain and hail probably in the next half hour as this activity to your northwest moves southeast. Those of you in Ballinger up to Winters are technically under a tornado warning. You could have destructive straight-line winds and baseball-size hail. So go ahead and take that seriously. Put yourself in the lowest floor, away from windows, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That all is going to be moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. Let's go back to North Texas, southwest of DFW. We do have a cluster of severe storms now from Gustine to Hico, moving southeast at about 25 miles an hour. That's going to have the potential of producing very large hail. We had a report of 3-inch diameter size hail. That's larger than a baseball in Dublin with this storm complex a bit earlier. Still could produce hail that big. Let's take a look at meteorologist Jason Cooley's view. He's looking back at this. And again, you can see nasty looking high precipitation storm. That thing's got more attitude than I do when I'm over-caffeinated and have had a long day, which will probably be in about 20 seconds. So That's the
Texas.
view. Guess what? It's
Hail
a big old
magnitude
mini
estimated
pants. It's got that green
1.25
tint, which
inches.
isn't associated with a
Reported
tornado.
by
That's
public.
actually the
Additional information.
hailstones.
Report from
All
Bing.
that reflecting off the light.
1.25
Guess what?
inches.
That's a big, bad, very mad, severe storm right there. Again, at least 2-inch diameter size hail. That's moving southeast towards Hamilton. Cranfill's Gap. And you bet your mama this is all going to keep on moving southeast this evening. So everybody, guess what? We're going to show you a big, beautiful map, and that's going to be the uh-oh zone. Guess what? If you're in the yellow, orange, or green, you're in the uh-oh zone. So everyone, southeastern half of the state of Texas, you're in the uh-oh zone for this afternoon, but mostly this evening and tonight, as a line of thunderstorms will be moving southeast across the southeastern half of Texas. We're going to go ahead and use the Bob Ross voice right now because why not? Some of you like that. Some of you don't, but it's okay because it's still my video. So again, the Bob Ross, or in my case, the David Ross voice. Here's your severe weather outlook. In case you're wondering in terms of a tornado risk. Guess what? Here's your tornado risk. You can see very low going into this evening. Now, let's take a look at that super duper high resolution rapid refresh model. And this will give you a timeline of what's expected. I usually reserve this voice for when things calm down and it's late in the evening, but you're getting a preview of it now. Let's take a look. Here you go. Put some times on it. So, here you are, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Texas Storm Chaser Spalding and Chief David-Reimer saying good afternoon. It's 5:08 p.m. on the 10th of May, 2026, and yes, we're taking this calm ASMR voice to help explain what's going on in Mama Nature's temper tantrum land. A line of severe thunderstorms with very strong winds and hail will move southeast across the southeastern half of Texas tonight. In fact, you can see it's going to make it all the way to the coast, make it into the Gulf, make it into the coastal bend in the Rio Grande Valley, going into overnight in early Monday morning. Those of you in Austin, San Antonio, this line of severe storms will be moving in back around 9 to 10 p.m. with damaging winds and hail. Not all the storms are going to be severe, mind you, overnight. Some of y'all might just get a bunch of lightning, heavy rain, gusty winds. DFW, that might be what we're doing later. And y'all, make sure you're watching the video live. We have a timestamp at the top left. Make sure you're watching live. I'm seeing a lot of comments here still giving me a correction on the pronunciation of towns. I was a bit earlier, so got to remind everyone, make sure you're watching live. Check that timestamp. The time right now is 17:10, 16 seconds. The tornado risk tonight is very low, but we could have tornado-like winds from the most intense storms in a squall line. All right, let's go back to the radar. Those of you in San Angelo, we do have a severe thunderstorm northwest of town rolling southeast into town. The strong winds in San Angelo already began. Y'all are getting pelted with strong winds in San Angelo right now. That's going to be moving southeast. The hailstorm portion of this, along with more strong winds, just because, still northwest of town. That's going to be near Grape Creek and Carlsbad. That's going to move southeast into San Angelo shortly.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Coke and Runnels County in Texas.
All right, so those of you in Winters, down Highway 83 to Ballinger. You've got a severe storm capable of producing destructive hurricane-force wind gusts and baseball-size hail that's moving southeast. That storm is going to end up crossing 83 right now between Winters and Highway 67. This will keep moving southeast towards portions of Coleman County, eventually Concho County, and McCulloch counties here in the Concho Valley, this whole cluster. Are going to have hail, damaging winds, all the way down to Big Lake. And this is moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. Up here, southwest of DFW, we're going to take a look at this, and then we'll talk about DFW. DFW, it's worth noting, you've got some rain in DFW and lightning. That's it. There's no severe storms in DFW right now. No spinny, spinny, doom, doom. No mega hail of doom. And no destructive winds of Taco Bell rampage. Belmead, Waco, you do have a risk of severe weather between 7 and 10 p.m. We have storms that extend right now, gusting north of Hamilton, southwest of Hico. It's going to be moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. Again, the potential for hail up to the size of, well, let's see what they've got it at. They're going tennis ball size with this, and damaging winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour. We have a new severe thunderstorm watch, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's time for me to say, oh.
Crockett and Irion County in Texas.
No. You'll hear it. All right, here we go. We have a new severe thunderstorm watch now in effect for the Hill Country, Central Texas and South Central Texas into the Edwards Plateau. This includes San Antonio, San Marcos, New Braunfels, Austin, Georgetown, Round Rock, Kingsland, Fredericksburg, my home, Kerrville, Uvalde, Eagle Pass, Del Rio, Pleasanton, and whoever else wants to be in it. You are now under a severe stormy watch until midnight. Strongest storms could have wind gusts over 75 miles an hour, damaging winds. Can't completely rule out a tornado or two. So there you go. Yippee-ki-yay. It's not Monday, but it feels like it. All right. Let's check our live streamers, shall we? We're going to use the magical button here that lets me switch camera views. I don't have an actual light over here yet, but we'll work on that for next time. Camera, camera, camera. Oh, look, it's me, camera. What I get to do is say, whoopee-doo. Here, we're taking
Texas
a trip.
Y'all
are taking a trip with me.
7 miles
Holy
south
mother of
Dublin
mercy.
in
Yeah.
Comanche County,
Oh, that's not going to
Texas.
work. Oh.
Hail magnitude
No.
estimated 1.00
Sorry, I know.
inch.
All right, so we're just going to
Reported
put the
by
camera
public.
there. Y'all can look up at my ugly mug for a minute.
Report
But
from
again, let's take a look
Order 1
at
inch.
our Storm Chaser feeds. And the reason I'm doing this in terms of y'all moving with me, I actually have a whole, office monitor craziness set up here. I'll let y'all see real quick. Surprise. I can actually turn the camera. I'll do that real quick so y'all can actually see the monitor stuff. Surprise. See? Monitor stuff galore. And monster. So yeah, when I'm looking around, you're literally, there are monitors everywhere. All right, y'all don't need to see any more of that. Congratulations on that exclusive Balding in Chief tour. Let's take a look at meteorologist Jason Cooley's feed. Jason is going to be located southwest of Hico. Jason is reporting a lot of surface-based activity, a lot of lightning, and he says this storm is still out in a fairly warm, unstable air mass, what we call surface base, and that just means this storm is still ingesting surface parcels, a lot of damaging winds, hail, Tornado risk isn't completely zero, but as you can see, it's a very high precipitation supercell. We've got a lot of cloud to ground lightning. Let's take a look. Here's a different angle from Storm Chaser Bob Ross. And again, what a beautiful thunderstorm. It is severe. It has big hail. Could have tennis ball to baseball size hail, damaging winds, but just love the view. Now, as a storm chaser, the updraft region, area of rotation, if there was one, you're not seeing it. Look at all the precipitation back there. That is all rain and hail. This thing is what we call a high precipitation supercell, and it has absolutely no visibility in the area of rotation if there was one. But again, that is a beautiful view from Bob. Bob is going to be on Highway 281, I believe, north of Hamilton. So, that's the view from Bob. Bob, the Storm Chaser Pack. And then this is from meteorologist Jason Cooley. A little closer to the storm, a little different vantage point. But we'll keep an eye on both their streams. All right. We'll go back over. You're going to get to see the side of Baldy's head for a second. Camera will switch back over. And you'll get to see my head again, eventually. Wrong button. Button, there we go. See? I need to easily program a button that lets me switch the camera views easily, truthfully. So. All right, so let's take a look. DFW. Again, you've got some storms with very small hail, heavy rain and lightning. There's nothing severe about them right now. The overall severe risk isn't going to be high. If anything, I'm going to be more concerned about the threat of flooding with some of these storms coming on in tonight. But there could be some hail with that in addition to cloud-to-ground lightning. Out here in northwest Texas, you can see it is raining. We got a lot of rain out here. A lot of storms, a lot of lightning, and some small hail. But again, nothing severe right now. It's not to say we can't. But some of these storms could have a bit of hail going into the evening hours. April, thanks for the report out of Comanche. Stay safe. And y'all, we're going to have a lot of wind with these storms going into the evening. Probably some pocket change size hail. But for now, some of these storms are still dropping tennis balls. You can see a lot of lightning with all that. And truth be told, at some point, before these storms get to me in Fredericksburg, I'm probably going to have to take y'all on a little field trip out to my car. And I'm going to set the Starlink up, just in case. It's a backup if we lose commercial power and the internet and stuff goes out. But we'll see how things look. If I don't have to do that, I'd appreciate it. Patty, thanks for that super chat. Appreciate it. Let's take a look at Mr. Cooley. And again, let me get rid of that upper third. Cool view from Jason. Check out the view from Bob. Oh, that's so cool. Look at that shelf cloud, y'all. Look at the structure on that. Look at how beautiful the storm is. And again, this is near Hyco, north of Hamilton. This is going to be the storm that moved through Dublin. And again, you can see that thing's just got attitude. Again, that's the storm from Bob's view. Same storm from meteorologist Jason Cooley. And again, you can see for sure they are looking at a very nasty storm here with damaging straight line winds, heavy rain, cloud to ground lightning. The hail could be up to the size of tennis balls. So we definitely are going to be keeping a very close eye on all of this. No. I'll make sure the signal works. What'd you tag me in? So again, we're going to be here with, mama, severe weather coverage. San Angelo is saying this storm that is just north of Ballinger, south of Winters, is now showing indications of giant hail up to the size of softballs. So again, softball size hail here on Highway 83, south of Winters, just north of Ball. And this is going to be moving southeast. So y'all need to get away from windows and take shelter. With, again, softball size hail here, just south of Winters, north of Ball, Inger. So again, nasty wind, nasty, nasty hail. San Angelo, you're about to have an unpleasant experience known as Angry Stormy. Severe storm northwest San Angelo moving southeast. The potential for golf ball size hail at least with very heavy rain. You're going to get another round of very strong northwest winds. The potential again for up to golf ball size hail with that. Farther southwest, we have a line of severe storms from near Murchison down 67. That's going to be to Barnhart down to south of Big Lake. That's going to be moving off the southeast at about 20 miles an hour. And again, for folks who, you may know in these areas, I've seen a lot of comments from people on social media saying, no one's live. Shoot them our live stream. Let them know that we're here in Texas and we're covering Texas weather for them. Again, doesn't have to be a big tornado day. We're not talking about Illinois or whatever. We're here. Shoot them in the live stream. Let them know Baldy in Chief at the Texas Storm Chasers is doing what Baldy in Chief at the Texas Storm Chasers does. We are live on Facebook, YouTube, X, TikTok, Twitch, our website, our mobile app. Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, X, TikTok, mobile app, website. We're here. And y'all make sure you're watching live, too. We have that timestamp in the top right corner for a reason. If it's not 5:23 right now, when I say that on your version, well, that's what time this is. So make sure you are watching us live. Bob and Jason, Bob the Storm Chaser Pack, and meteorologist Jason Cooley. Yeah, beautiful views from both of them, isn't it? Here's the view from meteorologist Jason Cooley. And again, they're on these storms north of Hamilton. So they're on 281 south of Hyco, north of Hamilton. That's the view from meteorologist Jason Cooley. He reports a whole heck of a lot of lightning. And Storm Chaser Bob Pack, again, you can see his view. And that is a great example of a high precipitation severe storm. I'll go ahead and remove my ugly mug for a moment from this so y'all can see exactly. But here you go. What a beautiful storm Bob has right now. That is such a great view. He's looking up 281, I believe. And that storm's moving southeast with very large hail. And that's all moving off to the southeast. Again, places like Hamilton, 281 all the way up to 219. Right now in Carlton, y'all are getting pummeled. Bob's repositioning to stay out of the hail core, because most sane people do not enjoy taking tennis balls to their vehicle. And meteorologist Jason Cooley, that's his view. We'll keep a close eye on both their feeds. Y'all holler if you see anything. So again, that's this storm area right here. Big old blob right now that still has up to tennis ball, if not baseball size hail on it, moving southeast, and a big old nasty amount of wind. It's going to be moving southeast again at about 30 miles an hour. So those of you in Hamilton, you're going to get some rain at least. If the hail core builds south anymore, you're getting hail. This is going to keep going, by the way. All this is going to keep going until it hits the coast. So if you're southeastern half of the state of Texas, it's going to storm today and tonight into tomorrow morning. Brownwood, right now, y'all aren't in bad shape for the moment, but I'm expecting we're going to see some storms start filling in here around Brownwood soon. So heads up, you may still have a rain-cooled outflow boundary move south with some gusty north winds and clouds, but we're definitely going to be keeping a close eye on things here. Down here in the Concho Valley, San Angelo, you've got some very strong winds and golf ball size hail, flooding rains from Carlsbad to Grape Creek, about to move southeast into San Angelo. So it is about to storm in the city. Y'all got those gusty initial north winds about 20 minutes ago. It's heading your way. We do technically have a tornado warning still in effect up in portions of Reynolds County. Reynolds County, excuse me, for the potential of softball-size hail, damaging winds over 70 miles an hour. Yet we can't completely rule out a very brief tornado, but the hail is going to be the big, bad, very mad threat. For those of you wanting to send in photos, you can tag us on social media, Texas Storm Chasers. Just let us know where you're watching from / looking at, and let us know we can use it in our live stream. We need your permission for that. And, you can post in our Facebook community group, Texas Storm Chasers Community. Tag us on X. What we're going to do is I'm going to press some buttons here so y'all can see the radar loop. Again, it's a shop of one in here. It is me, myself, and I controlling all this, so sometimes I got to look around. Again, I've got like 12 monitors around me for situational awareness, so that is why. We definitely appreciate y'all's reports. You can let us know in chat what's going on. Now, we don't want you going outside while the hail is falling. We don't want you going out in the middle of a thunderstorm. So letting us know after the fact, once things have calmed down, is great. That's what we want. So let's turn on the satellite because the satellite is pretty and it makes me happy. And here you go. Storms are going to be moving southeast, again, 30 miles an hour. Eventually, this whole cluster is going to form into a large line that moves across the hill country, moves across central Texas, southern North Texas, the Brazos Valley, southeast Texas. Now, note this. I said earlier we might have some storms fire up ahead of the big line tonight. We're seeing some towering cumulus here on the satellite imagery from Bryan and College Station to the north sides of Houston. So we could see some pop-up storms with hail and strong winds in southeast Texas before the main line out here, still in southern North Texas, the Concho Valley, moves southeast into the evening hours. Now, those of you in Mineral Wells, we'll take a look farther north. We got rain. We got plenty of rain and a few rowdy storms in the sense of a lot of lightning and small hail up here in the big country, northwest Texas. All this up here. These may start producing some hail. The storm southeast of Throckmorton. We got a storm going up in southwestern Jack County. Some of those may start throwing out pocket change size hail, but we're not doing tornadoes. We're most likely not doing a lot of damaging winds. These are going to be rain, hail, lightning as they move east towards I-35. Pretty good view for meteorologist Jason Cooley right now. Again, this is going to be with the storms north of Hamilton on 281. You can see very high precipitation storm. You can see it's just hail, greenage, rain, scary looking clouds. A lot of wind being pushed out by those storms. Storm chaser Bob, the storm chaser Pack, here on 281 looking back into it. And you can see, it's rain, it's hail, there's not a whole lot more to see. It's just not particularly happy. Oh, we got stuff moving in from Mexico as well. We do have some stuff going on farther south. Looks like some storms down here northwest of Del Rio, 90. And again, we're going to see a whole line out here probably fill in over the next several hours that moves southeast. Now, not all of the storms are going to be severe with, hurricane force winds or big hail, but some of these storms will. They're all going to have lightning. They're all going to have heavy rain. And again, we've got severe thunderstorm watches in effect. I'm going to see if I can show those to you on here. Sometimes this works. Sometimes technology hates me. But guess what? Technology's okay with me right now. So we're going to go over the severe stormy watches right now. And again, we're going to be live all evening. So if you have friends or family that are in these areas that need weather attention, let them know. Baldy in Chief at Texas Storm Chasers watching. And yeah, shoot them the link. Y'all are as much a part of this as I am. I'm just the talking bobblehead. Y'all are the ones who are helping us out by making sure folks in these areas know what's going on. And you know what? Without y'all, I'd just be talking to a camera here. So, AE Elfheld, thank you for that super chat. Definitely appreciate it. Big thank you to them in the chat. No spinny doom risk for Brownwood. All right, I said I was going to pull up watches. Let me do that. So again, this is the current severe thunderstorm watches. And we're probably going to get one for southeast Texas, the Brazos Valley, southern Texas later, maybe even parts of DFW. The severe thunderstorm watch for North Texas, the Big Country, the Concho Valley goes through 9 p.m. Makes sense. Storm should be mostly southeast of that by 9 p.m. Down here, Central Texas, Hill Country, Edwards Plateau, places like Austin, Kerrville, Rock Springs, Camp Wood, Lakey, Uvalde, Del Rio, Eagle Pass, San Antonio, New Braunfels, San Marcos, Austin, Round Rock, Georgetown, Llano, Fredericksburg, Bernie, Comfort. Your severe thunderstorm watch is through midnight. And we're probably going to have more watches later as stormies move southeast. We'll pull up the super duper high resolution rapid refresh radar. Let's go get that going. Tammy, thanks for becoming a member and welcome. So, this is what the model is showing from 7 p.m. through 5 a.m. And again, it's not going to have everything right. Not going to have everything perfect, hunky-dory. But here you go. It's going to be storming this evening, southeastern half of the state. Austin, San Antonio, storms could be rolling in as soon as 9:30 p.m. Eagle Pass, same thing. Houston, 1 to 3, though a lower risk of severe weather. Corpus Christi, probably about, I'm going to say 1 to 3 a.m. McAllen to Brownsville, probably 2 to 4 a.m. DFW, we're going to have rain through the evening before storms move southeast. Tyler, you could have some more storms late this evening into early tomorrow morning. Austin, again, to San Antonio, 9 to 11 p.m. Bryan, College Station, let's say probably, you could have isolated storms sooner than that, by the way, but main line will come in around 10 to midnight. So, it's going to be an evening. Full view from meteorologist Jason Cooley right now. They're on 281 going south towards Hamilton. Here's the radar we have right now. No severe weather issues in DFW right now. We have no spinny doom issues in DFW. We technically have a tornado warning for central Reynolds County. That goes for another 9 minutes. That's a big hailer, a lot of wind. I'm more concerned about that. But, respect the polygon. If you're under a destructive thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning, take shelter. And we're going to be here all evening. So y'all in Austin, San Antonio, enjoy your dinner. You'll be tuning in later to hear us talk about y'all. Houston, maybe you'll be lucky and we can go to bed before then. But if we need to be here, we'll be here. Nice view from meteorologist Jason Cooley. You can see this thing is more high precipitation than I'm trying to think, a wave pool at Disney World. This thing is just nasty looking. Look at that green. Look how much hail and rain is back in that. These things are big old nasty windbags. And that's what y'all in Benoit are getting. Those of you west of Coleman, those of you in San Angelo, it'll be your turn here in just a minute. Those of you in Barnhart, same thing. Those of you in Hamilton, guess what? You're getting the wind heavy rain and hail shortly. Then up here in North Texas again, looking at the magical radar, here you go. We're going to have storms move across North Texas to the east from the big country, Northwest Texas. Some of those storms could have pocket change size hail.
Texas local storm
cloud to ground lightning for sure. Some locally heavy rain. We may have some issues with flooding in DFW just because, one, it's DFW, and two, there have been a few rounds of storms lately. Those of you in, Brownwood, for now, you're okay. You might thread the needle between this one. Waco, Austin, Georgetown, San Marcos, New Braunfels, San Antonio, Kerrville, Fredericksburg, Johnson City. It's probably going to storm. And again, the strongest storms could have a lot of wind. No hail in Fort Worth at the moment. We technically, again, do have a tornado warning up here in central Reynolds County. Its need could be debated. But regardless, it's a dangerous storm. Big hail, big wind, big lightning. It is very unhappy. And again, you can see that here. Hail core mostly northeast of Highway... Well, mostly east now of Highway 83. A bit east of Well, I guess it's on Highway 80 or 67 right now, a bit east of 83. And again, all that activity is moving southeast towards Coleman County, Concho County. Those of you in Tom Green County, San Angelo, you're about to get some unpleasantness. Donut, thanks for the report of sonic ice on the north side of San Angelo. That makes sense. So again, you can see big, bad, very mad thunderstorms with a whole lot of lightning, cloud to ground lightning. We got hail, we got wind, we got rain. There you go. Hamilton, you're next, by the way. You're about to get stormed on. So, again, most of these storms could have hail, strong winds, heavy rain, and lightning. The overall tornado threat is very, very low with most of these thunderstorms. So, this is not going to be a tornado day, but we could have some tornado-like straight-line winds out of all of this activity. Oh, what was that new warning? What?
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for...
So again, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be out here in portions of southern North Texas. So it's going to be a severe thunderstorm. That's going to be around Hamilton, Pottsville, Cranfill's Gap, Jonesboro. This includes Avant. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for a thunderstorm capable of producing 2-inch diameter size hail, about the size of an Easter egg, and localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. So I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David-Reimer, coming up to 5:40 p.m. We've been live now for nearly 3.5 hours. So to those of you who just joined us, good afternoon. We're here. We're Texans covering Texas weather because that's what we do. It doesn't need to be a big tornado event. We don't need folks in a major metropolitan area being hit by something. We're here for you. So remember that. And we're going to be here through the duration. Let's go ahead and put a storm track on this. We'll try to give a bit of a timeline. Again, the Weather Service has this moving southeast. We're saying 15. I'm going to say it's probably closer to 20, and it's probably going to accelerate. Once these storms start to congeal into clusters, they tend to start moving more quickly just because we have a lot of wind on the backside of these storms.
The National Weather Service
moving southeast. Man, this thing's being real stinking difficult, and I want to hit it with a mallet.
Concho and Tom Green County,
there we go.
Texas.
Life is easier when technology is nice to me. All right, so let's do this again. I'm going to do 22 just because I can. Present course and speed, those of you there on 281 at Highway 84 near Avant, it'll be arriving in around 6:20 to 6:25. Gusty winds could arrive sooner. Cranfill's Gap, about 6:05. Hamilton, the next 10 to 15 minutes. Y'all get ready for some big hail, strong winds. Gatesville, probably near 7 p.m. Have a little shower going up over Waco. No big, bad, very mad lightning with that yet. Let's go back farther west, take a look at the stuff in the Concho Valley. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Tom Green and Concho counties. That's going to be moving southeast from near San Angelo at 20 miles an hour. So we got a solid line now moving southeast at about 20 to 25. So let's put a storm track on that. And again, these storms are probably going to start moving more quickly southeast as they organize. So keep that in mind. They may start moving more quickly at like 30. But for now, let's get you a track. Again, I'm going to do about 27. I'm going to do 30. So look, for some of you, this is going to be too early. For some of you, it's going to be right on time. I just want to cover the contingents, right? So Santa Ana, big, bad, very mad storm arriving around 6:10 to 6:15. Coleman, you could begin stormed on again by 6 p.m. Paint Rock, probably in the next 10 minutes, honestly. San Angelo, it's in San Angelo right now. Y'all are getting hail. Some very high wind. Wow. You know what? Let's procrastinate. Let's take a look at this. Here is Storm Chaser Bob Paxfeed. Again, he is near Hamilton. Look at that. That is a big, bad, very mad stormy right there if I've ever seen one. That thing has a temper tantrum issue. Yes, sirree, Bob. You can see that is a nasty-looking storm there near Hamilton. That's going to be moving southeast. Again, that storm could have golf ball to larger size hail. Some pretty strong winds. Could be over 60 to 70 miles per hour with that thunderstorm moving southeast towards Avant, Jonesboro, and eventually that'll be moving towards places like Gatesville, Adamsville, Pidcoke, and probably within 2 hours it's going to be making it to Fort Hood, Killeen, Copper's Cove, Harker Heights. So that's that storm. We'll keep an eye on that. But again, let's get back to the times. El Dorado, about 6:20 to 6:25. Those of you at 163 and 190 in that general vicinity north of Ozana, about 5:55 to 6. Ozana itself probably still after about 6:15. Huh? Eden about 6:30. Santa Ana, it light up. 6:15. And that activity, again, is moving southeast at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. We are about to get another great view from Bob. That is a scary-looking cloud,
Texas
ladies and
local
gentlemen.
Storm report from 3 miles west of San Angelo in Tom Green County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch.
Ozona,
Reported by
thank
public.
you.
Additional information, report from Pink.
Again, there's the view from
Porter,
Bob near
1 inch.
Hamilton. We're going to be keeping a very close eye on all this activity as it moves off to the southeast at about 30 miles. All right. Y'all are not going to see me for a second move, but you're going to keep hearing me. We'll see just how far this Bluetooth range goes. You can see new severe storm warning for portions of Coleman and Concho counties for tennis ball size hail and 70
The
mile an hour
National
winds.
Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Coleman and Concho County in Texas.
And that is, again, all these storms are going to start producing more wind here as they move southeast. We no longer have a tornado warning. And again, we're not going to have a big, bad, very mad issue with, tornadoes tonight. Now, we could have some very strong winds that have a risk of tornado-like winds. But overall, the issue is going to be a lot of damaging straight-line winds, the potential for hail. So we're going to be keeping a very close eye on all of that activity. And again, those of you in the southeastern half of Texas, guess what? You're going to be dealing with these storms tonight. Now, not everyone's going to be getting big,
Texas
bad, very
local
mad
storm
hail,
report from
big,
2
bad,
miles
very
south of
mad,
San Angelo
damaging
in
winds.
Tom Green County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by amateur radio.
But we definitely are going to be dealing with some nasty sauce storms going over the next several hours. So those of you on 35 from south of DFW through central Texas, all the way to San Antonio to Laredo, guess what? You're in the risk. It doesn't mean you're guaranteed to have severe storms tonight, but we're definitely going to be on the lookout for the potential of issues. And again, all these storms are going to have very dangerous cloud-to-ground lightning. All these storms are going to have heavy rain, and there could be a quick inch or two of rain in spots as activity moves off to the southeast. And again, you can see the live views for meteorologist Jason Cooley on the bottom right and storm chaser Bob Pack top right. Bob is going to be near Hamilton. And you know what? That's just a nasty looking storm, right? A lot of hail. Look at all that green. That storm's shooting lightning almost down to Gatesville now. They're on Highway 84. So again, we're getting some storms producing lightning over 80 miles an hour, quite a bit of heavy rain, quite a bit of hail, and the potential for dangerous cloud-to-ground lightning. So as that activity continues moving southeast, we're still thinking between about 9 to 10 p.m. in Austin to San Antonio, which means those of you west of those locations, you're going to be dealing with it sooner. That means some of y'all could be dealing with winds over 70 to 80 miles an hour in the hill country in the next few hours. Some of y'all could be getting large hail, lightning, heavy rain. Tornado risk, again, today is going to be very, very low. This is not a big, bad, very mad tornado day. This is going to be a day where we have to deal with the potential for very strong winds, and some of those winds could be, again, near hurricane force at times. So we're going to be mindful of that. We're going to be mindful of the hail. We're going to be mindful of the dangerous cloud-to-ground lightning. We're going to be mindful of all the issues that could arise from those storms. So, now that you haven't had to look at me for a few minutes, but I've gone to walk around, get some steps, and pick up a box of Cheez-Its, we'll let y'all look at me again, and we'll see how well that wireless lapel mic worked. But, let's get back to howdy time. You can see the view from Bob again. Look at that view. That's just a nasty-looking severe storm near Hamilton, with the potential of damaging winds over 70 miles an hour. Hail. It's definitely nasty. And these storms, again, they're moving southeast at about 20 to 25 miles an hour. They'll probably start moving a little more quickly as we see the thunderstorms themselves organize into a line or cluster. And again, y'all make sure you're watching the latest live feed here. We got the time in the top left for a reason. If you want to see the latest radar for your neck of the woods, you can pull it up. Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. You can also watch us live on our website and our free mobile app. We're live on Facebook, YouTube, X, Twitch, etc. Remember, folks, I'm here to get weather information out. You're probably going to see most weather streamers only on YouTube because that's where the most money usually is. And they're trying to build an audience. Guess what? I'm here in Fredericksburg, Texas. I'm trying to give everybody in Texas weather information. I don't care if I make, a whole bucket of money from it. In fact, I can tell you I'm not. I've spent over $500 today already bringing you some of these visuals. So, but guess what? Y'all staring at a bucket of spilled paint over here. I get most of y'all don't want. Y'all seeing the visuals like this help communicate what's actually going on, right? Exactly. So, those of you in San Angelo, Ruby, thanks for the membership gifts. Everyone, welcome. San Angelo, you're getting it right now with a bunch of wind, some hail, heavy rain, and lightning. Getting reports of quarter-size hail across San Angelo right now. Same thing could be happening down 67 through Mertzen to north of Ozana. Outflow boundary with those gusty winds. near Eden to north of El Dorado. And yeah, what a view from Bob Peck. Bob is going to be near Hamilton. He is on Highway 36 southeast of Hamilton. I assume he'll probably be moving towards Jonesboro and eventually Gatesville. Bob is one of those longtime storm chasers moving off to the southeast. One of those longtime storm chasers that have quite a bit of experience, and they stay out ahead of these storms. They don't like going and playing in the hail, stuff like that, because, well, they don't need to. This is great views, right? We've got meteorologist Jason Cooley. Houston. Now, we do know we have some pop-up storms around Houston right now. So we may have storms in Houston. But the main line, which will probably be weakening, but it could still have some lightning, gusty winds, and heavy rain.
Reported by public.
Those are going to be in Houston, that line probably between about 1 to 3 a.m. But we're probably going to have storms pop up out here with some hail and wind threat along with lightning before that point. So, again, big old cluster of storms out here in the Concho Valley, Hill Country, moving southeast. So again, this is a good evening if you're in the Hill Country, Central Texas, including anyone from Waco to San Antonio to Laredo, all the way to Houston, Bryan College Station, down into South Texas. We could have some rowdy storms, Corpus Christi, even all the way down to Edinburgh, McAllen, and Brownsville tomorrow morning. It's a good evening to make sure you have weather alerts on your phone. Make sure you have wireless emergency alerts enabled. There's a lot of apps out there that'll give you free notifications. So for everyone asking, when is this going to hit your area? Let's do this. We'll switch over to that mega super duper high resolution rapid refresh model. And again, all this will show you is just model data, meaning it may be a little sooner, maybe a bit later, and sometimes it's just completely wrong. But we'll take it from 7 p.m. through 6 a.m. tomorrow. Jesse, thank you very much for that super chat. And yeah, check out that greenage from Storm Chaser Bob Pack. That is nasty. You have meteorologist Jason Cooley as well. We could take a look at both. We'll let this animation load. We'll come back to it in just a second. But check out meteorologist Jason Cooley. Check out that storm that is going to be near Hamilton, moving southeast. That'll be moving across Highway 22, west of Cranfield's Gap shortly, move it down 1602. It's on a beeline to ride 36 southeast towards Gatesville. Again, that's meteorologist Jason Cooley with one view. Here's Storm Chaser Bob Pack with another. And again, look at the greenage. Look at that nasty hail core. This is going to be south of Hyco now. Moving southeast of 281. Hamilton, you've still got a storm just west of town that's going to make its way to the southeast into Hamilton. And then we have another the nastiest hail core is just east of Hamilton, crossing 22, moving towards Jonesboro. So we're going to keep a close eye on both those. But again, those of you wanting times for Texas tonight, here you go. Line of storms is going to move southeast across, well, really the entire state of Texas. And this is all moving southeast will be at about 30, 40 miles an hour. So again, those of you in Georgetown, Austin, New Braunfels, San Antonio. We're saying about 9 to 10 p.m.
Texas local storm report
Bryan
from
College
South Hawken,
Station, the
Coleman
line's going to
County,
move in.
Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.50
The line itself is going
inches.
to arrive probably around 11
Reported by
p.m., but
law
again, we
enforcement.
could have isolated storms way before them with hail and wind. Del Rio could have storms in the next couple of hours. Looks like Eagle Pass, maybe 9, 10, 11 p.m. Laredo, probably closer to midnight, maybe a bit later. We've got a shower going up over Waco right now. We'll keep an eye out to make sure that doesn't intensify. It might. So we're going to have the hill country in the next 3 to 4 hours. Y'all in the hill country will be getting storms before they move southeast of the hill country. We're going to have storms tonight in the Brazos Valley, East Texas, the Piney Woods, the Golden Triangle around Beaumont, Houston in southeast Texas, Victoria in the coastal plains, Corpus Christi in the coastal bend, Brownsville in the Rio Grande Valley. Same with McAllen to South Padre, Space City. We're going to have activity in the Rio Grande Plains out here from Zapata to Laredo up through Eagle Pass, the Edwards Plateau around Del Rio, and the hill country. South Central Texas, San Antonio. So that's how the radar is going to look. Back to what the radar looks like right now. So here's what the radar looks like over the last couple of hours. And you can see, even as we continue to monitor the activity from Bob Pack and Jason Cooley around Hamilton, you can see we've got plenty of storms. Now, we have storms from Wichita Falls down to Breckenridge right now that are not severe. They might have some pocket change size hail. And those are moving east towards DFW with a lot of lightning and heavy rain. That's expected to be the issue. No tornadoes with that. Those of you in DFW, you're going to keep getting storms for several hours. And some of those storms could have some pocket change size hail, a lot of lightning, heavy rain. The highest severe weather threat the next few hours will be here in the hill country, southern North Texas, central Texas, into portions of, the Edwards Plateau and south central Texas. But we're starting to see some storms fire up here from near Waco to Bryan, north sides of Houston, and that's probably going to result in some uptick in the hail wind threat with those. But the main line that you can see already building out here is going to move southeast about 30. Now, some of these storms, once that line is really going into the hill country, we could see some winds over 70 miles an hour. The really high hail threat will decrease. We're probably still going to have hail, but as these storms go linear or a big line, we tend to see hail sizes down towards pocket change size versus, the tennis balls, baseballs, softballs. But they're still going to pack a punch. A whole lot of lightning and heavy rain. So again, let's take a look at our chasers. Here's meteorologist Jason Cooley. And again, this is the storm that is just east of Hamilton. Jason is located there on Highway 22, halfway between Cranfill's Gap and Hamilton. So that's what the storm looks like there. Now, from a different perspective, storm chaser Bob Pack is located just northwest of Jonesboro on Highway 36. And guess what? You can see how much the storm looks alike, even from the different angles. Bob and Jason are about, 8 miles apart. Jason's 8 miles farther north. Guess what? The storm still looks like a big, bad, very mad blob of rain and doom and hail. Hannah, thank you very much for that super chat. And, those of you in Jack Sparrow, you've got storms in your area again with lightning, but no big, bad, very mad hail, at least right now. No damaging winds, no tornadoes. So appreciate your watching. Appreciate everyone watching. If you want to help us out, help more Texans get informed about weather, just hit the like button on the video. That's as simple as it is. That tells the algorithm that we're worth watching. If you end up getting under a storm that's producing tennis ball, baseball size hail, the same precautions you would take during a tornado would be advisable. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, especially get away from windows. And, don't park under a highway overpass because then traffic gets clogged and, everything just turns into a nightmare. But those of you in the hill country in central Texas, this would probably be a good evening to have your vehicle near a carport or something that would protect it from hail if we have to deal with that. Waco, Austin, San Antonio. No, you're getting storms tonight, and they could be severe over the next 3 to 4 hours. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. Here's the radar loop. If you're driving and encounter giant hail, well, honestly, you're kind of just out of luck, honestly. I'd slow down. Don't be doing highway speeds or whatever if you get into big hail, because that just makes it worse. When I was storm chasing and I'd get in big hail, I'd slow down, usually down to 20 miles an hour or something. And again, your instinct is to go faster to get out of the hail. Well, guess what? You hit a golf ball size hailstone at 20 miles an hour, it's going to dent your car. It may or may not mess up your windshield. It kind of depends on the hail density. But if you're going highway speeds, well, you're going to mess up everything. So but again, we have no tornado warnings. This is not going to be a day with tornado issues. Mostly. We could have some very strong winds with weak tornado-like damage. Bob is going to be on Highway 36 near Jonesboro. So he's going to be near Jonesboro on Highway 36. That's southeast of Hamilton. So again, storms are going to be moving southeast about 30 miles per hour. We have no tornado warnings. We have storms that are dropping some big hail, strong winds, and a whole lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. Strongest storm right now we're probably watching is going to be this one near Hamilton, northeast of Cranfell's Gap. That storm has the potential of probably producing tennis ball size hail
Palo Pinto,
and
Stevens, and Young
damaging
County in
straight-line
Texas.
winds over 60 miles an hour. New severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be up north for hail. So again, this is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for actually not just hail, but damaging winds. Looks like they're saying winds up to 65 miles an hour, and the potential for $half size hail. That's going to be with this storm located near the city of Graham right now. So city of Graham, looks like you have a storm just southwest of town with up to 65 mile an hour winds and quarter size hail near South Bend there on Highway 67. That's going to be moving east towards Possum Kingdom Lake, Grayford, Salesville, Curran, and the city of Jacksboro. So that's going to be a severe storm between Graham and South Bend. That could have some pretty strong winds. We could also have maybe some quarter-size hail. And there's meteorologist Jason Cooley in the blue shirt. Very heavy rain and lightning, so heads up to those of you in Bryson, Jacksboro, Grayford, north of Mineral Wells. Potential for some very strong winds, purring. Maybe some pocket change size hail, and that storm again is moving east at 30 miles an hour. All right, so again, we'll have to keep an eye on that. And so, you know what? As these storms move east towards DFW, they may keep having some wind and maybe some pocket change hail threat. So, we're going to have to watch for it. A destructive severe thunderstorm is one that has baseball-size hail or larger, and or hurricane force winds of 80 miles an hour or higher. That's what sets off your phone, besides
Texas.
tornado warnings and flash flood warnings. Beautiful view from Bob. You can see just all that nastiness. Bob's on Highway 36 southeast of Hamilton, north of Gatesville. Here in, technically now we're getting into central Texas. You can see very green, very mad storm chasing him down Highway 36. Meteorologist Jason Cooley is a bit closer, and you can see just, I mean, that's just nasty sauce right there. That is hail, rain, wind. Nonsense. Again, that's what these storms out here. Again, we have no tornado warnings. We have no, destructive thunderstorm warnings right now. We have storms with big hail. No doubt that one east of Hamilton, I might go destructive warning here in a minute for baseball-size hail. We've got a nasty storm southwest of Santa Ana, south of Valera, west of Rockwood. That storm also is a candidate for baseball-size hail, perhaps. So that's just nasty sauce. And again, all these storms are going to move southeast this evening into the hill country and central Texas. So it's going to be stormy. And then Jason's shot. I mean, both Bob and Jason. Boy, look at that. Let's go back. Look at that shot from Bob Pack. Bob is, again, out on 36. He's southeast of Hamilton, north of Gatesville. That's what the storm looks like. He's near Jonesboro. And again, that's what a very intense high precipitation supercell looks like. You can see above my big shiny head of doom, you've got the highway and probably baseball-size hail with winds over 60 miles an hour. You can see all that's moving from right to left. Down towards Gatesville. Down towards Avant. All that wind energy, all the hail, all the lightning, all the rain. And the meteorologist Jason Cooley, who is much closer at this point, you can see same thing. Much darker there from his view, but amazing views from Bob and Jason. I'll let us know where you're watching from, by the way. DFW, for those of you in DFW, again, you're going to have storms this evening, and some of them may have some pocket change size hail and strong wind gusts. We're not doing tornadoes or anything like that. The higher severe weather threat will be southwest of DFW. Just a beautiful shot, isn't it? You know, you don't like to see the hail, you don't like to see the wind damage, but, you know, you have to admit, it's kind of pretty. Those of you southeast of Hamilton, south of Cranfill's Gap, down to Highway 36 on Jonesboro, you are about to have an ouchies situation. You're going to have some very large hail, damaging winds, heavy rain, and dangerous cloud to ground lightning. So Bob has a view, and then that view from Jason. My goodness. These scary looking clouds you see on Jason's shot, those are outflow winds. Those are clouds being created by the strong, well, rain cooled air. Then behind that, you see the greenage. That's hail, that's wind, that's heavy rain. And I'll just pop it up here on the radar so y'all can see it. And this is the storm near Hamilton, moving southeast. I'm okay, thank you. All right, we're going to have a new severe thunderstorm warning back in the Concho Valley. Let's take a look at that. Look at that severe storm.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Coleman, Concho, and McCulloch County in Texas.
Okay, so this severe storm from south of Coleman is now moving southeast towards Melvin and Brady. So that severe storm is going to be moving southeast of McCulloch County towards Fife, Rockwood, Melvin, Whiteland, and eventually Brady, along with Placid, Rochelle. It's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for the potential of up to ping pong ball size hail and damaging straight line winds over 60 miles per hour. We'll loop this. Those of you in Brownwood, honestly, you're doing pretty good right now. The only thing in Brownwood is a shower. So Brownwood, so far you're lucking out, but if we see storms fill in here, you're going to get rain. And you're going to get rain anyway, the way it looked. You can see the line starting to fill into your northwest. And for now, most of those storms are not producing big, bad, very mad hail or severe weather. All right, looks like we have a new discussion from the Storm Prediction Center we'll take a look at. This is going to be for, well, the next several hours. And again, you can see they are expecting a line of severe storms to move southeast into the hill country in central Texas, even towards San Antonio and the Edwards Plateau, with the strongest storms producing winds up to 80 miles an hour and maybe up to tennis ball size hail. The hail threat, in terms of big hail, will go down once the storms are kind of in the squall line. But until then, well, we're going to be dealing with this activity.
In Texas.
San Angelo, the worst is over. You're still getting rain, but the hail threat has ended in San Antonio. All right, let's take a look at our most intense storms, and I'll tell you this DFW, yeah, let's take a look at this. Sorry, I've actually been doing some coding off screen. I'm trying to get Jason and Bob's GPS positions put on the map real quick for y'all. Taking a look at the storm that is out here southeast of Graham, you can see pretty nasty winds showing up here on 16 and 254 near Possum Kingdom Lake. That storm's going to be moving east towards Highway 281. Jacksboro, let me guess, your car? Was it where I said it was? Oh, the Cubby. Cool. Emergency backup mouse. So those of you in Jacksboro may actually get a quick round of small hail from this. Otherwise, the big little cluster thingy out here west of Jacksboro. Bryson, Grayford, moving towards places like Jacksboro, eventually Perrin, here north of Mineral Wells. This is going to stay just north of Mineral Wells. Will be capable of some strong winds, over 60 miles an hour, some heavy rain, and pocket change size hail. And this is all going to be moving off to the east. So those of you in northern DFW, we do have some scattered storms developing. Right now it's just rain and a little bit of cloud-to-ground lightning, though it could intensify. And then this stuff coming in from the west will bring more rain to DFW over the next couple of hours. You have a new MD. Now, down here in parts of central Texas, look at this thing near Hamilton. My goodness, this thing's probably dropping monster hail. We do have a storm going up just north of Gatesville with small hail. Storm going up in central McLennan County on the west sides of Waco to Woodway. That could go severe soon with up to
Texas
nickel to quarter size hail.
7 miles southwest of Cranfill's Gap in Hamilton County, Texas.
So we'll keep an eye on that, but that may start kind of having some isolated storms with hail farther southeast. Same thing with this storm, northeast of Cameron, just north of Maysfield, and all this pop-up stuff. Pretty good little storm even north of Liberty right now in southeast Texas near Shepherd. So we may start getting some hail out of those storms as well. Now, checking on the Edwards Plateau, Del Rio. We have some showers and thunderstorms out here. There's nothing severe with this activity right now. And again, y'all holler if you see something on the stream. But again, Del Rio, we'll keep an eye on those storms developing. They'll probably intensify. But again, nasty looking thunderstorm northwest of Gatesville, moving southeast down Highway 36.
Texas local storm report from 7 miles west-southwest of Cranfill's Gap in Hamilton County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 2.00 inches. Reported by Storm Chaser. Additional information, photos showed 2-inch diameter hail in Lanham.
Towards Gatesville. So at this current speed of 20, this storm be rolling into Gatesville by 7:20 to 7:30, but you've got a storm just northwest of Gatesville firing up pretty quickly. We'll see. That might start taking over. This storm just west of Waco, we're watching that too. That may require a severe thunderstorm warning for 1-inch diameter size hail, quarter size hail here soon. So that's probably going to start shooting lightning out as well. And again, we're seeing some isolated storms fire up now as well, all the way down to the Brazos Valley, kind of like that high-res model data was showing. So we'll see. So anyone from Gatesville up 36 to southeast of Hamilton, you could be looking at very large to giant size hail with this moving off the southeast. Boy, that view from Jason is pretty spooky. And then, yeah, we've got these hailers starting to pop up from Waco to Cameron. We'll keep an eye on that. Those of you in Brady, let's pop on over here. San Angelo storms are exiting to the east with gusty winds. You may still have some gusty winds at San Angelo. The green triangles are just radar estimated hail sizes. If you could see the digits, like 1, that's 1-inch hail, etc. I just keep them on usually because of the path data. But again, this storm, sorry, I'm going to stop being distracted. This storm northwest of Brady, looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for that. That'll take it all the way through Brady with the potential of at least quarter-size hail and localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles per hour.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
McCulloch County in Texas.
So heads up, those of you in Brady, Melvin, Rochelle, all the way up 283 to 765. The storm's rolling southeast. It's going to have some pretty heavy rain, some strong winds over 60 miles an hour, and the potential for big hail. All right, looks like we now have a destructive severe thunderstorm southeast of Hamilton. So this storm is now capable of producing at least baseball-size hail now. Southeast of Hamilton, moving southeast down Highway 36 towards Gatesville. So we're going to have a new warning shortly that may extend down towards Gatesville. And that's going to result in the potential of this thunderstorm to produce very large hail, again, up to the size of baseballs, if not even larger than that. So heads up to y'all in Gatesville. And then if you're anywhere east, southeast of Hamilton, south of Cranfill's Gap on 1602 or 36, this is going to drop some really big hail. And you can see that view from Bob and especially Jason. This is, here's a view of the storm that's dropping baseball-sized hail winds of 70. And so it looks like it's a big old green thing of doom. It's the best way I can describe it, so. Honestly, I need to drink some water. I'm getting pretty dehydrated. Victor, welcome. Thanks for becoming a member. Amanda, same to you. Thanks for becoming a member. Josser, same thing. Thanks for becoming a member. Thank you to everybody.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Liberty, Polk, and San Jacinto County in Texas.
All right, looks like we do have a warning now, southeast Texas. It's going to be for a storm south of Shepherd. Now, these storms at southeast Texas are going to make life difficult because we're going to have to carefully monitor storm movement in the sense y'all are going to have to pay attention. These storms that are in southeast Texas right now are moving north, the complete opposite of what the storms farther west in the hill country are doing. So this storm that is going to be near Shepherd and Rayburn to Romayor and Ace are moving north. They're going to be moving north towards Lake Livingston State Park, moving towards Livingston, Goodrich, Cold Spring. They're going to be moving up Highway 146, up Highway 59. The potential for quarter-size hail with these storms of dangerous cloud-to-ground lightning. So again, those are moving north. Same thing with all these other storms at southeast Texas, even back to Waco. The stuff in the Brazos Valley right now is moving north. The Waco storm, well, that stuff's kind of just sitting there. So I know, it's messy, it's annoying, it makes me want to hit my head with a mallet. And lo and behold, I have one over here, so if I really need to, I could. But that would probably go against some sort of common sense routine where we don't like people hitting their heads with mallets on live streams. Yeah, I'm talking to myself, it happens, so lip balm. Let me go ahead and try to actually be a good person over here. Yeah, let's go check on the North Texas storms, and then we're going to check on all these others. All right, those of you at Possum Kingdom Lake to Grayford to Bryson, severe storm moving off to the east at about, well, it says 40. I don't know if it's moving east at 40. So the potential for that, again, some pretty strong winds right now, right around Possum Kingdom Lake.
South of Barnhart in Crockett County, Texas.
It's going to be moving east towards Perrin. Perrin probably there by 7 p.m., if not sooner. Now, Perrin already has a storm over it here on 281. Might have a bit of hail with it. Could have some quarter-size hail with that as it moves off to the east. Again, this is the radar showing winds over 60 miles an hour up here near Possum Kingdom Lake. It is worth noting, this storm also has the potential of quarter-size hail. Madison, you're asking how to submit video on Facebook. We are streaming, or go to our community group on Facebook, Texas Storm Chasers Community. You can post stuff there. So, Springtown, this storm could be approaching by 7:30 p.m. if it continues on its present course and speed. So heads up, Perrin, Poolville, Pester, Carter, Springtown next hour. You could get some strong winds, maybe some small hail to pocket change size hail.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Coryell and Hamilton County in Texas.
All right, back to Gatesville. A destructive thunderstorm warning has been issued for southeastern Hamilton and Coryell counties. This is going to be for the potential of baseball-size hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. This is going to include Gatesville, Fort Gates, South Mountain, Arnett, Pancake, Permala, Whiteway, Elman, Lavetta, South Permala, King, Jonesboro, Ireland, Turnersville, and Coral City. A destructive thunderstorm with up to 3-inch hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. Move it southeast at 20 miles an hour. So those of you in Gatesville, up Highway 36, towards southeast of Hamilton, South Mountain, heads up. This is a destructive thunderstorm with baseball-size hail and damaging winds over 70 miles an hour. Move it southeast at 20. Goldwaith, you're probably going to get a severe thunderstorm warning soon for the potential of maybe some pocket change size hail, quarter size hail. That storm's perking up a bit. Out west, we have a storm near Brady moving off to the southeast. That storm will have the potential of producing at least quarter size hail and wind gusts over 60 to 70 miles an hour. Pretty good amount of wind right now with this storm north of Brady. That's over rural areas, but it's over 283 near 765. Rochelle, etc. Those of you southeast of San Angelo, you're clear for now. You may get some more storms later. Belton will get hit between 8 and 10 p.m. Those of you southeast San Angelo, it is still storming. Cristobal to Wall. Could be getting some heavy rain, maybe some nickel to quarter size hail. Same thing north of Ozana. No severe warnings down near Del Rio at the moment. Patty, thank you very much for that super chat. Definitely appreciate it. We got a lot of wind, a lot of hail with this activity moving southeast. We are starting to see a few storms out here in southeast Texas, the Brazos Valley, showing some indications of producing some small hail to maybe up to the size of quarters. We'll keep a very close eye on it, of course, as activity continues moving off to, well, the southeast Texas storms, just to make life complicated, are moving north. Everything else is moving south, southeast. And then we also have storms in western North Texas with damaging winds, large hail, and heavy rain. And I'm Texas Storm Chasers Bully in Chief David-Reimer. It is 6:36. monitoring severe storms moving across portions of North Texas, Central Texas, into the hill country. We'll be moving off to the southeast at about 30 miles an hour. Raid, thanks for becoming a member.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Lampasas and Mills County in Texas.
John, thank you very much for the super chat. Appreciate your support. A big thank you to John in the YouTube chat. All right, so let's go over timing. We're going to clear everything off the map. And we're going to look at the high-res rapid refresh model. We're going to load it up. And again, this is just going to show you an estimation of the arrival time. We do note it is probably right with these isolated storms in parts of the Brazos Valley, southeast Texas, with a risk of hail and some strong winds. That's not the main show. Main show is going to be this line out here, moving southeast. Again, this is about 8 p.m. Based on the way it looks right now, that's probably pretty on par. If anything, storms may be a little faster than what this is showing. But here's 8 p.m. Storms moving back east into DFW, Killeen, Waco, Llano, Junction to Del Rio. 9 p.m. Storms moving Del Rio, Kerrville, Fredericksburg, Willow City, Fort Hood, Killeen. Still rain in DFW with the highest severe threat, damaging wind threat, especially with these storms, roughly along and south of Interstate 14 or Highway 190. Here's 10 p.m. Storms are rolling into Austin, Waco, New Braunfels. We have storms in the Brazos Valley with hail. JS Homestead, thank you very much for the super chat. A big thank you to JS in the YouTube chat, y'all. Storms extending back towards Kerrville, Uvalde, and Eagle Pass. Here is 11 p.m. It is storming San Antonio. It's storming in San Marcos. It's storming in Gonzales, Georgetown, Bryan College Station. Then you see that bow, that apex there, that nasty bow, moving southeast towards Victoria by midnight. Here's 1 a.m. Nasty line of storms from Freer, Victoria, Yoakum, Brenham, moving southeast. We still have storms in the Brazos Valley, East Texas. And that continues. Corpus Christi, 1 to 2 a.m. Brownsville, you could get some rain by 4 a.m., and it's going to be storming in Houston. And then there's 6. So I'll let this play a couple of times. And again, we're live on YouTube, Facebook. Feel free to watch us wherever you browse. We're live on our website, TexasStormChasers.com. Our free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. DFW, you're going to be dealing with storms over the next several hours. Can't rule out some very strong winds and some pocket change size hail.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Hudspeth County in Texas.
We're going to have a new severe thunderstorm warning north of Ozana. That's going to be this storm out here on 190 at 163. Looks like this storm has the potential to produce probably about, we're going to say, well, actually, that warning's from earlier. Where's the new warning? I saw a warning pop up today. Where did it go? I don't know. Oh, yay. Probably this one north of Del Rio, if I had to guess, honestly. It's got a pretty good surge of wind here. It's also 97 degrees in Del Rio, goodness. No, actually, it's way down here. What the heck is this? Okay, random storm moving in from Mexico, from Rio Grande City east to Sullivan City to Palm View. Alton, Gustavo Diaz. I know, I'm mispronouncing that horribly. I know. We have winds up to 70 miles an hour and quarter-size hail. Roman, thank you very much for that super chat. Ozona. Yeah, we're going to start doing that again. So again, those of you out here on 83 from Rio Grande City all the way to Interstate 2 and 364, you've got damaging winds, heavy rain, maybe some quarter-size hail. That storm's moving north at 20 miles an hour. So heads up to y'all. That'd be about, I think, 30 kilometers an hour. We have a severe storm in southeast Texas moving north from Shepherd and Ace with the potential of up to quarter-size hail and localized damaging wind gusts of 60 miles an hour towards Goodrich, Livingston, Lake Livingston, especially if you're on the lake, get off the lake, Daylardsville, Segno. That'll be crossing over Highway 190 near Livingston over the next hour, moving off to the north. Farther northwest we go. We have some storms. North of Cameron to Rosebud, moving north, could have nickel-size hail. Localized winds of 50 miles an hour. If those get stronger, could have quarter-size hail and would go severe thunderstorm warning. And then you'd get to hear my little automated bot of doom say, severe thunderstorm warning for... All right, up here, Waco, west side of Waco, y'all are still getting a thunderstorm. It's just sitting there with lightning here in McLennan County. This storm right now near Waco, maybe some pea-sized hail, cloud-to-ground lightning, locally heavy rain. It's probably going to have some street flooding. Tornado risk is very, very low. Goldwaith, you get a severe thunderstorm warning. Congratulations. That storm's going to be moving southeast eventually with ping-pong ball-sized hail down Highway 183 towards Castor, Scalorn, and Lometa, eventually towards Lampasas. Farther west we go, where we'll end up, who knows? We do have a cluster of storms still moving southeast into Brady, Melvin. Holler if you're in Melvin to Brady. Pretty nasty the town of Whiteland to Melvin. You've got the potential for big hail. The potential for winds over 70 miles an hour. We had a 67 mile an hour wind gust near Dual. And that cluster's moving southeast, and then we have all this stuff back west as well, moving southeast. Andy, thanks for becoming a member. Welcome aboard. Up here in North Texas, we have a severe thunderstorm with maybe some winds of 50 to 60 miles an hour coming up on Highway 281 and Highway 254, east of Possum Kingdom State Park, Possum Kingdom Lake, moving off to the east. And that storm could also have some, maybe nickel to quarter size hail. I want to make it clear, this storm has nothing on the storms we've dealt with the last few weeks up here with huge hail, 80 to 90 mile an hour winds and tornadoes. That's not what's going on with this. This is just maybe some pocket change size hail, some pretty heavy rain, lightning. All this is going to move east into DFW over the next few hours, moving from west to east. In fact, I'll put on a loop-de-loop-de here, and we'll say
National
we.
Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Brown, Coleman, McCulloch, and San Saba County in Texas.
Just had a report of 4-inch diameter hail on Highway 22 northeast of Hamilton. That's from that storm near Jonesboro. We've got reports of broken power poles on Coke Street in Hamilton, and they had a 59 mile an hour wind gust. So that storm near Jonesboro did produce softball-sized hail earlier. Looks like Jason's filling up, getting some gas. Good luck with that. I hope you brought an arm and a leg. And for those wondering about town locations, etc., you can take a look at the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, and the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We do have a free mobile app. Just search for it where you download apps. And again, we're going to be live all evening. We've been live since 2:15 this afternoon. And again, we're Texans giving Texas weather information. So DFW, again, you're going to have storms moving east into DFW over the next probably hour and a half. Maybe some small hail, strong winds, heavy rain, and lightning. We're not doing the tornado thing. We're not doing the spinny, doom thing. We're not doing, baseball-sized hail. We're not doing 80-mile-an-hour winds. So that's further south. You can see Bob's got a good view. Bob is out there. Near Gatesville, I believe. And he's keeping a close eye on this thunderstorm activity as it moves southeast. So that's what this storm's doing here. You can see Hamilton to Goldwaith. Caster, thank you very much for that super chat. Appreciate it. And by the way, look, y'all want, I've seen a few people ask, we do have merch. You can go to texasstormchasers.store and take a look at that if you want. On YouTube, it should be here on the YouTube video stream or something. Colleen, you're going to be dealing with storms probably by 8 to 8:30. The potential for damaging winds and hail. Heavy rain.
2.50 inches. Reported by public. Additional information.
My water bottle go?
From Ping, tennis
I don't know where my water bottle of life went.
Inches.
Yeah. Oh, that's unfortunate. Goes to show the last time I drank water. No, it's fine. That's good for now. No. Maybe. Yes. So those of you in Gatesville, it's about to storm. I mean, it's already rained in Gatesville, but you're about to get another hail core. Or a hail core with some damaging winds. These storms moving southeast. Eventually, we'll be moving into Killeen, Fort Hood, Temple, Salado, Georgetown. The potential certainly exists that they'll remain severe, with quite a bit of hail, very heavy rain, and strong, damaging winds with that. So we're going to be keeping a very close eye on that activity as it moves off to the southeast. Again, these storms moving at about 20 miles an hour. No, I'm actually surprisingly good. Maybe that just means I'm dehydrated. So again, cluster extends on 84 here from Gatesville all the way through Avant and Goldwaith moving southeast. The potential for up to 2-inch diameter size hail, winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. And a big happy Mother's Day to everyone out there as well. So those of you from Brady up to Berksmith out here on Highway 377, it is about to storm quite a bit. All right, so let's try to do this. Let's go ahead and put a storm track on all of this. New severe thunder.
County in Texas.
Looks like they're going to put a severe thunderstorm warning out for these storms north of Del Rio. And this is going to be for the threat of damaging straight-line winds of 60 miles an hour. So again, you can see the storm itself is pretty little, but there's actually an outflow boundary here with very strong winds showing up. So this severe thunderstorm warning is for portions of Valverde, Edwards, and Kenny counties in the Edwards Plateau out here. This does include Del Rio. This includes Loma Alta, Lakeview, Laughlin Air Force Base, Carter Valley, Blackbrush Point, Amada, Valverde Park, Governor's Landing, Long Point 277, the Spur 406 campground, the Rock Quarry campground, highways 277 and 377. And this activity is moving off to the southeast at about 30 miles an hour. And again, there could be damaging winds with this, even where we're not showing rain. You can see this boundary here on radar. That's a wind shift line generated by the thunderstorms. We could have winds up to 60 with that. So heads up to y'all in Del Rio, all the way up to southwest of Rock Springs there on 277 and 377. All right, let's talk about thunderstorm timing once again, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up at 6:53 p.m., I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. Thanks for joining in. We'll pop on the high-res rapid refresh model. And we're going to clear everything off the map. Those of you in Rosebud, let us know if you start getting hail. I think we're going to start having a hail problem here around Rosebud and Cameron shortly. Those storms are starting to get to that point where we're probably going to get a severe thunderstorm warning for quarter-size hail. All right, let's pop on the horror. Keeping a close eye on the chaser feeds from Storm Chaser Bob Pack and meteorologist Jason Cooley. So I'm going to load this from 8 p.m. through 5 a.m. And again, this is what the HER model shows at 8 p.m. Storms moving into DFW with maybe strong winds, a bit of hail, heavy rain and lightning. Storms from, roughly at this point, from Gatesville to San Saba to Junction to Del Rio. And again, this is a model. This is not perfect, so keep an eye on it, right? Don't use this as the gospel or written in stone. If you've got a storm to your northwest, it goes without saying they're moving southeast to 30 miles an hour. You can do some extrapolation using your radar app or whatnot. We have a free radar app, by the way, texasstormchasers.com/radar, or in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Here's 9 p.m. line of storms from Fort Hood down towards Fredericksburg to Del Rio. We have pop-up storms with maybe some hail across the Brazos Valley to maybe central Texas on I-35. It's storming and pouring in DFW with a lot of lightning, rain, gusty winds. 10 p.m., severe storms moving into places like Georgetown, Austin, New Braunfels, San Marcos, Kerrville, Comfort, Barney, down to Uvalde, Eagle Pass. Storms continue 11 p.m. the Brazos Valley, Central Texas, South Central Texas into the Edwards Plateau. That activity is moving off to the southeast at about 30 miles an hour. And again, some of these storms are still going to have a lot of hail, a lot of rain, a lot of wind. Again, there could be some very strong winds with this. And then here's 1 a.m. The Brazos Valley, Coastal Plains, it's storming in Victoria. It's about to storm in Corpus Christi, Beeville, Freer. Houston, it's dry at this point. But you've got pop-up storms already, so keep an eye on it. And then here's 2 a.m. Lean edge of strong storms, Laredo to Corpus Christi. We still have storms up in the Brazos Valley. Some of those could have small hail, gusty to strong winds, heavy rain. And then here's 3 a.m. We have that leading edge with strong winds moving Zapata, Raymondville. And then by 4 a.m. through Brownsville, McAllen, out on Interstate 2. And then we also have storms in East Texas, Houston, Southeast Texas. So the severe risk by this point is lower. So that's what things are going to look like going into the evening. So, yeah, southeastern half of the state, guess what? It's going to storm. And if y'all appreciate our information, you appreciate us being here, do us a favor and hit that like button. It just helps the video, or it helps this coverage get into more Texans video feeds, and, you know, hopefully they'll be informed. So, let's talk about what we have going on right now. I'm going to go through my little routine here. Let's talk about where we have severe weather warnings. We have how many warnings? 11 severe thunderstorm warnings in the state of Texas right now. We are busy. So, again, it looks like Round Rock, Austin, New Braunfels, San Antonio between 9 and 10. So keep an eye on the storms to your northwest, and maybe a bit sooner than that. You can see we do have a pretty organized line of storms taking hold now, moving southeast across parts of North Texas, into Central Texas, the Concho Valley, into the Hill Country, and now the Edwards Plateau. We do have storms in parts of North Texas and Northeast Texas. Those are not severe right now. Severe storm that is going to be northeast of Mineral Wells. That storm has the potential of some very strong winds and maybe some small pocket change size hail, though it looks like they're going to let that warning go here at 7. So that severe thunderstorm warning west of DFW will be gone. But that's still a pretty strong storm with a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. We're going to get heavy rain in DFW. Springtown to Weatherford, you're probably going to get some westerly winds up to 40 miles an hour. A lot of lightning, maybe some pea-sized hail and heavy rain. Stephenville to Brownwood, same thing. And then Greenville, you're getting a storm with lightning and heavy rain right now. Most of the activity along the north of Interstate 20 is behaved, in the sense it's a rain-cooled air mass, so the risk of severe storms is lower. But we'll still have a lot of lightning, some heavy rain. Can't rule out small hail and gusty winds. Different story for this activity down the Hill Country into Central Texas, South Central Texas, the Edwards Plateau. It's in the 80s and 90s down here. No rain yet today. It's been sunny. I went outside and almost got a sunburn again. Storms are moving southeast. The strongest storms we have right now, from Gatesville to Goldwaith to Placid to Brady to Menard, had the potential of quarter to tennis ball size hail and damaging winds of 65 to 75 miles an hour. As these storms continue moving southeast tonight, we're going to have to start looking for areas of storms that start to what we call bow out. You'll be able to see it on radar, and I'll point it out in real time, but those bow shapes indicate a lot of wind energy in the thunderstorm, and those have the potential to produce wind gusts of 75 miles an hour or higher. We haven't seen a lot of that yet. We saw a couple instances earlier with microbursts, but
thunderstorm warning for
Polk and San Jacinto County in Texas.
We're going to have to watch things carefully, because when we start seeing that, that's where we could really start seeing a lot of that wind damage, knocking down trees, power lines, damaging stuff we don't want damaged. Adriana, thanks for becoming a super duper. Yeah, Mineral Wells is getting some heavy rain right now. We've got gusty winds. Could be some west winds of 40 to 50 miles an hour in Mineral Wells. There's no tornado, no real big hail. There may be some small hail. A lot of rain and lightning, though. It's moving towards Highway 51, Weatherford, Springtown. That's what we're going to be dealing with. 50-mile-an-hour winds, pea-sized hail, heavy rain. Now, let's talk about Central Texas. Gatesville. Guess what? This storm in Gatesville moving southeast with the potential of up to golf ball-size hail. 60-mile-an-hour winds, maybe a little higher. Moving southeast. That'll be moving towards Fort Hood, Killeen, over the next hour to hour and a half. Temple. And again, the potential for golf ball-size hail right now and winds of 50 to 60 miles an hour. So those of you in Temple, Jarrell, Georgetown, New Braunfels, Austin, Round Rock, guess what? It's going to storm tonight. You're under a severe thunderstorm watch. Pay attention. Not all storms are going to be severe, but guess what? Some may. The tornado risk is minimal. Not zero, but minimal. This is going to be a wind, a hail, a lightning event. Again, I'll put the loop on here. And so again, thanks for joining us. We have been here a long time today. Yeah, that's a pretty cool shot from Bob Pack, isn't it? Let's take a look. Bob is probably very near Jason in Gatesville. Here's Storm Chaser Bob Pack. He's probably very near Gatesville right now, looking northwest. And again, that's what we call a shelf cloud. Check it out. It kind of looks like a shelf. And then under that or behind it, you've got all that greenage. That's hail, rain, wind. And you can see very scary looking clouds. But this is not a tornadic look. This is a damaging wind being pushed out of the thunderstorm look. And you can see he also has some cool clouds around him. Meteorologist Jason Cooley, suffering at the gas station, meaning I hope he brought an arm and a leg. And again, same thing, just a little closer. You can see shelf cloud there. Looks pretty creepy, right? Scary looking clouds. And then behind that, all the rain and all the hail. So that's what we're doing right now here in Central Texas. We've got a storm approaching 277 around Del Rio. And again, this is a lot of wind down here with this storm. Even where we're not showing rain, we've got some winds moving into Del Rio of about 60 to 70 miles an hour. So let's talk about farther north. So again, we have storms from Sonora up to El Dorado, to Menard to Brady. Moving southeast, some of these storms are producing quarter-size hail, that's up to 1 inch in diameter, and some strong wind gusts of 60 to 70 miles an hour. They're going to keep moving southeast at about 30. Southeast at 30 miles an hour. Miles per hour. We're going to be watching for a lot of lightning. KFD Medic 301, thanks for coming to Spinny Doomer. Welcome to the club. We're going to be watching for a lot of lightning, some heavy rain, and hail. DFW again, you're going to have heavier storms rolling in. Let's take a look. This activity in Parker County, Wise County, moving east up to 55 mile an hour winds, small hail, and very heavy rain, including cloud to ground lightning. Sassy Cowgirl 17, thanks for joining the club. Welcome aboard. And this activity, again, DFW is just about to be a rainy, stormy mess. Right now, there's nothing severe. You know, there's nothing that is concerning in the sense of spinny, doom, or hail, or crazy wind. It's just going to be a loud and proud, rowdy thunderstorm.
Hidalgo and Starr County in Texas.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Mason, McCulloch, Menard, and San Saba County in Texas.
All right, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning. And by the way, Northeast Texas, Greenville, Mount Vernon, Mount Pleasant, Sulphur Springs, this activity is not severe. You've got some rain. I have to reset this program.
The National
That's
Weather
okay.
Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Grimes, Montgomery, and Walker County in Texas.
Switch over here for a moment, and you can see we are quite busy this evening. So, again, there's going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for a decent chunk of places like Mason, Cherokee, San Saba, Richland Springs, Castell. It's going to be for a severe storm capable of producing golf ball size hail. Winds of 70 miles an hour. It's going to be moving off to the southeast. Gatesville, guess what? You've got a storm rolling southeast into town right now. You've been watching that on our camera streams. And you still are. Looks like meteorologist Jason Cooley is about to take it on the chin. Now, let's check on southeast Texas. We do have a couple severe storms north of Houston now. And again, these are going to be moving north just to make my life complicated and give me a headache and give everyone dyslexia like myself. But again, we now have two storms capable of hail. This one, southwest of New Waverly. North of Montgomery, north of Willis, slowly moving north towards Huntsville and Shiro. It's going to be fun on I-45. The worst of the hail is north of Montgomery, though. This storm, the potential near Huntsville, Huntsville State Park, Richards, and New Waverly. The potential of quarter-size hail, localized winds of 60 miles an hour. Second severe storm, southeast of Livingston, generally east of 146, south of 190, moving north-northeast at, 10 miles an hour? They're not moving quick. We have some other storms out here in central Texas. One just north of Rosebud. And then we have, that's moving like northeast of Cameron. Moving northwest. And then a storm over Waco, Hewitt, McLennan County. It's raining, it's storming, there's small hail. The big bad storms that have got larger hail and strong winds, Gatesville. That's where meteorologist Jason Cooley is. For example, we could take a look at that. And look at Gatesville. It's pitch black. Looks like the middle of the night now here in Gatesville, right? It's only 6:45. Oh, I'm sorry, it's 7:10 actually. But, we've got another hour of sunlight. And this is what it looks like in Gatesville right now. It looks like past sunset. You could see some pretty good wind there. This is what it looks like on the radar. This storm rolling southeast into Gatesville right now, with the potential of 60 to 65 mile an hour winds, maybe hail up to the size of golf balls. Back west.
Texas local storm report from 9 miles west of Gatesville in Coryell County.
Cluster of storms. 67 mile an hour wind gust reported in Brady.
Inch.
We have a cluster of severe
Reported
storms
by
now.
amateur
That's
radio.
going to be from Mercury
Additional
to
information. Quarter-size
Hull,
hail
Richland
reported in
Springs, east of Rochelle to Brady to Hext, north of Streeter and Mason. Moving southeast at about 35 miles an hour with the potential of golf ball size hail, winds to 60 and 70 miles an hour. Here's the view again. This is in Gatesville, Texas. For meteorologist Jason Cooley, you can see it's windy, it's rainy, it's dark, and it's scary because it's pitch black outside. It looks like nighttime. Meanwhile, 10 miles southeast, here's storm chaser Bob Pack. Guess what? It's not nighttime. Go back to Jason, who's in Gatesville. It's nighttime. All the lights at the gas station are on, and we'll be watching to see if they lose power, by the way. That's a good way to tell if there's actually some wind damage or if, lightning gets angry. Very windy there in Gatesville. We're going to keep a close eye on it. Y'all holler if you see anything. Nasty wind for sure. But again, that's in Gatesville. Gerald, Georgetown, you're going to begin storms this evening. Yes, the risk of hail, damaging winds will exist. Nasty. So again, zooming out to the state level, as we start to lose some daylight, you can see we have plenty of stormy mischief to deal with. And all this activity is going to continue moving southeast over the next several hours across the state, at least the southeastern half. With the potential of damaging winds, hail. Bob should be moving towards Temple, yes. That's a nice view from Bob. Here's Bob's view. Bob, the Storm Chaser Pack. All right, so again, we got stormies out the wazoo. Moving southeast about 30, and again, we have, 8 severe thunderstorm warnings. It's busy. San Antonio, 9 to 11 p.m. Mm-mm. Thanks. So again, all this activity is going to be a loud night. Richland Springs, you could begin a pretty nasty hailer right now. San Saba, heading your way. We had a 67-mile-an-hour gust in Brady. And again, my apologies for not talking at times. Again, we're going to be here all evening. I'm watching Jason's feed. Y'all let us know where you're watching from, by the way. Austin, San Antonio, 9 to 11 p.m. And yeah, there is some stuff firing back west to San Angelo again. So far, it's just rain. We'll keep an eye on it, though. Tech Steel Horse, thanks for becoming a member. Welcome to the family. All right, so again, it's just going to be a long night. Now, not all these storms are going to be dropping, big hail, big wind, stuff like that. But we definitely do have the potential for locally damaging winds, etc. Tornado risk is very, very low. This is not going to be a tornado evening. Now, we are going to have some very strong winds at times. That could necessitate tornado-like safety precautions, but for most folks,
the National Weather Service
that's
has issued
not
a
going to
new
be
severe
it.
thunderstorm warning for
Coryell County in Texas.
You could see Jason in Gatesville is still dealing with the nastiness. So, those of you downstream of these storms, Central Texas, Temple, Round Rock, Austin, Killeen, Copper's Cove, Temple, it's going to storm soon. In fact, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for Gatesville. This severe warning includes Fort Hood, Copper's Cove, Killeen. It's going to be for a storm with 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. Storms are moving southeast at about 25 miles per hour. And again, we're going to get gusty winds way ahead of these storms. Then could have some quarter-size hail, heavy rain, and lightning. Lampasas, storm near Lometa, same thing, moving southeast towards Lampasas. Richland Springs, pretty nasty-looking storm right now. Near Richland Springs, moving east-southeast. That storm may end up having hail closer to golf ball size and wind gusts over 70 miles an hour. Those are going to be moving southeast at about 25 to 35 miles per hour. And that could eventually end up in Llano. Mason, you've got a nasty storm. That's moving southeast. That could be approaching Gillespie County by 8:30 p.m.
Texas,
and then here in
local
Fredericksburg,
storm from 1 mile
that's where I
northeast
am,
of
by
Hess in Menard
9
County, Texas.
p.m.
Hail magnitude measured 1.00 inch.
Well, the whole line itself is
Reported
moving
by
southeast,
public.
so...
Additional information, report from Ping, quarter, 1 inch.
All right, now you can see Bob Pack, storm's heading his way. Bob is near Leon Junction. In fact, honestly, I can show y'all where they are now. I'll do that. So here you go. This is where Bob is. Bob is down here on Highway 36. Again, that's going to be near Leon Junction. And then Jason's up here in Gatesville. So again, glad I can show y'all where they are now. Work on the exact cute icons and such. But again, we got plenty of storms just rolling southeast. And we'll talk about the timing here in just a couple minutes. I drink some water finally. You can see where Jason is in Gatesville. It's still windy. Let's take a look at that. You can see the cars are jammed into the gas station there. All right. So let's go back to Del Rio. Severe storm northeast of Del Rio, at least the rain and small hail are. We've got a lot of wind with this storm approaching Laughlin Air Force Base, north of Brackettville. Del Rio, you're getting gusty west winds right now. And it's just nasty sauce. I'll reset my thing real quick here. And this is the Del Rio storm. Again, severe storm here, capable of 70-mile-an-hour winds from Del Rio to Loma Alta, Laughlin Air Force Base, Valverde Park, Devil Shores, Governor's Landing, Long Point, Carter Valley. This is all from gusty winds way out ahead of the storm. Now, let's go all the way back north. DFW. You do have a thunderstorm rolling in from Weatherford, Springtown. This storm is not severe. You've got rain, you got lightning, you've got gusty west winds, maybe pea-size hail. That is it.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Blanco, Burnett, and Llano County in Texas.
So, DFW, it's about to rain, it's about to storm, lightning, gusty winds, heavy rain. That's it. No tornadoes, nothing like that. So, y'all in DFW, unless something drastically changes, you're okay. You can see Jason shot there in Gatesville. It is really stinking windy. Goodness gracious. Nasty winds in Gatesville right now. That's where Jason is. And then from Bob's view, well, that's what it looks like. A big old thing of haze and rain. And that's with this storm. Again, down here, you can see Jason and Bob's positions. Jason's in Gatesville, where, honestly, a storm merger's ongoing right now, which is unfortunate for him.
National Weather Service
in the sense of
a new severe
bunch of
thunderstorm warning for
wind and
Grimes,
such.
Montgomery, and Walker County in Texas.
That's just a part of this thunderstorm activity organizing here as it moves off to the southeast. And then again, all the way back to Lometa, San Saba, Mason. That's all going to be moving southeast into Llano, towards Burnett, Mountain Falls, Round Mountain. Yeah, we're going to be here through it. Again, you know, these storms are rowdy. The storm for... I'll just read the warning for y'all. This is going to be for Blanco, Llano, Burnett counties at 7:28 p.m. A line of severe storms located near Sloan, 8 miles south of Algerita. They say it's moving southeast of 55. I don't think so. I don't think it's moving that fast. Maybe 45 miles an hour, but storms capable of producing golf ball size hail and localized damaging wind gusts over 70 miles an hour. So this includes places like Burnett, Marble Falls, Kingsland, Llano, Bertram, Round Mountain, Buchanan Dam, Granite Shoals, Horseshoe Bay, Buchanan Lake Village, Highland Haven, Field Creek, Inks Lake State Park, Spiceward, Watson, Bluffton, and Lake Victor. And again, that's for this storm near San Saba moving southeast. Potential for damaging winds and hail. Mason, you've got a storm out your way as well. We'll keep an eye on it. That's moving southeast. And we'll keep an eye out for further development back near Junction. But you can see nasty-looking storms we're going to be dealing with. Gatesville to Avant, northwest of Lampasas. All that's going to move southeast with the potential of heavy rain, strong winds over 60 miles an hour, cloud to ground lightning. And that is also moving southeast. So again, those of you in Fort Hood, Killeen, Temple, Belton, even all the way down, Round Rock, Austin. Guess what? All this is heading your way. This whole big, bad, horrible drawing cluster nightmare is moving southeast at 30 to 45 miles an hour. So if you're on I-35 from San Antonio to Belton, Temple, Round Rock, Austin, Georgetown, yes, it is going to storm in the next 2 hours. 2 to 3. Now, we do have a couple storms here in southeast Texas that have a history of some pocket change size hail. This storm western New Waverly, moving north into the Huntsville area, portions of Montgomery, Walker, Grimes counties. These storms are nearly stationary. They're drifting north. They could have some pocket change size hail. And we're going to be keeping a close eye on that activity as well. We have some showers and storms around Rosebud to Lott, south of Waco. Those right now are drifting north. They're not moving severe, or really severe. They're not tornadic. The one near Lott, honestly, may have some nickel-sized hail with it. Again, we're not worried about tornadoes at the moment. Tornado risk this evening is very low. But we'll be keeping an eye on it. And then otherwise, look, all this activity in the hill country is going to move southeast across the hill country over the next several hours as it keeps moving off to the southeast at about 30 to 45 miles an hour. So Fort Hood is going to be storming. Mm-hmm. So Bob is going to be heading down Highway 36 towards Morgan's Point Resort. Jason is going to be calling it a day and head north. So we'll keep an eye on, but guess what? We still got plenty to go here with storms moving southeast through the hill country. You can see from Bob's view, moving off the southeast. Nasty looking storm for sure. We'll begin to sunset soon. These are just nasty sauce storms. We are not dealing with tornadoes. We are dealing with storms with a lot of heavy rain, cloud to ground lightning, strong to locally damaging winds, and hail. DFW, let's take a look at you. And again, DFW, it's just about to storm a lot. You've got lightning, heavy rain, and gusty winds, honestly. And that's it. Even the winds aren't too bad. We're looking at winds of, 30 to 40 miles an hour. Hail, probably not even anything above the size of a pea. Very heavy rain and occasional cloud to ground. Lightning strikes. Out here in northeast Texas, we do have some activity from Greenville to Lone Oak, Cumbie to Sulphur Springs. Again, same thing. Heavy rain, lightning. Big old rain shield about to move east across Texoma, North Texas, though, and that's all it is. Rain stabilized, cool air. Just a bunch of rain. That's it. With some embedded lightning. Nothing to really worry about in terms of big wind, big hail, or big wind. Big hail, big wind, Spain, doom dooms. All right, so here is the central Texas region. Again, here's what storms have been doing over the last while. You can see at this point we do have a pretty solid line of storms from near McGregor to Gatesville, Leon Junction to Lampasas, just north of Lampasas, to San Saba to Cherokee, back towards Pontotoc, to Valley Springs, to Mason, to London, to near Junction. And again, the strongest of these storms are going to be moving off southeast at about, 30, 40 miles an hour. They could have some pretty strong winds, could have localized wind gusts 60, 70, 75 miles an hour, especially that storm moving towards Llano. And then some of these storms also have potential for quarter to golf ball size hail. And we do have storms across parts of the Brazos Valley, southeast Texas, that are nearly stationary, producing lightning, brief, gusty winds, and heavy rain. So what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, is we're going to take the first of one of Baldy and Chief's little magical runaway to the little boy's room break. So you're going to get to see this for just a second. We'll be right back. You're not going to hear anything. Don't freak out. We'll be back in just a moment.
Texas local storm report from 4 miles southeast of Fort Gates in Coryell County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 2.50 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, tennis ball size hail reported in flat.
All right, everybody, like I said, it'd be just a minute. We are back with continuing severe weather coverage here. And again, these storms are still moving off to the southeast here in parts of the hill country into central Texas, with some of the storms producing large hail and damaging straight line winds. Now, those of you on Facebook, our Facebook stream may time out soon. So if that happens, you're going to have to come watch us on YouTube. But we're here. We're going to be here giving you live severe weather information. So this is going to be heading into central Texas. Those of you in Fredericksburg, we could be getting storms probably by 8:45, it looks like. 8:30. No. Okay, looks like we're going to have a new severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to be out here in the Edwards Plateau. The National Weather Service going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for
Edwards,
Rock
Kinney,
Springs,
Real,
Camp Wood,
and
Laughlin
Uvalde
Air Force
County
Base,
in Texas.
Brackettville. Going to be for a severe thunderstorm warning for this little line here. Produce quarter-size hail, localized winds of 60 miles an hour. Severe storms are located along a line extending for 25 miles southwest of Roosevelt, 19 miles southwest of Rock Springs, to 14 miles northwest of Alamo Village, to near Amanda, moving east to 25 miles an hour. This includes Brackettville, Rock Springs, Camp Wood, Laguna, Barksdale, Vance, Amanda, Montel, Alamo Village, Kickapoo Cavern State Park, Turkey Mound, Devil Sinkhole State Natural Area, and Fort Clark Springs. Line is moving east, again, 25 miles an hour, so heads up. Potential for some hail and some strong winds with that activity moving off the southeast.
Farther north, storms from near Mason to Cherokee, San Saba, Lampasas, Pidcoke, Leon Junction, Flat to McGregor, moving southeast at about 25 to... Why are they saying 55? It is not... I guess they think the San Saba storms are moving southeast 55. It's accelerating. Not sure it's 55, but it's moving more quickly. So, heads up. These storms definitely continue to push southeast pretty quickly. We could have wind gusts, again, over 60 to 70 miles an hour. Maybe some hail up to the size of golf balls. And that's going to include places like Buchanan Dam, Llano, Burnett, Bertram, or Burnett, Fairfield, Marble Falls, Horseshoe Bay, Round Mountain, Granite Shoals, Kingsland, Oxford, Briggs, Watson. Again, the potential for some pretty strong winds and large hail with that activity as it moves off to the southeast pretty quickly. And you can see Storm Chaser Bob Pack's view. He is probably going to be farther, well, he is farther north. This is probably very near Moffett. And he's looking at this activity that's going to be approaching Temple, Belton, Little River Academy, Fort Hood, and Killeen here over the next while. Some pretty spooky looking low clouds there. And yeah, it's going to be moving into Copper's Cove, Harker Heights. So again, severe storms, what is that? Severe storms extend from near McGregor to Leon Junction, north of Fort Hood, just north of Copper's Cove, Lampasas, to Cherokee there, south of San Saba on Highway 16, to Valley Spring, Mason, to northeast of Junction. And these storms are moving southeast at about 30 to 50 miles an hour. Out here east of 35, Bruceville, Eddy to Lott, Rosebud. We have some storms that are slowly moving northwest, just to make life difficult. Those could have some pocket change size hail, gusty winds, heavy rain. Looks like the severe warnings for this activity southwest of Huntsville continues. Pretty heavy rain, maybe some quarter-size hail on Highway 30. Southwest of Huntsville. And those storms out in southeast Texas are moving off to the northwest very slowly. You could see some lightning increasing on Bob's feed on the top right there. So let's take a look at timing again. It's been a while, so let's zoom out to the statewide level. And this is going to take us through the evening. I'm going to loop it from 9 p.m. just so y'all could see how it's doing right now. If the model's doing badly, well, yeah, we don't want to do that, right? So here's 9 p.m. This is where it has storms. And It's doing okay. Maybe a little slow, but at least it shows where we're going to be dealing with storms tonight, right? Here's 10 p.m. Storms approaching Georgetown, Round Rock, Austin, Blanco, Johnson City, down to Comfort, Bandera, Hondo, La Prairie, Eagle Pass. Isolated storms still in the Brazos Valley with hail. Here's 10 or 11 p.m. Storms through San Antonio, which Austin, Round Rock, it's still storming. Waco, College Station, Bryan, we got storms. Some of those are going to have hail, wind, a lot of lightning, heavy rain. Here is 1 a.m. Storms moving into the coastal plains, north of Laredo, Beeville, Victoria, Columbus, Brenham, Bryan, College Station, more rain. Some rain out in East Texas as well. 2 a.m. through Corpus Christi, Bay City, Brenham. And then storms are actually going to continue into deep South Texas, the Rio Grande Valley overnight with gusty north winds, lightning, some locally heavy rain, hail. And we're going to have storms early tomorrow morning in Houston as well.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
San Saba County in Texas.
So that's what the radar may look like going into the evening. Let's go back to what the radars looked like over the last few hours and looks like right now. You can see we have a plethora of thunderstorms moving across portions of central Texas, moving into the hill country, and the Edwards Plateau moving off to the southeast. We have rain moving into DFW with some lightning, and that's it for DFW. And yes, thank you for that suggestion. Like, subscribe, and if you appreciate our weather coverage, feel free to share. Thanks for joining us this evening, y'all. We're going to be here for a long time yet. So DFW, guess what? You got more storms on the way. It's going to rain. And that's about it, honestly. There's no severe storm issues in DFW. No tornadoes, no hail. Just some lightning and some maybe 30, 40 mile an hour winds. So nothing to write home about, truthfully. Maybe some street flooding. Central Texas. It's going to be a bit of a different story. We're going to have quite a bit of stormy mischief. As activity moves southeast this evening. Mm-mm. Oh, nice. All right.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Grimes, Montgomery, and Walker County in Texas.
All right, so coming up now to 7:58 to 8 p.m., let's just go over the warnings we have at this point. Let's go from north to south. I'll put on the higher res radar here. And again, we have a line extending now from Moody down to northwest of Killeen, Fort Hood, just north of Fort Hood to Lampasas, to Cherokee, Valley Spring. Now, notice, Fort Hood, you're not under a severe warning. Same thing for Killeen, Lampasas. These storms have lightning, they have gusty winds, but we're not seeing anything that indicates they're really severe right now in the sense of real damaging winds and big, bad, very mad hail. What happens when these northwest moving storms collide with the southeastern moving storms? You're going to get a whole lot of rain real quick. Beyond that, not too much. Maybe some gusty winds.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Montgomery, and Walker County in Texas.
But as this activity continues moving southeast, again, a lot of heavy rain. We're probably going to have some street flooding. This storm right now south of San Saba to Cherokee on Highway 16 down to Llano definitely has the potential for maybe some golf ball size hail and damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour.
Polk County in Texas.
And this storm's moving southeast about, well, they say 35 to 50 miles an hour, so it's moving more quickly, and that's an indication it could have some decent wind with it. Starting to see that bowing shape I was talking about earlier. See that? Starting to bow out, starting to get some winds pushing in on the backside of the storm. That could increase the damaging wind threat for those of you out here near Llano, Lake Buchanan, Oxford, Kingsland, eventually 281 around Round Mountain up to Marble Falls and Burnett. Farther southwest, severe warning around Mason is gone. Those storms have, for now, weakened. Hopefully they'll stay that way. That's going to be moving into Gillespie County with gusty winds, heavy rain, lightning. Farther west, Junction, you've got storms. Same thing. They're not severe right now. And then farther south, we do have storms now, roughly from Rock Springs, just north of Brackettville. This is going to be moving east towards Camp Wood, Barksdale, Highway 55, roughly Laughlin Air Force Base. Staying north of Highway 90 for now, and those do have the potential of some strong winds, heavy rain, and maybe some quarter-size hail. Now, let's go back out here into southeast Texas, the Brazos Valley. Y'all are just getting warnings issued left and right now just to be a pain in my posterior. So let's talk about it. We've got storms near New Waverly and Willis. Those storms now have the potential of producing quarter-size hail. Localized wind gusts of 60 miles an hour. Those storms are just sitting there, maybe drifting northwest at 60. Panorama Village, Willis, New Waverly there on I-45, technically in the warning. Then a separate storm now on Highway 30, west of Huntsville, slowly moving north at 15. Could also have quarter-size hail and localized damaging wind gusts. And then farther east, we have a severe storm out here, Seven Oaks, northeast of Livingston, east of New Willard. This warning includes Camden, Corrigan, Moscow, and Seven Oaks. This is going to include Highway 59 and Highway 287. Potential for some quarter to $half size hail. This is northeast of Lake Livingston, east of Onalaska, east of Point Blank. Though y'all here on 190 from Point Blank to Onalaska, back west of Huntsville are going to get rain. Central Texas, it's raining, it's storming. Some of y'all are getting some strong winds and hail. No tornadoes, nothing like that, thankfully. We'll be watching things closely. Storm chaser Bob Pack is near Moffett, southeast of the Grove, just northwest of Temple. So again, we have no tornado warnings. We have 7 severe thunderstorm warnings. Mainly this line of storms moving southeast from, again, near McGregor to Lampasas to Llano. Just got a report of golf ball size hail in Cherokee there on Highway 16 north of Llano. And those storms are moving southeast at 55 miles an hour. So yeah, it's going to begin raining here in Round Rock. It's going to be storming in Austin, Burnett, Marble Falls, Round Mound, Blanco, San Marcos, San Antonio. Here over the next few hours, we're going to get rain and storms in Fredericksburg, Kerrville, Comfort. And all this activity is going to keep moving southeast, with some of y'all getting some pretty strong winds, getting some hail maybe, a lot of lightning, and heavy rain. And again, we have storms in southeast Texas that aren't moving very much. They have a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. They have heavy rain and maybe some pocket change-size hail. And we could see more of those storms out here in the Brazos Valley, southeast Texas, over the next several hours. DFW, these storms moving east into DFW have gusty winds, lightning, and heavy rain, but otherwise that storm mass that moved in earlier today really kind of stabilized the low levels and pushed the severe risk farther south. So y'all are just getting some good rain now and lightning with gusty winds. No tornadoes, no big hail, no crazy damaging winds in DFW. And that should continue for a good chunk of the rest of your evening.
Reported by public. Additional information, report from
in DFW.
Golf ball, 1.75 inches. Texas local storm report from 2 miles north of Cherokee in San Saba County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.75 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Ping, golf ball, 1.75 inches.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
McLennan County.
So all this activity, again, central Texas and the Hill Country is going to be pushing southeast. with some hail, strong winds, etc. So those of you in Burnett, Lake Buchanan, Kingsland, Buchanan Dam, Marble Falls, Round Mountain, Oxford out here, you're going to get a pretty good storm over the next really 30 to 45 minutes. And again, pretty strong indications of some hail up the size of golf balls, localized damaging winds over 70 miles an hour. With that, and in case for the images to the right, I can go ahead and show y'all where they are. You can see Bob. This is where Bob's located. Bob is here on Highway 36, again, just north of Morgan's Point Resort, northwest of Temple. That's where Bob's located. That's his shot, top right. And then Jason and them are actually northeast of Hamilton right now, northwest of Cranfield's Gap, heading off to the north. So again, that's kind of what I've been secretly working on here, is getting the headshots added to the map. So that's helpful. For me, at least, it can show where they are. It's like Bob just had some gusty winds hit his location. So again, storms are about to roll southeast into what? That was spooky. Roll southeast into portions of Bell County. And yeah, I see all these little hooks, but we're not really seeing any rotation with that. And again, these are behind an outflow boundary, so they shouldn't be tornadic, but could be an indication of some strong winds being pushed out by these storms as they move off to the southeast. And again, you can see Bob's shot there on the top right. This is where Bob is located on the radar or map. So that's Bob's location right there. I can show you full screen. And here's what Bob is seeing. You can see a whale's mouth. That's a pretty good indication of some strong winds with that. And that storm's moving off to the southeast. Again, they've got it moving southeast at about probably 30 miles an hour. Technically, it's not even under any severe weather warnings at the moment. So some strong storms, but not crazy severe right now. That could change, though. Make no mistake about it. There's definitely some wind showing up here that could be in excess of 55 miles an hour. The criteria for a severe storm is 60. So, no spinny doom-dooms. And by the way, y'all can go watch the Storm Chaser feeds on individual channels. Storm Chaser Bob Pack on YouTube, same thing for meteorologist Jason Cooley. They have dedicated YouTube streams you can go watch with their commentary if you want. I'll try not to feel hurt and abandoned, but, well, I can't promise anything. here's what the radar looks like with the obnoxious heads. Sorry, Jason. Sorry, Bob. And you can see, let me get rid of the satellite. Get rid of all these markers. And you can see, we've got storms moving southeast. And again, some of these storms definitely are going to be moving southeast with damaging winds and hail. Some of this activity around, say, Highway 30 west of Huntsville is moving north. New Waverly, same thing. But you can see we are finally starting to see a line of storms move off the southeast here. About, 25, 30 miles an hour. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for McGregor, Lorena, and Woodway, western, southwestern McLennan counties for quarter-size hail. Again, you can see where our chasers are there on the map. I'm working on the stuff. I actually built the code while doing this and got the images and such. So we have Jason Cooley north of Avant. We have Storm Chaser Bob. He is going to be near Temple and Belton. So Gerald, guess what? You're going to be getting some storms here in the next hour. Gerald's right here, just south of the Salado label. Y'all going to be getting some storms. Heavy rain, gusty winds, maybe a bit of hail. Right now, the storms heading towards you aren't severe in the sense of damaging winds or, crazy stuff. But we're keeping a close eye on things here. That's what we do. Seeing some cool lightning? Pretty. We're keeping a close eye on things here. And again, those of you up here around, McGregor, you could be getting some hail right now. This storm's also showing some indications of gusty winds. But again, most of this is going to start moving southeast soon. I know the storm near Lott's still slowly moving northwest and whatnot, but that'll start moving southeast once this main line actually smacks into it. I guess I can put a loop on here to make y'all's lives a little easier. Mostly Granger. Yeah, for now. So we also have storms extending, down to Leon Junction, to the Grove, Colleen, Fort Hood. Fort Hood, it's storming. There's nothing severe right now. You've probably got some gusty winds, heavy rain, enough cloud-to-ground lightning to, yeah. But right now, that storm is not severe in the sense of big, bad, very mad hail, damaging winds. That could change, though. There could be some pocket change size hail with that as it moves southeast. Farther southwest, Lampasas to Llano, those storms do have some stronger winds, especially around Llano right now. We're seeing indications of maybe some quarter to golf ball size hail and damaging straight line wind gusts over 60 to 70 miles an hour. No tornado. That's going to be moving southeast towards Lake Buchanan, Kingsland, eventually Burnett, Marble Falls, Round Mountain. And that storm's moving pretty quickly southeast, about 55 miles an hour. You can see here the potential for golf ball size hail, localized damaging winds up to 70 miles an hour. Farther southwest we go with the broken radars. Oh no! We do have storms from northeast of Del Rio. Del Rio, you're good for now. There's no... I mean, you're probably done, honestly, unless something fires to your west. Camp Wood to Rock Springs, you could have some gusty winds right now. Some rain. These are north of Uvalde. These are actually bats coming out for the night. Can only imagine the conspiracy theorists are going to have with this, but this is just bats coming out of their caves north of Uvalde. That's what it looks like every night on the radar. Clear skies, not happy skies, etc. The bats are not about to be happy, though, with this storm coming in. Again, Lakey, you could be getting some strong west winds here soon, heavy rain. No baseball-size hail this time. Junction, storms are to your southeast now. They're approaching I-10 and 290 west of Harper. Northern Gillespie County, you're going to start getting some gusty north winds and rain soon. There's nothing severe with this activity in Gillespie County right now. Maybe some small dime-size hail, gusty winds. We'll keep an eye on it. Up here, Llano, you are dealing with some rowdy storms. And again, this activity has the potential to produce gusty winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour, some very heavy rain. And maybe some quarter to golf ball size hail. That's moving southeast. Lampasas. Same thing. You've got some heavy rain, small hail. Fort Hood, Killeen, all the way up to McGregor. Could have some pocket change size hail, gusty winds, very heavy rain. And we got some rain and storms about to move into Waco. And again, we have an outflow boundary or a area of rain-cooled air moving south. Georgetown to Giddings to Elgin. That's kind of just, that's helping to fire up some of these storms. We've got Bob Pack heading southeast. You can see his feet in the top right. He's heading southeast down Highway 36 towards Temple. And the meteorologist Jason Cooley, they've called it a day. They're heading home. But you can see they're currently traveling up towards Hico. Or Hico. So that's a pretty useful tool. And then we have a really nasty hailer. This stuff in southeast Texas has gone mean in the hail department. This thing northwest of Huntsville has the potential of baseball-sized hail now? What the bippity-boppity-boo are we doing? Why did this thing go from nothing to baseballs? Unacceptable. But nevertheless, a destructive thunderstorm warning now in effect for northwestern portions of northeastern Grimes and western Walker counties. A severe storm capable of producing baseball-sized hail is 10 miles west of Huntsville, moving north at 15 miles an hour. If this storm manages to survive, and it might, it could make it up to Madisonville by 9:15 p.m. So, great. Thrilled. I'm so happy. I'm overjoyed with emotion. You can see the joy pouring out of me. Not! So we'll have to keep an eye on some of these storms as they continue to move around. But again, that thing west Huntsville has baseball-size hail. So heads up to those of you out on FM 1696, west of Highway 75 here, west of Huntsville. That storm slowly moving northwest. It could make it up to Madisonville by 9:15. Other storms that have developed, thankfully not producing baseballs. Thanks for the report of golf ball size hail in McGregor right now. Ouch. Yeah, it's not good. Thank you for that report. And so let's take a look at the radar across southeast Texas. And again, you can see we've had some storms now pop up from LaGrange to Smithville, Navasota, to Huntsville, Trinity, Unalaska to Corrigan. Some of these storms are producing large hail. The storm southwest of New Waverly, west of Willis, between FM 1097 and 1375. That storm could have some nickel to quarter size hail. And then a storm near Chester, southeast of Corrigan, has the potential of quarter-size hail. And then the storm currently well west of Huntsville by 12 miles, about to cross over FM 1696, moving up towards Madisonville, has baseball-size hail. Farther east, storm southwest of Browndale, it kind of looks like it's dying, so we're keeping a close eye on things. So again, we got a good old cluster of storms moving southeast. Those of you in Lake Buchanan to burn it, down to Marble Falls, could be getting some pretty strong winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour in the next several minutes, like 15 minutes. Those of you around, places like the Grove up to McGregor could be getting some hail, very strong winds. Storm chaser Bob Pax here in Temple. And storm chaser meteorologist Jason Cooley's up here in Hako, heading on home for the day. And most of these storms in the hill country, central Texas, are going to be moving southeast at 25 to 35 miles an hour. The strongest storms, again, have hail and strong winds. We're not doing any spinny, doom. We're not doing any crazy, super crazy stuff right now. Well, Patty, thank you very much for that super chat and kind note. I definitely appreciate it. So Bob is in Temple taking a look to the north and west. You can see the lightning on his stream. Temple, you may end up having a bit of hail to deal with. DFW, it's raining. There's some lightning, that's it. Nothing severe. You got some heavy rain and cloud to ground lightning, that's it.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Blanco, Burnett, Llano, Travis, and Williamson County in Texas.
Those of you in central Texas, places like Round Rock, Georgetown, Jarrell, Liberty Hill, Bertram, you could be dealing with a severe storm with damaging winds here in the next hours.
the
This
National
nasty
Weather
little
Service
thing
has
continues
issued a
moving
new
east-southeast.
severe thunderstorm warning for
Grimes, Madison, and Walker County in Texas.
What? All right, so we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for western Williamson, northwestern Travis, northern Blanco, Llano, and Burnett counties. Severe storm located along a line from 8 miles southwest of Lampasas to near Kingsland to near Enchanted Rock State Natural Area, moving east at 50. The potential for golf ball size hail, localized damaging winds. And this does run up towards Travis County. So this includes places like, I'm going to read directly off the impact list here. So, it includes West Austin, Cedar Park, West Georgetown, Burnett, Marble Falls, Kingsland, Llano, Bertram, Round Mountain, Buchanan Dam, Leander, Gainesville, Lakeway, Gainesville not on 35 up in Texoma. This includes Lago Vista, Bee Cave, Granite Shoals, Horseshoe Bay, Hudson Bend, and the Hills. So, we'll do timing on that in a minute. I need to go and deal with this new warning out here. This is going to be a destructive storm warning for 80-mile-an-hour winds and baseball-sized hail, 10 miles east of Badaeus, 13 miles west of Huntsville, moving north at 15. So they're saying this has 80-mile-an-hour winds and baseball-sized hail. This is going to include rural areas out here in portions of northeastern Grimes, southeastern Madison, and western Walker counties. So again, this storm could have baseball-size hail and 80-mile-an-hour winds. So I would not be on I-45 right now going south of Madisonville, south of 190, and I wouldn't be going north of Highway 30. Y'all give me just a second. So again, I wouldn't recommend going north of 30, Highway 30, or south of Highway 190/21 from Madison to Huntsville, while this dangerous storm is close to Interstate 45. Again, the potential for baseball-sized hail and 80-mile-an-hour winds. Indeed 518, thank you very much for that generous super chat. Seriously appreciate it. A big thank you to Indeed 518 in the chats. And Just Me, thanks for becoming a member. Welcome to the family. All right, so that storm's moving north. All right, look, we got a bunch of storms. The fact is, if I'm not talking about you, you're okie dokie. So we've got, 6 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. We've got a plethora of thunderstorms across several regions of Texas. So if we're not talking about you, that's usually good, but you can check with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. Jerry Davis, 3434, thank you very much for that generous super chat. A big thank you from everyone in the chats to Jerry, and a big thank you to Indeed. B-Dies, thank you. William, welcome to family. Thanks for joining. All right, so again, Houston, we are going to have storms tomorrow morning. Now, these storms we have right now, we'll see. They may try to form farther south, but so far they're not. They're just kind of stationary. So those of you, the Houston area, you are going to have storms roll in during the morning hours tomorrow. And they may have gusty winds and hail, but a lower severe risk than this stuff we have been dealing with, well, north of the Houston metro for now, out towards central Texas. Jessica, thanks for becoming a member. Welcome to the family. So, burn it. Guess what? You're about to have an unpleasant situation. It's a nasty storm with damaging straight-line winds over 70 miles an hour.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Bell and Coryell County in Texas.
Maybe some golf ball-size hail. Moving east, down Highway 29, towards Burnett from Lake Buchanan. So heads up to y'all. We're watching a lot of storms around, Waco, the Temple, Florence. Watch for a lot of heavy rain, some street flooding with that. And then this activity, moving off to the east. And we could see some pretty gusty winds arrive in these areas, by the way, well before the rain starts. We have a pretty big old outflow boundary pushing in with this activity. And you can see we're starting to see storms fill in across Gillespie County. We're going to have some lightning. Hopefully we don't have any near Fredericksburg. I'd prefer not to be scared out of my chair by a lightning, but we'll see. So again, we've got some showers, a few storms developing out here in Gillespie County. Yeah, it's going to be raining Willow City, Doss, Harper, down into Fredericksburg, Stonewall, Morris Ranch here soon. Gusty north winds possible with that. No hail at this point. A few cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. Junction, it's already rained out here near Del Rio. We're going to have stuff moving towards Kerr County. Gracias. Lakey, Camp Wood. The potential for that to produce gusty winds, etc. We have Storm Chaser Bob Peck. He is in Temple right now. Those of you in Killeen, it is raining. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, though. Looks like some hail. Northeast sides of Fort Hood right now. Out over the base. That's going to slowly move southeast towards Morgan's Point, Jubilee Springs, and Moffett. There is the potential for some quarter-size hail with that. The severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern McLennan County has been canceled. These are a lot easier to eat than Cheez-Its. Lawrence, we've got storms popping up. We just have a lot of storms right now. And, the strongest of these out here in central Texas are producing hail. Gusty winds and heavy rain. And then this storm coming into Burnett, showing real nasty hail and damaging winds. So those of you in Marble Falls, Burnett, Round Mountain, it's about to storm. Hail possible. Lake Buchanan out to Burnett. That's going to be moving east towards Bertram. And that could be golf ball size hail, damaging winds over 60. Some pretty heavy rain firing up in Gillespie County as well, nothing severe. Out here, we have a severe storm capable of producing, at this point, 60-mile-an-hour winds and half-dollar size hail, which is a lot better than it was. This was baseballs and 80. It's fallen. The storm's weakened considerably northwest of Huntsville, so that is now down to half-dollar size hail and localized winds of 60. But still, I-45 is not going to be a happy place southeast of Madisonville, north of Huntsville. New Waverly, west of Willis, north of Montgomery, these storms continue to almost be stationary. Frequent cloud-to-ground lightning, heavy rain, small hail. Along with cloud-to-ground lightning. What, in here? Outside? Oh, no. Yeah, I can attest the outflow boundary hit here in Fredericksburg. Cold wind, too. Janelle, thanks for becoming a member. Heather, thanks for the report of golf ball size hail in Kingsland. So again, out here, all this activity. Kingsland to Lake Buchanan. Golf ball size hail, localized damaging winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. That's an MCV. Yeah. Seeing a bit of a spin up here north of Kingsland, too. Let's turn on, I'll show you the high-res radar. See a bit of spin up here, northwest of Burnett. Definitely an indication over the north sides of Lake Buchanan up here. A little bit of rotation, but it could also easily just be a lot of damaging straight line winds. We're going to watch it. But heads up and burn it. Kind of heading your way. With enhanced damaging wind potential. And this is moving off. This storm's moving east pretty quickly, 35 miles an hour towards Burnett, Bertram, and eventually this could be in places like Leander to Georgetown in an hour. Or 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. Some rain in Gillespie County. Harper, east of Fredericksburg. It'll be out to Stonewall here in the next 20 minutes. Nothing severe in Gillespie County at this point. Just some nasty, gusty north winds and moderate rain. The storm northwest of Huntsville out in Walker County probably had baseballs and 80-mile-an-hour winds about 20 minutes ago. That storm has weakened quite a bit. So that is good. Seeing some pretty strong winds out here. Over 50 miles an hour west of Temple. Waco, it's good. It's just pouring rain. So, San Marcos, Round Rock, Austin is going to storm. So far, the good news is this line has not reached its full potential. Some sections have a lot of wind, but notice how we've had a lot of storms just fire up ahead of it and kind of create a large cluster of rain. Honestly, if that keeps up, I'm going to become a lot more concerned about flooding here pretty quick. This wasn't necessarily on the bingo card, but Mama Nature gonna do what Mama Nature gonna do, and Mama Nature gonna be a pain in the behind. So, again, when you see all these storms fire up in one area and start smacking each other, that's where you can start seeing some really heavy rain. And notice, most of these storms are not moving very quickly. So with that, that's how you get a lot of heavy rain quickly and the potential for, some flooding. So we're gonna have to watch for that. DFW is fine. It's just rain and lightning in DFW. No hail, no wind. Houston, same thing for now. It's just quiet in Houston. North of town, we are watching the storm northwest of Huntsville, moving up towards Madisonville. That storm, for a time, was capable of producing baseball-size hail, but for now is capable of producing ping-pong ball-size hail. And localized wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. Oh yeah, let's take a look at DFW. Rita, welcome to the club. Thanks for joining. So again, here's DFW. Again, we got some, it's a good old rain. Texoma, North Texas. Some embedded cloud to ground lightning. Beyond that, that's all that's going on. Northeast Texas, pretty much same thing. Severe risk is very, very low. That was interesting. That was us taking a power hit. Or at least enough of a surge or something to where every battery thing kicked. So, those of y'all in DFW, Texoma, Northeast Texas, you've got rain, you've got some lightning, gusty winds, that's it. Watch for street flooding. Those storms this morning that rolled through brought some stable air, and that saved DFW. Again. Otherwise, Central Texas, guess what? Got a big old cluster of storms moving southeast. Kind of see some cool mesoscale convective vortex action here. See, all these are kind of wrapping in like this. While this is moving southeast, that's an area of low pressure that's trying to develop here with this storm west of Burnett. And you can see it's even getting pulled into the east. So we might see some pretty heavy rains out here. I'm a little concerned about flooding. Honestly, this could drop 2 to 4 inches of rain an hour in spots. And then we're going to have to keep an eye on this line farther south to see if it starts to organize. But so far, honestly, it hasn't. Which is good. We have a lot of storms out here in the Brazos Valley, though. We're going to have to watch for. It looks like, so far, we've had 2.5 inches of rain almost, 7 miles south of Richland Springs in the last hour. We're keeping an eye out for any flooding issues that arise, just in case. Looks like those of you on the Fort Hood area, north sides of Fort Hood, about half an inch of rain so far. That was about 15 minutes ago. So we'll be keeping an eye out for some of these areas in central Texas over the next few hours. But otherwise, let's go over the severe storm warnings we have right now. I'm going to go from south to north,
The
west to
National Weather
east.
Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
We have this severe
Grimes,
storm
Houston,
warning right now for
Madison,
up to
and
golf
Walker
ball size
County in
hail.
Texas.
It's going to be for a severe storm moving east. Coming up on Highway 281 right now from Horseshoe Bay, Granite Shoals to Fairland, Marble Falls, and Buchanan Dam, just west of Burnett.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Kinney and Maverick County in Texas.
Moving off to the east. Now, the highlighted area I just highlighted, that's a outflow boundary. It acts like a wave, a rising wave, so it helps fire off storms. And notice we have one boundary moving south, one moving east. And notice we see new storms fire up to the north of that. So this
the
boundary
National
is
Weather
moving.
Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Burleson and Washington County in Texas.
East, southeast. So guess what? Round Rock, Georgetown, Austin, you're about to get a lot of storms. The potential for street flooding, very heavy rain, gusty winds, maybe some hail. We could see flooding, street flooding up here around Temple, Florence, Georgetown, areas west of Waco. At DFW, good news. Dallas, White Wolf, thanks for the super chat. And yeah, you're okay. You're good. It's just some good old heavy rain with some cloud to ground lightning. All right. So again, DFW, sorry, I get distracted by my 12 million monitors. So DFW, again, you're good. It's just some rain, some lightning, maybe some street flooding, occasional cloud to ground lightning as well. So back to southeast Texas / the Brazos Valley. We do have a couple of new severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got one storm. This one's getting all mad again, just southeast of Madisonville. This storm could have up to ping pong ball size hail, maybe a little bigger than that. That's moving north at about 15 miles an hour towards Midway. We're going to have to keep a close eye on that. as it moves off to the north. See if we can't get a camera out there for y'all real quick, see what's going on. There's a camera just southeast of Madisonville on Interstate 45. You can see traffic still flowing. The lightning's a-glowing. Just some mad-looking stuff. And then we have Storm Chaser Bob Pack, who's in Temple right now. All right. So again, those of you in Midway, east side of Madisonville, you may be dealing with some hail here soon. Could be golf ball size. Up, make that tennis balls. They just upgraded to tennis balls again. So now tennis ball size hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds are going to be possible with this storm just east of Madisonville here on Interstate 45. Moving towards Midway, it's going to be crossing Highway 21 and Highway 247 near Midway, probably by about 9:15 to 9:20 p.m. as it moves north at 15 miles an hour. Farther west, we have a severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be capable of producing probably some quarter-size hail. That's just north of Carmine, northwest of Burden, northwest of Brenham. That's going to be moving north at about, 20 miles an hour probably. 15 to 20. Towards Lyon, Somerville, Deanville, eventually Caldwell. Again, that's moving north. Giddings, you've got a storm near you. That could have some pocket change size hail as well, moving off to the north. Again, that camera there is I-45 and Spur 67, just southeast of Madisonville. We're watching that with great interest. Back west, those of you in central Texas, guess what? It's about to be a stormy storm time. We've got a severe storm near Marble Falls and Burnett, moving off to the east at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. We have a new storm going up over Georgetown, up to Serenata, up to Gerald, Salado. That storm all could have some small hail, but a lot of heavy rain. Cloud to ground lightning. Watch for street flooding. Probably some strong winds. All right, we're getting attacked by wind here, apparently, in Fredericksburg. I'll hold on a second. I'm in Fredericksburg. We're getting attacked by very strong winds right now. I'm going to go look real quick. I'll be right back. And hopefully the power doesn't go.
Texas local storm report from Burnett in Burnett County, Texas. Hail magnitude measured 1.00 inch.
Sorry, y'all, I'm back.
By
Yeah, we're probably getting at least 40,
additional
45 mile an hour wind gusts here in Fredericksburg right now, and it
by
doesn't look like much on radar, so that's annoying. I guess we're going to find out pretty quick here if the power goes out. I've got batteries, so at least, I'd be able to say hola, or not hola, opposite of that, I'd be able to say adios, almost well, Beater Zane. Uh-oh. So here we go. Again, we've got plenty of shower and storm activity here in Burnett, all the way over to Liberty Hill, Gerald, Florence. That'll be moving into Georgetown. We're about to get it in Granger, Bartlett, Holland. Again, a lot of heavy. Looks like north sustained 31, gusting 42 as of. Well, that was 20 minutes ago, but. The METAR. And then Emping reported 3-inch limbs broken on the north side of town. So, let's talk about what else. Bastrop, you've got some showers and storms. Giddings, same thing. There's nothing going on with that right now, but as this outflow boundary kind of moves a little southwest, you see it here on radar, that may result in some uptick in storm intensity. So, Temple, it's storming. Welcome to the club. Enjoy your lightning, gusty winds, small hail. Starting to see a little bit of a hail core. Across parts of Rogers and Holland. My World, thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it. Might get a severe thunderstorm warning here across southeastern portions of Bell County soon.
Texas local storm report from 5 miles.
And again, all these storms are producing cloud-to-ground lightning. Pretty good
Texas.
storm over northwestern McLennan County, Golson,
1.00
Crawford, Valley Mills.
Reported by emergency manager. Additional information. Report of quarter.
And then you can see, honestly, how this whole area of storm activity
and north of Sun City.
Across central Texas is kind of just congealed into a big cluster. And yeah, DFW's all good. I'm not worried about severe storms in DFW. Y'all got too much rain and stuff earlier, so you are okie dokie. Sounds like rain bands outside. That's kind of concerning. Now, I haven't been looking at the TxDOT feed. Would have helped if y'all could hear me. Something's definitely going on southeast of Madisonville on that camera. You can see it looks like it's hailing. You can see all the cars have pulled over and stopped. So something's going on there on the southeast sides of Madisonville. That storm, again, has the potential of up to tennis ball size hail. And wind gusts over 70. That's going to be getting east of Interstate 45 shortly, but it'll be crossing over Highway 21 near Midway. And we just lost that TxDOT camera, so someone may have knocked it on the head with hail. The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Bell and Milam County in
They
Texas.
saying All right, y'all. So we are going to continue monitoring this mess of a thunderstorm situation across central Texas. We just got storms everywhere with lightning. We got strong winds. We got hail. We got heavy rain. So let's talk. New severe storm warning from Bartlett to Holland, Little River Academy to Rogers. The potential of $half size hail. Wind gusts to 50 to 60 miles an hour. Looks like Bob let's try this. Bob, the storm chaser Pack. I think I called him Park earlier. Sorry, Bob. Storm chaser Bob Pack is on highway. This highway heading southeast. In fact, there you go. You can see his icon right there. Bob's heading southeast down Highway 190 towards Rogers. So we'll see. You can see he's got heavy rain and lightning. The bottom right camera is going to be just outside of Madisonville. But this storm near Holland is showing indications of producing maybe $half size hail and heavy rain and lightning. It's really not moving either, I'm sorry to say, so flooding's going to be an issue. We've got heavy rain, Georgetown, Jarrell, Florence, back to Bertram, Marble Falls, Round Mountain. We got gusty north winds behind a line of showers and storms all the way back to Gillespie County, Kerr County. Mystic Gypsy 311, thanks for the 10 membership gifts. Everyone who's now a member, congratulations. And again, even though it doesn't look like much on radar from Fredericksburg to Comfort, this actually just produced probably wind gusts near 45 miles an hour here in Fredericksburg. So definitely a situation where there's more of a punch in the wind department here as it moves southeast. Let's go take a look at this storm north of Eagle Pass. Now, this one does look like a pretty good little hailer, doesn't it? The potential for golf ball size hail with this as it moves southeast. This could end up in Eagle Pass. If it continues, it's not moving too quick right now, but it could end up in Eagle Pass by about 10:15 p.m. Uvalde, guess what? Line of storms has kind of gotten itself all happy. Same for Lakey. This line of storms has kind of perked up a bit. Could have heavy rain, gusty winds to 55 miles an hour, and the potential for nickel-size hail. Not out of the question. We get a new severe thunderstorm warning with this storm soon.
Did you catch the flood advisories on the back end? Junction.
Yeah.
They're not showing up on my map.
So it's worth noting also where we've got some street flooding with all these storms, you know, they're all mad and whatnot. You can see Bob's driving through construction. I'm sure Bob is thrilled. You can watch Bob's feed here on YouTube, by the way. Just search for Storm Chaser Bob Pack. DFW, good news. It's raining, it's pouring, you've got occasional lightning, and that's all. No hail, no crazy damaging winds, just some lightning. A little bit of small hail possible in Rockwall. Y'all might get some pea-sized hail, but for the rest of DFW, it's just, you know, light to moderate rain. Severe threat is nil with that. Northeast Texas, we'll keep an eye on some of these storms, but so far they're behaving. Can't rule out a little bit of mischief. Thanks, everyone, for watching, by the way. If you haven't already, click the like button. That helps us get the word out about Mama Nature's temper tantrums. We really do appreciate it. And it looks like, holy moly, look at that TxDOT camera. Southeast of Madisonville, they are getting clobbered right now. Y'all might have seen that real quick. Strong westerly winds, a whole lot of nastiness there. Southeast of Madisonville on Interstate 45. You can see folks driving slowly, driving carefully. No one's hydroplaned into the bar ditch yet. On this view, at least. So we're going to keep an eye on it. But yeah, we definitely appreciate everyone who's been joining us here on YouTube. You know, we tried to do this for most Texas weather events. Whether there's a tornado outbreak in Illinois or Indiana, or, you know, we're getting the nasty weather here. That's nationwide news. We're Texans for Texas weather information. So stay tuned. I live down here in Fredericksburg, Texas, here in the amazing Hill Country. Many of our team live here in the state of Texas as well. So Hope you'll join us. Hope you'll stick around. We're always improving, we're growing, and we're here to help y'all. Kyle, no, you are not clear. You're going to have storms rolling in later. Some of those could be on the rowdy side. Green sky could mean hail, could just mean a whole lot of heavy rain. And I'll put the loop back on, but again, we'll do a statewide timing update here in just a minute. Again, here is the radar. And you can see we got plenty of rain. We got plenty of storms. Southeast Texas, the Brazos Valley, those storms are nearly stationary or slowly moving north. Central Texas, storms slowly moving southeast. DFW moving east. We're still going to have storms in San Antonio probably within the next 90 minutes. All right. So again, San Antonio probably by 10:30. Maybe sooner than that, honestly. That outflow boundary is flying. San Antonio might be by 10. I know y'all can't really see it right now, but there's a big old wind boundary moving southeast, helping to fire some of these storms off pretty quick here over the last hour. So you're going to get gusty winds, some wind and lightning. And then we've got this storm north of Eagle Pass moving southeast towards town, but, it might be weakening here pretty quick over the last few scans. So we'll see. But again, southeast Texas, the Brazos Valley, we're going to have storms increasing coverage over the next several hours. This line coming in from the west is going to be moving southeast. And then we're going to keep having these pop-up storms across the Brazos Valley, East Texas, maybe even down to southeast Texas over the next several hours until this big old cluster from the west moves east. Comfort, you're going to end up with some gusty winds, rain here shortly. We already got it up here in Fredericksburg, so I'm surprised you haven't down there yet. Stephanie, thanks for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Hope you enjoy. Spring is going to get storms overnight, but, you can go to bed. Just, have your wireless emergency alerts on or have a way to receive weather warnings just in case you have some rowdy storms roll in. Main threat would be some strong winds, maybe some hail. Kerrville, it's raining right now, so you'll probably be dealing with some thunderstorm activity for a while in Kerrville, but, not too much is going on with it. Burnett, yes. Lampasas, Burnett, you're clear. It's going to keep raining for a while. You might have some lightning, but you're done with the worst. What? Is that thunder or wind? I'm unhappy. So again, we got plenty of stuff. All these storms have lightning. The tornado risk tonight is minimal. I'm never going to say completely zero because that's just not a good idea, but it is very, very, very low. Strongest storms will have hail.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Madison County in Texas.
Damaging winds, in addition to very heavy rain and lightning. All right, so it's going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for the storm near Midway moving north. And again, areas of Madisonville to Midway. You're looking at a TechStock camera here on I-45, southeast sides of Madisonville. I'll see if we can get one a little farther north. Maybe not. So we'll just stick with that. And again, that's Spur 67 at I-45 there on the southeast sides of Madisonville on the camera on the right. Top right shot is from Storm Chaser Bob Pack. He's near Rogers, kind of getting chased by a rowdy thunderstorm with a lot of rain, heavy rain, hail, and gusty winds. Those of you near Midway, again, this thing keeps getting angry. So heads up, the potential for at least golf ball size hail and some damaging winds over 70 miles an hour. And that's moving north towards Midway, areas along and east of Interstate 45 mostly. That'll be crossing Highway 21. And that's slowly moving north. We have plenty of other storms from Navasota to Somerville to Giddings, and most of those are behaving. Keeping an eye on the storm southeast of Dimebox, north of Carmine, northeast of Giddings. That could have small hail, but notice most of these storms out here are not moving very much. James, thanks for becoming a member. Welcome to the family. And again, these are just going to keep on sitting out here for a while, which means a little bit of hail, a lot of lightning, and heavy rain. Back here on I-35, it's raining all the way from DFW down through Waco, Temple, Belton. Nothing severe with most of that, just heavy rain and lightning. We've got a storm near Rogers that could have some hail of $50 size. Down to Holland and Bartlett, Granger. Please don't break the Granger radar. We have heavy rain in Georgetown. This storm rolling into Lago Vista, Briarcliff, and Lakeway. Gusty winds, heavy rain. Honestly, it doesn't even look severe anymore in the sense of big hail. Could have some gusty winds for sure, but the hail threats really dropped off with this as it moves east-southeast. You can see the TechStock camera from Madisonville on I-45. It keeps getting lit up like a Christmas tree. All sorts of lightning with that. Farther southwest, we have rain now, the leading edge of the outflow boundary, making it down to Barney, Bandera, and Uvalde. And so far that, at the moment, is just gusty winds and heavy rain and lightning. Mystic Gypsy, thank you very much for that generous super chat. And yeah, I'm glad northeastern Boss County, the Lake Whitney area, hasn't been too rowdy. You know, it's always a good day when we get some good rain without any of the rowdy behavior. Snakes, thanks for becoming a member. Welcome to the family. Again, we're going to have to watch for some street flooding and localized
thunderstorm warning for
Polk County in Texas.
optimized, good grief. We're going to have to watch for street flooding and some rises on creeks and streams. So, otherwise, yeah, we just have a lot of lightning. We don't have any crazy, hurricane force winds. We don't have any crazy mega hail of doom right now. Huh? All right. We definitely have some street flooding. On Austin, it's going to be storming here soon. So, Austin, Pflugerville, Round Rock, guess what? Your gusty winds are arriving or about to arrive, and then it's going to rain, and you're going to get lightning, and the lightning's going to make you jump and scare you like it tries to scare me. Seen a bit of a hail core develop out near Lakeway, maybe some nickel-size hail with that. We'll see if it develops any further. I'm going to drink some water, because if I don't, bad things happen. Jay Pierce, thanks for becoming a member. Welcome to the family. Again, we're going to be dealing with going into tonight are plenty of showers and storms. I have a reported golf ball size hail near Madisonville. Anna, welcome to the family. Thanks for becoming a member. And with that, we're going to have a lot of storms overnight into tomorrow morning. So let's look at the timeline. Let me put everything off the map here. And we'll take a look at what we have going on.
The National Weather Service has issued a new flash flood warning for
Bell County in Texas.
We note that flash flood warning for Bell County. That's going to include the Temple and Belton areas, I believe. But let's go ahead and show y'all the HER. Again, this is going to take us through tonight into tomorrow morning. And again, only use this for basic, timing estimates. It's not going to be a perfect model, far from it. Again, it does bring this line of storms into Houston around 4 a.m. Monday. Could have gusty winds, heavy rain. San Antonio within the next hour or two. Victoria probably by 2 a.m. Corpus Christi around 2 a.m. McAllen, Brownsville, Zapata probably between about, let's just say between 3 to 7 a.m. And again, there may not be as many storms down there. Waco is good for the night. And again, we're going to have a lot of rain with this in spots, especially in central Texas, where these have been kind of lollygagging around for a while now. But they'll start moving southeast more quickly. After the initial leading edge of the storms moves through, we are going to have rain continue for a few hours behind the initial leading edge. And that leading edge is where we could have those strong winds, maybe some pocket change size hail, and all this is going to have an obnoxious cloud of ground lightning. Tornado threat, again, tonight is very, very low, minimal. I'm not going to say zero because that's just a good way to challenge Mother Nature, but it is quite low. So let's go back to what the radar looks like right now. We'll turn the satellite off because we don't really need satellite at this time of night in the sense of daytime satellite. We'll keep the nighttime on, though, because it looks kind of cool, and I pay for it, so I might as well use it. Here is the timeline over the last few hours, and you can see, guess what? Storms have been moving southeast aplenty across parts of central Texas, the hill country, North Texas. The severe weather threat behind this initial line of storms is over. Big Country is done. The Concho Valley is done. The Permian Basin is done. Northwest Texas and West Texas is done. DFW, it's raining. The severe weather threat is minimal. Northeast Texas may be the same. Gary, thanks for the super chat. I think some of the storms overnight are still going to be strong. Since you're so close to the Gulf, you're just able to replenish your instability quickly from all that unstable air coming in from the Gulf. So, no, I think you'll just have more storms, more heavy rain, and more lightning at points. But the risk for severe storms will be lower than areas farther northwest. Seeing a pretty good pocket of damaging winds right now near Bartlett, just north of the Granger radar site here in parts of Bell County. Border of northeastern Williamson County could have winds exceeding 60 miles an hour right now around Bartlett there on Highway 95 up to Holland. Kendall, welcome to the family. Thanks for becoming a member. Laredo, you're probably going to be getting some storms overnight. It may be several hours from now, though. But I'm expecting some new development. Could move into Laredo tomorrow morning. So again, all this activity is moving southeast, south central Texas, the hill country. You can see storms west of San Antonio are getting pretty robust pretty quick.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Brazos and Madison County in Texas.
A new severe thunderstorm warning up here. That's just a continuation of the severe thunderstorm warning around Rogers to Holland, Bartlett, Little River Academy. Could have winds of 65 miles an hour again around Holland, as we just talked about. Storms rolling southeast. Storm chaser Bob Pack's keeping an eye on it. He is near in Buckholz. He's looking west at this storm. That's the top right box. Looks like a nice evening out there. Second camera's in Madisonville, looking off to the southeast from Interstate 45. Austin, yeah, y'all are okay for now, but you're about to get stormed on. Some gusty winds moving in from the west-northwest, followed by a lot of lightning, and heavy rainfall. Could get a quick half-inch to inch of rain. All right, looks like we have a few new severe thunderstorm warnings. So we'll take a look at that. Looks like Livingston, congrats, you've got a storm that has popped up over Livingston, and that has resulted in a new severe thunderstorm warning. The potential for some pocket change size hail, maybe up to 2 inches in diameter. 1 inch in diameter. A lot of lightning as well from Livingston out east on Highway 190, and then up to New Willard and Seven Oaks. So again, y'all get a new storm with quarter-size hail, heavy rain, and a lot of lightning, and the storm's pretty much just sitting still. Midway, Madisonville, guess what? You have an angry storm again. Still looking like the potential for hail. This could have golf ball size hail with it still. And then Normandy, you're now under a severe thunderstorm warning. Storm west of Madisonville's perking up a bit. That could have wind gusts of 60 miles an hour. And maybe some ping pong ball size hail. Farther west, Central Texas, the only severe thunderstorm warning we have right now in Central Texas is going to be this storm west of Buckholz, south of Rogers, near Holland. All the other storms are sub-severe right now, meaning no big hail, no crazy wind of doom, no megalomaniac spinny doom. Let's take a look at the feed from storm chaser Bob Pack. He's in Buckholz right now. And we'll be keeping an eye on his view from that. Again, we'll be watching for lightning. We'll be watching for anything else like storm structure or any indications of damaging winds. But this is his view. Again, this is the storm that's severe warned for the potential of winds up to 65 miles an hour and 1 inch hail. Again, we're seeing wind indications near 65 miles an hour near Bartlett, southeast of Holland. So that's right next to the radar site. So pretty good chance we do have damaging winds with that. As the line of storms, or all these storms converge, really what it's going to do is just squeeze out more rain. We're not expecting any weird interactions like spinny dooms or stuff like that, but it may increase the threat of some damaging winds, heavy rain, and lightning. Waco, your severe weather threat has ended. It's just rain now. Lightning, gusty winds. Yeah, these storms do pack a lot of wind. Even where it's not raining, when this little outflow boundary moves through, we're seeing a lot of wind activity. So it may catch you off guard. Could be gust up to 50 miles an hour, even well outside the rain here on I-35. Thank you for that super chat, and thank you for the report of high water on the southwest side of Belton near I-35, near Interstate 14. Appreciate it. Yeah, there've been a lot of rain in that area of Belton and Temple, so definitely the potential for some localized flooding. No tornadoes. New severe thunderstorm warning, no.
The National Weather
We'll see where
Service
this one
has issued
pops
a
up.
new severe thunderstorm warning for
Leon County in Texas.
It's going to be in Leon County in North Texas. So this is going to be for that storm north of Midway, moving up towards Highway 7 east of Centerville. Let's see what the Weather Service has warned that for. It's going to be for $50 size hail and some gusty winds. Staying east of 75, staying just east of Centerville and Leona. So that'll be for southeastern portions of Leon County. Storm 9 miles northeast of Madisonville, moving north at 15. Keep an eye on that, but again, that's hail. We have a storm east of Livingston. That storm still has the potential of quarter-size hail. It's just sitting there slowly moving north at 8. That's what a lot of these storms in the Brazos Valley are doing right now. We've got a strong storm over Navasota to areas over southeastern College Station with heavy rain, lightning, gusty winds, small hail. Giddings, same thing, south of Lexington, west of Somerville. It's rain in Somerville, but the worst of the storms to your west. Storm near Lexington may end up being interesting in the sense of maybe a little larger hail. And yeah, our main streams, by the way, y'all, are on YouTube. We're like always streaming on YouTube. So if you really want to always know what's going on, be the first to know when we're actually live, follow us on YouTube. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers. Oh. Round Rock, it is a raining, it's a pouring. Austin, the gusty winds are arriving, especially along and west of 35. They'll make it out to the east side of Austin here in the next 10 minutes. And guess what? Gusty winds, heavy rain, lightning, some small hail possible. Not a real big hail threat right now with this activity. Activity farther to the southwest. Wimberley, Spring Branch down to Bernie and Scenic Oaks. It's raining. Some small hail, gusty winds, occasional lightning. Same thing all the way down to Hondo, Uvalde. That storm north of Eagle Pass looks like it kind of just died faster than my hairline. Oh yeah, that thing evaporated, but now there's a new storm just west of Eagle Pass, so y'all may still get hit. Otherwise, the only severe storm anywhere in central or south Texas right now is going to be this storm that is just west of Cameron. That's going to be near Buckholtz. That's where Storm Chaser Bob Pack's keeping an eye on things. You can watch his feed there in the top right box. And that storm right now is just sitting. It's slowly moving east, and again, it has shown indications of some winds at times over 50 to 60 miles an hour. And we do note also out here, we have a flash flood warning. Salado, Little River Academy, Rogers, Holland, Sparks, Leadale, Edgeworth, and Heidenheimer. You are under a flash flood warning. Watch for high water on roads and rising creeks and streams. And then really everyone back here from Waco to DFW to Temple, Austin, Round Rock, you're going to have some street flooding too. Ty,
the National Weather Service has issued a new severe.
You might want to give it a little while for these storms to move east, but right now you're just going to drive through some heavy rain once you get near Austin. like that. That needs to stop. I swear. Anyway, we are keeping a close eye on things. Temple, it's raining, it's pouring, that's all. There's some street flooding. Northeast of Granger, yeah. So we got a new severe thunderstorm warning, ladies and gents. This is going to be for Cameron, Rockdale. This is going to be for Rogers, Buckholtz, Silver City, Leedale, Edgeworth, Minnevera, Ben Arnold, San Gabriel, Sharp, Valverde, the community, Davala, northwestern Millam, and southeastern Bell counties at 9:39 p.m. A severe storm capable of producing quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds located, well, pretty much, again, 7 miles northeast of Rogers to near Buckholtz to near Granger Dam. That's going to be moving east at 20 miles an hour. So again, we'll keep an eye on it, and Bob's Storm Chaser Pack is located here in Buckholtz, looking west. We're keeping an eye on it. We'll see if anything pops up or he sees anything. But we shall see. So, again, this storm's moving east at 20 down Highway 190 towards Cameron. So Cameron, y'all are going to end up dealing with some nastiness. And again, all y'all back on I-35, you could have wind gusts up to 55 miles an hour. We're seeing some pretty strong winds around Pflugerville right now. Could be near 60 miles an hour. So y'all might get a severe thunderstorm warning here in a minute around Pflugerville. Radar showing some winds of 55 to 60 miles an hour. Heavy rain, small hail, cloud to ground lightning. You're going to get more rain here as these storms farther west move east. Same thing, Austin, it is about to pour. Same for Buda, Kyle, it's gonna pour. Same thing down here in San Antonio, gusty winds and some pretty heavy rain at times. Let's take a look up here in the magical land of East Texas. Yes, sir, E-Bob, here we go. Guess what? It's raining. That's it. Quinlan, you've got rain. You got lightning. That's it. Severe weather threat up here in northeast Texas for now, unless something drastically changes, is really not much. You've got rain. You got some lightning, you got some gusty winds. DFW, rain's going to be exiting from west to east here shortly. You might get some gusty winds on the back side of this thunderstorm complex moving out to the east, but the severe weather threat's over. So, we'll keep an eye on it. But again, we have a threat of some hail north of Midway, north of Highway 21. East of 75, east of Leona, moving up north towards Highway 7. Potential for quarter to ping pong ball size hail with this storm moving off towards, again, Highway 7, staying east of 45. East of Centerville, east of Leona. Say this, there is a pocket of very weak rotation just west of Bob Pack here. I'm not concerned about a tornado issue. It's just maybe some enhanced damaging winds. Storm itself is pretty strong. I'm really surprised we're not seeing more lightning with this, Texas. Honestly. But cameras you have been looking at, that's tech stock cameras, so that's near Madisonville. I guess we can set up some other cameras out here, see if we can't see what else is going on in the magical world. Again, otherwise, switch back over to this source. Bob's again, located in Buckholz out here. M Story? Absolutely. Thanks for the super chat. Take a look out of Giddings right now. Looks like they're getting a pretty good thunderstorm. See if we can't get a good camera view out of there. Otherwise, again, probably just pop into Austin, see what's going on in the tech stock cameras in town. That's a pretty cool view. Bottom right shot's out of Austin. Middle shot is Madisonville. And then the top right shot in a minute will be back to Bob. Top right box is going to be out here, Buckholz, that's Storm Chaser Bob Pack. West of Cameron, east of Rogers. Second box, Madisonville, I-45. Third box is going to be east side of Austin. DFW, again, good news. You're good to go in DFW. No severe storm issues there. Keeping an eye out on Bob's feed. Just curious if we see anything. Y'all holler if you see anything. Round Rock, it's going to be pouring and storming for a while. You've got gusty winds. There's nothing severe in the sense of, 70-mile-an-hour winds or big hail. Just a lot of rain around Austin and Round Rock. We're going to probably have street flooding. A lot of low water crossings are probably going to have issues in spots. Stuff like that. So if you're heading out, be mindful of high water issues.
Bastrop, Lee, Travis, and Williamson County in Texas.
Though they may have just put out a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of this just to spite me, and they did. Weather Service has issued a severe stormy warning. This is going to be for portions of southeastern Williamson, northeastern Travis, northwestern Bastrop, and northwestern Lee counties in central Texas at 9:48 p.m. A severe storm is located along a line extending from Granger Dam to Thrall to near Coupland to Manor, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. This severe thunderstorm warning includes places like Austin, Pflugerville, Taylor, Elgin, Hutto, Manor, Thrall, Granger Dam, Wildwood, Hornsby Bend, Weberville, Knob Springs, Laneport, Waterloo, Cedar Hills, Butler, Sandoval, Rice's Crossing, and Blue. Potential for damaging winds is 60 miles an hour and the possibility of maybe some quarter-size hail. Again, this activity moving off to the east, about 25 miles an hour, east-southeast. So again, seeing some pretty good wind now. Pflugerville out to Taylor, west of Elgin to Manor. So y'all saying it was windy? Guess what? You're right. And again, there may be a little bit of hail out of this, but the main issue is going to be wind as this activity moves off to the east at about 25 miles an hour. Another severe thunderstorm warning. Well, slap me silly and say howdy ho. Let's go back up and see who's special now.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Milam County in Texas.
So if y'all are west of I-35, Austin to DFW west, the severe weather threat's done. All right, new severe thunderstorm warning. It's just to fill in this little section around Rockdale. Yeah. Night-night. And this all's, again, moving off to the east. About 25 miles an hour. Yeah, we're not doing tornadoes. We're not doing, giant mega hail. We're doing some pretty strong wind gusts, heavy rain, cloud-to-ground lightning. Stuff that sounds really super scary at night. So here's a discussion from the Storm Prediction Center just issued. They're indicating South Central Texas, Central Texas, pretty decent area, 40 to 50 mile an hour winds, some pockets of locally higher wind, and maybe some hail. Definitely not the super scary, big, bad, very mad wind event that looked possible. So far, that's good, but we're getting a lot of rain, a lot of heavy rain. A lot of lightning, pretty gusty winds. And again, those strong winds may arrive well before the actual rain. But again, let's go over. We have 5 severe thunderstorm warnings in the state of Texas right now. So let's go over the latest, all right? Let's zoom out, take a statewide view, see what's going on. Here we go. We have scattered showers and storms. 2 clusters, really. We have one area across the Brazos Valley into East Texas. Those storms slowly moving north or not moving at all. Second area extends now really from the Edwards Plateau, Eagle Pass to Uvalde, up to west of San Antonio, Austin, areas near Cameron, to DFW and northeast Texas. Storms that are from Austin southwest, and really, let's just say Cameron southwest, so Highway 190 southwest, are the strongest, with the potential of locally damaging winds, hail up to the size of quarters and golf balls. A lot of cloud to ground lightning. Heavy rain that could cause some flooding issues. North of that, we're not doing any of that. It's just raining at this point. You know, it's raining DFW. That's going to be ending soon. It's raining in northeast Texas. So, most of these storms, again, have the potential for pocket change size hail that are warned for severe weather. Heavy rain. So we've got a severe storm east of, or north of Midway moving towards Highway 7 in Centerville, moving north at 15. We have storms from Rogers to Granger to Pflugerville, moving east, southeast at about 20 to 25 miles an hour, winds of 60 miles an hour, and maybe some quarter-size hail. Otherwise, those are really the only two sections of storms in Texas right now that are severe. We are watching storms farther southwest, Uvalde to Bandera. Those could have some pocket change size hail, some very strong winds, etc. And this whole line here has wind gusts over 40 miles an hour. Even where it looks really weak, just rain, we're getting some very gusty northwest winds ahead of or before the rain arrives. So we're keeping an eye on all of this activity. But again, expect some pretty gusty winds even where, well, it doesn't look too concerning on radar. That's enough to bring down some tree limbs. Cloud to ground lightning. Etc. So y'all west of I-35 here in Central Texas, you are clear to go to bed. You know, there's some rain. There's still going to be some lightning for a while, but the worst is over. So Austin to DFW west, you're done. Northeast Texas, again, you're fine. It's just raining with maybe some occasional lightning strikes. Those of you out here in the Brazos Valley, you're going to have some rowdy storms at times. You know, maybe some pocket change size hail, gusty winds to strong winds. But, you know, there's no tornado issues at this point. Tornado risk is minimal. Just keeping a very close eye on things out here as this activity moves off to the east. And by the way, y'all can always keep track of what's going on with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. We do videos every day. We do written forecasts, and you can get your local weather forecast in that app, no matter where you are in the United States. So, Leander, you're good to go. Seguin is still going to get storms with gusty winds. San Marcos, you're about to get gusty winds and some storms. Just some rain, maybe a few lightning strikes, those gusty northwest winds. Austin. Worst in Austin is over. The worst is east of 35 now, moving out east on 290 and 190. Storm near Elgin showing a bit of a increase right now in the hail. Seen some pretty good winds from Elgin up to Thorndale. Could be winds over 60 miles an hour. And the Elgin storm could have some golf ball size hail with it right now, so heads up to y'all. The reason the storms out east are crawling is there's no upper level winds. The reason the storms out west are moving more quickly to the east is they generated their own winds, essentially, when they developed earlier. So they're just moving with that. So that's why we have all this going on. The app is down, won't even load. We are releasing an app update. Should be out on Apple products tomorrow. That will fix a lot of that. But if it's being mischievous and nonsensical, can also check on our website. But let me see if the app's just being slow or not. Well, the app just loaded instantly on my end, so that's good. It is taking a minute for the data to load, though. You're correct. The weather service data. But Apple folks, be sure to check back tomorrow for an app update. That should fix the issues, should give back the primary radar. And all of that. We're just having to wait for Apple to approve it, actually, is the issue here. It's not us waiting to release it till tomorrow. So, again, Elgin, heads up. You could get some golf ball size hail, maybe. Potential for some pretty strong winds. Heavy rain and lightning. It's raining in Austin, but the worst is over. Pflugerville, it's raining, but the worst is over. Those of you using the app, if your radar is not working, click the More tab and click Zoom Radar. But once Apple pushes the update out tomorrow, it should work fine, finally. Technology is mean to me. But again, what we're dealing with, again, cluster of storms moving east. Across central Texas, south central Texas, the hill country, you're clear. This is going to be moving into the Brazos Valley, coastal plains at southeast Texas over the next several hours with locally damaging winds, heavy rain, cloud-to-ground lightning. And again, there's probably going to be some pretty good wind with most of this activity. As it moves southeast. San Antonio's going to get some gusty winds. Some heavy rain and some lightning. But right now, you're looking okie dokie. Saul, thank you very much for that generous super chat. Really appreciate the support. A big thank you to Saul from everyone in the chat. Appreciate it. But again, you know, most of the storms in the Brazos Valley right now, they have some small hail. Gusty winds and lightning. They're not moving too quick. Storm east of Leona moving up towards Highway 7 east to Centerville. Does have a bit of hail. New severe thunderstorm warning for Lockhart, Lulling, Naderworld.
The National Weather Service has issued a new
Naderwald,
severe thunderstorm
Kyle.
warning for
It's going to be for the potential
Jasper,
of
Caldwell,
60
Guadalupe,
mile an hour
Hayes,
winds.
and Travis County in Texas.
Mustang Ridge, and maybe some quarter-size hail with this little on. Elgin, thank you.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Atascosa, Bahar, Frio, and Medina County in Texas.
Look at y'all, San Antonio. Y'all now have a severe thunderstorm warning southwest of town. Severe thunderstorm warning for southern Medina, northeastern Frio, northwestern I don't know how to say that right now. I'm too tired. Southwestern Bear, northwestern Tuska County. In south central Texas, the potential for quarter-size hail near Hondo right now and winds to 70. So heads up, wind threat increasing down here near Hondo, Highway 90, down 173 to Devine, Little. And eventually that means that storm will cross I-35 southwest of San Antonio. And if it continues, and it will, it's going to make its way towards Jordanton. Folks, I'm so tired I can't even pronounce anymore. Poteet, Pleasanton, down to Charlotte, Christine. Niederwald, thank you. Boy, that... Some nasty wind right now east of Taylor near Thrall, up to Elgin. Seeing some winds well over 60 miles an hour right now showing up on radar. So heads up, nasty winds out here from Thorndale to Taylor to Elgin. Could be 60 to 70 miles an hour, and that's moving off to the east at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. You could see storm chaser Bob Pax up here on Highway 190 near Cameron, north of Rockdale. This activity continues moving southeast.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm.
All right, folks, here's what we're going to do real quick. I'm going to take a little boys' room break. I guess we're just going to get severe thunderstorm warnings out the wazoo now because, well, why not? So give me just a few minutes. I will be right back. We'll have continuing severe weather coverage when I get back.
The National Weather Service has issued a new flash flood warning for
Bell County in Texas.
Hi ho, cheerio. It is Sunday evening, 10:11 p.m. here on the 10th of May, 2026. Hi ho, I'm back. Let's press some buttons so you can see my ugly mug. I have caffeine, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get back to work. So let's do it. And again, the radar data just disappeared. How about we not do that to y'all? That's just mean and hateful. My apologies. That technology hates me. Elgin, y'all look to be getting some nasty wind on radar right now. Let us know if it's pretty nasty there in town right now. We got severe thunderstorm warnings at the wazoo again. We've got 7 because life is full of pain and suffering in terms of Mother Nature being mean and hateful. Whole line's trying to go severe warn now across parts of South Texas, Frio County, Medina counties. Guess what? Line's going severe. Now, with increasing threat of damaging winds, maybe a bit of hail. Pop on over to the radar. We'll show you what's going on. And you can see over the last couple of hours, this activity moving off to the southeast. Pretty quickly, mind you. With the potential of some pockets of hail. And some pockets of damaging straight-line winds. So this is going to be crossing Interstate 35 from southwest to San Antonio all the way down towards Dilley. Could have damaging winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour. Potential for maybe some pocket change size hail. Plenty of cloud-to-ground lightning. And heavy rainfall. So we're going to have to watch for some street flooding as well. And that continues to build back. Del Rio, you're done for the night. Eagle Pass, once these storms make it south of you, you'll be done. So you'll be done by 10:40 probably. All right, up into the magical land of the Brazos Valley in central Texas. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Ho, ho, ho. We have a severe storm moving into Cameron right now. That's where Storm Chaser Bob Pack is located. He's keeping an eye on that. We're getting a lot of wind energy with this activity as well, especially near Elgin to Camp Swift, McDade to west of Page. Y'all are seeing a pretty good amount of wind energy right now. I can show you that here on the magical super duper which way the wind's blowing mode. And again, these bright pockets of pink right over Elgin. Could be winds exceeding 60 to 70 miles an hour. So heads up, that's enough to knock out some power.
National Weather Service
knock down some tree limbs. Those of you
severe
back on
thunderstorm
I-35,
warning for
Austin, you
Leon
are
County in
good to
Texas.
go. The worst of it is southeast of town now, but definitely a lot of wind with this. But the worst is over for Round Rock, Georgetown, Waco, Temple, Belton. We do note flash flood warning in effect now for Temple. Belton, Temple, Morgan Point Resort, flash flood warning. Keep an eye out for flooded roads and rises on creeks and streams. And again, the rain, even some lightning is going to continue back behind this line of storms for a while. You can see a big old band of rain continues, which is good. It's a lighter rain, but it may throw out some lightning strikes from time to time just to see if you're still awake. Out here, east of Leona, east of Centerville, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. That's really just an extension of the ongoing storm because this storm is moving north at like 5 miles an hour and just lollygagging along up towards Highway 7 east of Centerville. So there could be some hail issues with that eventually. But that's it for that. Otherwise, guess what? We do have plenty of showers and storms underway across portions of the Brazos Valley, extending out into East Texas. Most of those storms are not severe. We do have a storm from Livingston out to Woodville here on Highway 190. Some very heavy rain, cloud-to-ground lightning. That's about it right now. We'll keep an eye on it. Farther west, near Navasota, that storm appears to be trying to throw out some pea to dime size hail. Could have some gusty winds as well, over 50 miles an hour. We'll see if that intensifies at all. If it does, the potential for maybe some pocket change size hail. Yeah, Elgin, that's what I thought. You got some pretty strong winds there. That's good to know. Thank you. Yeah, you've become part of the thunderstorms wind department measure. So yeah, just still some nasty winds around 60 knots, which no one here watching, unless you're in aviation, would know. But that's winds of around 70 miles an hour, give or take. So heads up. Be happy if you keep power. All right, new severe thunderstorm warning for Leon County. Where, what, when, why, and how are we doing this now? All right, Buckholz, Cameron, Rockdale, it's storming, it's pouring. Mother Nature is not trying to be born.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Behar, and Medina County in Texas.
All right, looks like we now have a severe thunderstorm warning for Bexar County. This includes San Antonio. So we'll go ahead and cover this until Thingy interrupts me, but this is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Medina and Bexar counties in south central Texas. At 10:15 p.m., a severe storm was located over SeaWorld, or 11 miles northeast of Castroville, moving southeast at 35 miles an hour. This storm is capable of producing 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail that's 1 inch in diameter. Yep, that means this warning includes the entirety of San Antonio, Converse, Universal City, Live Oak, Castroville, San Antonio National Airport, Stinson Municipal Airport, Randolph Air Force Base, Leon Valley, Halitos, Kirby, Alamo Heights, Windcrest, Terrell Hills, Shavano Park, Hollywood Park, Cross Mountain, Almost Park, Somerset, and China Grove. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning. Damaging winds, heavy rain, pocket change size hail, and enough lightning to make you think bad things are happening. No spinny doom though. Just a whole lot of heavy rain, gusty winds to damaging winds, and pocket change size hail. Let's see if we can't pull up some cameras down here and get a view. We'll keep that up. Box number 2, that's I-35 at Palo Alto there in San Antone. And you know what? I bet we can go even farther south. Let's just go ahead and pull up a camera farther south, see what we can't find here. We like cameras, yes we do. We like cameras, how about you? Yes, I'm insane. Whoopie-doo. But yeah, it's going to be raining. It's going to storm, and Mother Nature is going to make all sorts of annoyingness. All right. All right, so again, we now have 8 severe thunderstorm warnings. Whoopie-doo! We've got a line of strong to severe storms now extending from Rockdale to McDade and Butler, Elgin to Lockhart. New Braunfels, that one's pretty weak right now around New Braunfels, but y'all are still getting those gusty winds. New Braunfels, honestly, you can go to sleep now. San Antonio, worst on the southwest side of town near McDonough, moving towards Somerset, just west of Kelly Air Force Base. But the whole city of San Antonio is getting those gusty winds right now. And you guys want lightning strikes on the radar? We have it usually. I'll add it, and I'll just show y'all. I'll get it added back real quick, and we'll see how quickly y'all can see through them. So here's your lightning, and again, there's plenty of it. Moving into San Antonio, Central Texas, South Texas as this line of storms moves east. And we still have some lightning back behind the storms. Western Gillespie County, we're getting stratiform rain. We're getting cloud-to-ground lightning from that. There's no severe weather, but, lightning is frightening, and the lightning's going to try to get me in my little office in Fredericksburg, and then I'm going to fall out of my chair and be scared, because lightning is frightening. And in this case, I don't like surprises, and, well, lightning will try to surprise me. So, Elgin, guess what? It's still storming. Y'all are going to get some flooding issues at this rate. Y'all are getting pounded with heavy rain. All the way up to Rockdale, guess what? Same story. It's storming, it's pouring, and I bet you wish you were snoring, but if you're watching me, you're not. You will be shortly, though. So guess what? Watch for street flooding, etc. Farther northeast, Waco, Hewitt, Temple, Marlin, Bremen. There's lightning, there's rain. That's about it. Some gusty winds. Out here, east of Centerville, this stinking little storm is just still lollygagging north at 10 miles an hour. It's like it has nothing better to do with its night than impact y'all just east of Leona, east of Centerville, west of Ostonio, and west of Crockett. But heads up, Highway 7. Eventually, this is going to lollygag on up there to Highway 7 east of Centerville, and y'all may get some pocket change size hail. Otherwise, you know what? Out here in parts of southeast Texas, it is storming. We've got some rain, we got some lightning. This thing from Onalaska to Lake Livingston, out east on Highway 190 from Livingston to Woodville, it's a storm, and you got some small hail, you got cloud-to-ground lightning, it is pouring, watch for street flooding, maybe some small hail gusty winds. Now, farther north, those of you in the Arklatex, go to bed. Really, out here in the Arklatex, there's a few lightning strikes, there's some rain, but guess what? That big old cluster of storms that invaded us from Oklahoma this morning cut y'all's warm air supply off. It pushed everything south, and that's why DFW, the stormy is trying to get me. That's why DFW didn't get severe storms. That's because, well, yeah. Otherwise, if we didn't have those morning storms, guess what? DFW would have probably gotten clobbered this evening. So be happy.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Bastrop and Lee County in Texas.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Milam County in Texas.
Be happy, be lucky, go to bed, DFW, it's over. Yippee-ki-yay, a new severe thunderstorm warnings. Milam County, Bastrop County, whoa. Come back. My list, please. Lee County. So, let's take a look-see, all right? It's raining, it's pouring, we have more yellow boxes of, I almost said urine, but that would have rhymed too. Oh well, we've hit the time of night where my ability not to be weird and crazy has diminished. So, let's go ahead and pause this real quick, because I broke the radar, which means we have to reload it. And to think, I haven't even had the caffeine yet. Travis County, the good news is the worst is over. So there's no more nonsense moving into Travis County at this point. Just a whole lot of lightning, but the worst is now moving east away from Travis County, thankfully. So let's go back and say hello. My name's Boldy in Chief, and I don't know, how are y'all tonight? All right, let's talk. New severe thunderstorm warning. This is for portions of Bastrop and Lee counties until 11:15. Line of severe storms from near Tanglewood to Fedor to Wildwood, moving north or southeast to 25. Winds to 60. Pocket change to quarter-size hail. This includes Page, Giddings, Smithville, Lexington, Dimebox, Bastrop, Tanglewood, Camp Swift, Circle DKC Estates, Lake Somerville State Park, and Trailway Wildwood, Upton, Bastrop State Park, Hills Prairie, and Hills. Congratulations. Storm moving from west to east at about 25 miles an hour. It's going to rain. You're going to get lightning. There's going to be strong winds. If you're unlucky, you might get some hail. Pocket change size hail. Another severe thunderstorm warning? Now that's just annoying. We're into double digits now, ladies and gentlemen. I don't have more than 10 fingers to count with, so if we get another warning, we're going to be in real trouble. All right, so again, you can see top right box,
the
that Storm
National
Chaser
Weather
Bob
Service
Pack.
has issued a new
That's him on this
severe
magical
thunderstorm
super
warning
duper
for
map here.
Dimmitt,
southeast of
Zavala
Cameron,
County in
northwest of
Texas.
Milano. Heading southeast down Highway 36, and again, some of these warnings will drop off at 10:30, and things will look a little less messy on this map, but pocket change size hail up to the size of quarters, and 60-mile-an-hour winds. It's windy. Main issue with this is going to be lightning and wind. Farther southwest, San Antonio, guess what? You're under a severe thunderstorm warning for the same thing. 60-mile-an-hour winds, maybe some pocket change size hail, and oh, by the way, there's a lot of lightning.
Lightning is frightening.
And lightning is frightening. Y'all are still watching late this evening. Thanks. We've been live now over 8 hours. You'd be so kind. Hit the like button on the video. It makes me feel all super duper special inside. And every time someone hits the like button, I get a little star. And at the end of the day, I get to take in all my stars, and it's like going to Chuck E. Cheese. If I have 1,000 stars, I can get a prize. If I have 2,000 stars, maybe I'll get a free slice of pizza. I've gone nuts. It's time for caffeine. I don't think my doc would be too happy about that since Wednesday. Well, Thursday. All right, so we have severe storm warnings extending all the way from Crystal Springs to Devine, whatever. San Antonio. If that's another new warning, someone's getting hit with a mallet. Where's my mallet? Oh, it's all the way over there. Sad. Anyway, yeah. The line of storms, as expected, has finally begun living up to the expectations of life. And guess what? Now it's all severe with damaging winds and lightning. Oh, and guess what? If that wasn't enough, it's a severe thunderstorm watch for South Texas, the coastal bend, the coastal plains, southeast Texas, until 5 a.m. Monday. Yay! That includes Laredo, Corpus Christi, Beeville, Victoria, Texas City, Galveston, Lake Jackson, Houston, Branham, College Station. Whoopie stinking do! I don't know about you, but you can keep it. Don't want. Return to sender. Anyway. Yeah. So here, you know what? Y'all asked about lightning earlier. This is why we can't have lightning on the whole time, because look how much stinking lightning we have. It is atrocious. It's annoying. And now there's just bolts of doom everywhere. And it makes life difficult. So there you go. Guess what? You want to play the game? Let's play Zoom Out to the Whole State and see why Mother Nature hates me. And here you go, ladies and gentlemen. Guess what? The whole stinking state now has storms extending from Mexico all the way up to the Arklatex. And now, storms were behaving for a while, but guess what? They made it to I-35, which means someone gave them some caffeine, and now they've all decided to go severe warned with increasing damaging wind threat, lots of lightning, heavy rain, and some pocket change size hail. So, y'all don't be panicking about this. This is not a panic situation. If you need to panic, trust me, I'll tell you. I will take out the big bad, very mad dad voice and be like, uh-oh. This is not a panic situation. This is a Mama Nature throwing a temper tantrum situation. Look, we're going to have some wind. We're going to have some rain. We're going to have some lightning. And at the end of the day, it'll be okay. Hey. That deserves some likes now, doesn't it? If you haven't liked the video or subscribed to us on YouTube yet,
The
you
National
should.
Weather Service
See what
is
you're missing
issuing
out on?
a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Dimmitt, and Maverick County in
11
Texas.
severe thunderstorm warnings. Well, folks, hold on. I'm going to have to get my socks off and start counting with my toes here. Sorry, this ain't only toes. You're not getting that. All right, so we've got storms now extending from just southeast of Eagle Pass near El Indio to Crystal City to Moore, Texas. Devine, Texas, on I-35 to San Antonio, all the way up through New Braunfels to Lockhart, Smithville to Bastrop, Giddings to Rockdale, all the way up through Centerville. And yeah, it's just all moving southeast with, some strong winds, at times over 60 miles an hour. At times, pocket change size hail, a whole lot of rain and lightning. Now, up here, North Texas and Northeast Texas, go to bed. It's just rain with some lightning. It's, not something y'all need to be too worried about unless something really obnoxious happens. But at this point, the main threat is severe storms, which is going to be damaging winds and some pocket change size hail, is going to be south of Highway 190. Milano down to McDade, Page, Lexington to Red Rock, you could have, and Bastrop, you could have 60, 70 mile an hour winds here shortly. And guess what? It's just storming. It's pouring. I wish I was snoring, but I'm not. So those two bottom right cameras are out of San Antonio. The Storm Chaser feed, top right, is from Milano there at the intersection of Highway 79 and Highway 36. So you can see that here. Storm Chaser Bob Pack, just keeping himself right ahead of these storms, which are booking it pretty quickly. Off to the east-southeast now. Well, true, many folks aren't able to relate to pocket change size hail, but most, younger kids may not necessarily know how to measure anything either with a ruler. So, I don't know what we're going to do. I don't know what to equate it to. Huh? Candies? Yeah. Well, what candies would I equate that to, I wonder? Gobstopper? True. Looks like Austin Bergstrom reported a wind gust of 64 miles an hour at 9:54 p.m. So, yeah, it was windy in Austin. Why is it thundering? The Stormy's trying to get me. Hey. That's a what? Stratiform? Stratiform, for goodness sake. Does no one know how to do meteorology? In that case, no, but no one knows who I'm talking about. All right, so again, it is storming. It is pouring. And it is, well, going to be a long evening. Now, good news is these storms are starting to move southeast more quickly, which is going to keep the threat of some new flooding on the low side. But we do have reports of flooding in Temple, Belton, Morgan's Point Resort, down to Holland, in Bell County. So keep an eye out for high water on roads. But as long as these storms can keep moving, we should be okie dokie in regards to any widespread flooding. But of course, we're going to have some street flooding issues. And a big thank you to our amazing moderator, Sarah, for being on tonight. Definitely appreciate it.
Texas local
All
storm
right, y'all, it's
report
been a
from
while
1
since we
mile
took a look at the
southwest of Belton
future
in Bell
cast
County,
situation. Let's
Texas.
go ahead and peek
Flash
now.
flood. Reported by broadcast media. Additional information, West Avenue D at Mitchell Street flooded with car stalled in flood waters.
Great lightning, Bob. Good gravy. Bob is just getting annihilated by this storm. Let's take a look at Bob. Bob is going to be northeast of Rockdale, southwest of Hearn, near Milano, making the journey down Highway 36 towards Caldwell. And you can see it's pouring, it's storming, and he is in one heck of a lightning show right now. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. But again, definitely not a fun drive for Bob this evening, as activity keeps moving on to the southeast. Back to the radar we go. Where we'll end up, who knows? Those of you on I-35 near Dilley, well, that's a good question. Let's get back and show you. Y'all do have a line of storms to your northwest, moving off to your southeast, and there is the potential you're going to get some gusty winds up to 60 miles an hour, heavy rain, lightning, maybe some pocket change size hail with that activity as it moves on to the southeast. Over the next several hours. And thank you all to everyone who's watching tonight. See, those TechStock cameras in San Antonio are having fun. You can see Bob's location here. He's going through the heavy rain and all that right now. Driving down 36. He's top right corner. He's between Caldwell and Milano there on 36 right now. But again, we have plenty of storms right now moving across southern, south central Texas. With, again, some of these storms producing strong winds of 60 miles an hour and pocket change size hail. Some of these wind gusts could be over 70 at times. And yeah, it's a good observation about the scroll. If you're ever wondering what's going on, the reason we have the weather scroll at the bottom is so y'all can keep an eye on what's going on warning-wise. And we also have the new warnings play audibly over the stream, because those also go out via closed caption if need be, or vice versa. Speaking of which, we're going to have one here in just a second. But in the not-too-distant future, we'll switch over to something that shows new warnings pop up
The
with
National
hazards,
Weather
etc.
Service has issued a new
Not
severe
necessarily just
thunderstorm
a
warning
scroll,
for
Burleson
but, a
and
visible
Washington
pop-up,
County
little
in
audible
Texas.
alert. Nice thunder. No, we're not doing anything in terms of tornado issues. Tornado risk is very, very low. Non-zero is a good way to put it. I can't tell if it's Bob's stream giving me attack of lightning or Mother Nature here in Fredericksburg giving me lightning. We just had some thunder, so it's probably here. But hopefully I'm not about to get into a cloudy ground lightning strike. Let me guess, that's all lightning here? Oh, I know it's thunder, but how many lightning strikes did we just have? 2 or 1? Great. I love stratiform. Not. I hear it. Nice stratiform. That thunder went on for like 30 seconds. The green triangles are just little hail indications. If they get big green triangles and start showing numbers, that's the hail in inches. That's just a radar algorithm. But again, Rachel, these streams definitely have closed captioning on them on YouTube, so I do not know. Let me check. But we are very good about making sure that has. Let me check. I don't know why YouTube's not. The settings enabled. Huh. Interesting. They are on. I'm just not seeing them pop up on my screen, though, when I'm talking. Yeah, the radar indications of triangle mean a little bit of hail. But we'll see. Yeah, it's interesting. I'm not sure why the closed captions on YouTube aren't working. The settings on our end are completely enabled. You can turn them on and such. I'm not sure why YouTube isn't doing that. It must be a YouTube end setting issue. Because we got them all on, go through all that and whatnot. It's very interesting. I'll definitely look into that. More lightning. Interesting. Let me look at this and see, y'all. So, we do have storms moving southeast. Austin, no, you're good for the night. You're going to have some rain and lightning, but the hail threat is over. Rio Grande Valley, you're going to get some storms with wind, maybe a little hail in the morning, probably like 4 to 5 a.m. Houston's going to be getting storms in the later tonight in the morning. Oh, I see the settings. All right. Interesting. Yeah, they are. They're DFW is clear. Yes. San Antonio, yes. You're going to be clear here by 11:15, but you've still got some pretty nasty storms rolling on southeast this evening. Yeah, McLennan County, what you're going to be looking at up here around Waco, you've just got some rain, heavy rain, and that's going to be it. Tyler and Gilmer, yeah, you're going to get some rain tonight, but the severe weather risk isn't that high. San Marcos, you're clear. Go to sleep.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Fayette County in Texas.
Mount Enterprise, yeah, it's going to rain tonight with some lightning, but that's it. Main risk of severe weather in the form of, some strong winds, etc., are going to be along and south of Highway 190. Yeah, Fredericksburg, you're good to go to sleep. That thunder you just heard, I heard it here too, went on for a while. That's just some rain on the backside of these storms. The severe weather threat in Fredericksburg is over for the night. A lot of lightning will continue. Mm-hmm.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
B. Duval, Goliad, La Salle, Live Oak, McMullen, and Webb County in Texas.
Canton, you're fine.
Texas
Go to bed.
local storm report from 1 mile southwest of Rockdale in Milam County, Texas. Flood. Reported by emergency manager. Additional information, high water reported on Highway 79 at Childress Drive.
All right, folks. So here's what we're going to do. I don't like the fact that YouTube closed captions aren't working. So I'm going to do the thing you shouldn't do as a YouTube streamer. I am going to move everyone over to our ongoing stream. That's our 24/7 stream. The stream you're watching me on is going to end. If you're watching us on YouTube, it's just going to move you over to our 24/7 stream where the captions are working. It's a YouTube setting. I'm not happy about it, but you know what? Again, we're doing the whole Texans serving Texas weather information, right? So give me just a second. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to get that set up. This is the first I heard about it. And, I could just keep the stream going and, be like, watch on Facebook if you want closed captions, but that's not what I'm going to do.
the National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Atascosa, Behar, Dimmitt, Frio, Carnes, Medina, Wilson, and Zavala County in Texas.
I am going to get us set up. If you're watching on the 24/7 stream, your music just turned off. Now if you're on the 24/7 stream, you're listening to me. So, that was scary lightning. So, YouTube, give me just a second. We're going to move you over to the Texas Spooky Thunder Weather 24/7 stream. That's excessive, Stormy. Y'all can't hear because of noise canceling. You could see the flash on my face, though. Yep. Yeah. So, here's what we're going to do. Y'all on YouTube, the coverage isn't stopping. We're just going to move it to our 24/7 stream. I have a way of being able to do that automatically on my end and move most of you over. So if you lose us, just search for the other live stream on YouTube under our channel name. There's two. There's about to be one. You'll find it. It's like Texas Weather Live 24/7. But if you're watching us there or watching us here, whatever, you'll be able to find us. So this stream you're watching on YouTube, coverage stream's going to end. You're going to get forwarded to the live Texas Weather 24/7 alert stream. If it doesn't do it automatically, just search for us. It's about to have a lot of people watching, and it has working closed caption. So give me just a second. We're going to do that. All right, and then we're going to keep this coverage going. If you're not watching on YouTube, anyone off YouTube like Twitch, you don't have to do anything. All right, so